Guys, I'm scared. I don't want to get jump scared. I'm scared. Mimi's on my lap. Queefing? Wait. How did you know? Wait, hello. How are you? Galina Cappuccina. Hello. 7:47 a.m. I want to get jump scared and taste colors this time. Oh, I can't. Mia's on my lap. I can't get too jump scared. How are we, guys? Hello. I know Gran's about to message me any moment and be like, "You ready?" She's okay. She was very stubborn yesterday, and we struggled to get all the meds in her because, interestingly enough, the vet gave her this antiviral that's for humans as well. But the pill is so big, even when you cut it in half, that even trying to like do the thing where we put it in her, like the back of her throat, it just wasn't working. So I'm probably gonna ask the vet if we can do something else, or maybe I will cut it even smaller, like make smaller parts. But she took the other med, which is good. But yeah, poor thing. You can hear her from so far away. She's so loud with her nose. Thank you, Spuds. Have a good day. Journaling at the Cheesecake Factory. This is the cherry on top. Cheesecake Factory. Hi, Burrito. How are you? Did you finish the Titanic? Wait, the Titanic? Analyzing massage ads? Oh, I see. I see. Holy early, Batman. I know. I know I'm early. This here. But I'm really scared. Well, we've had 2 big jump scares, so surely... Guys, look at this. Oh my god. Okay, we should have an hour left of it, maybe. But knowing Gran and I have 2 hours. It took Sammy and Bant 3 hours? Oh, we suck. Hi, Sarah. I'm good. How are you? Hello. You had a model... Oh, wait, a model kit Titanic? Wait, did you finish it? Abs, 110. Yeah. Mia's on my lap. Mimi girlie's on my lap. Almost launched my cat across the room with that last jump scare. I know. God damn it. We did spend 20 minutes watching in-game TV. Ah, wait. And it took us ages to get out of the first house. So I guess it all makes sense. Looking so I can practice my set. Yeah, do what you need to do. Hell yeah for the gig. A working cuckoo clock, and I'm waiting for Howl's Moving Castle. Wait, is this a new... Wait, have I missed a chapter? Do you have a new hobby, Burrito? I love this for you. That's so cute. Excuse me? Okay, hobby. Oh, I found more Pokemon cards, by the way. I saw my old binder, and I was like, oh, it probably has like nothing in it. And I opened it, and there were some cute cards in there. I was like, oh, hell yeah. I'm very excited too, but I'm nervous. I'm nervous, guys. I'm nervous. But it's okay, it'll be fun. I just gotta try and get her to do all the scary things. And then I'm just gonna spam text her, I think. To be fair, the first 3 hours, there's only 2 big jump scares. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Hi, Lori. Hello. How are you? And then after this, guys, we have a mecha lobby, and I am so excited for this. I'm obsessed with that game. I played a public game. So I don't know if Noah's here, but Noah had a really cool spot yesterday. And if you remember, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, I will let you know. It's on the new Candy Land map. And they were just lying on the floor. But they just covered themselves in gumdrops. And I'm not even kidding, guys. I won out of 20 people in this public lobby. No one could find me. And it was infection too, so there was so many people looking. So I'm gonna try that on the guys tonight. There's 2 more that I'd care for, however, I'm not scared. Hi, Kaylee. Yes, Pixel. Yeah, exactly right. Forgot I was on a VPN. My chat went down. Oh, Henry, did you think I was ignoring you? Oh my god, that hurts. Imagine. No. Hello. Text, Steam message, Discord message, fax, email, carrier pigeon. Yes, exactly. Exactly. No, Abby. Yeah, I did throw my harmonica. Fuck. Oh my god, Henry. No, nothing came through. Nothing came through. Hi Connie. How are you? 1:15. Sierra, hello. I'm so excited, Kaylee. It's gonna be a very chill one. I have Reese working from my house today, so he's still in bed. And a poor thing is gonna hear some things today. But we are seeing Toy Story after stream today, so that's really exciting. And he's been a big help with Mimi. So yes. Probably knocked the fuck I probably knocked the fuck out in an hour. Fair, babe. Fair. Unless you love Feast of Fathom so much that you stay the whole time. Oh my god. It stays wake up to a scream. I'm hoping not. His alarm is set for 30 more minutes. So I'm hoping there's no scares in 30 minutes. It doesn't matter. He's the sweetest person alive. And there's 2 doors blocking us. So it should be fine. And he has earplugs in. Put a photo and video on the other channel. Ooh, the other channel? Other. Oh! Oh, holy shit. Whoa! Burrito, that is so cute. I love this new hobby of yours. I'm on Mama. Invite friend. Go online on Steam. Here she is. Crash, that's so funny. Hey, baby.
Oh my goodness.
I'm scared.
Girl, I was just watching some lesbian stuff. What were you doing?
I was patting my cat. And
So
I'm not
you were
talking about
doing
my
lesbian
pussy.
activities.
Yeah, exactly.
Girl, you know what? You know what's so funny about comedy is you could have just left it there, but you had to say you were touching your
No, I said that, but I'm not talking about my pussy. It's different. Girl.
When Shark Week? I'm so excited for Shark Week. I think I look forward to Shark Week more than you do.
Are you talking about my period?
Probably. Yes, because I love playing Overwatch with you. I was just talking to Julia about this. Julia was here, and I was saying I love Shark Week because Carla gets so illogically irritated at certain voice lines in Overwatch and certain voice actors like Hazard.
That's so funny. You'll be pleased to know that it officially drops in like 3 days, but I'm already so when we play on Monday together, or maybe even later, when we play later, you might, you might hear some stuff.
You play really well.
Do I? On my
as
period?
well. And do you know why? I think it's okay. Let me explain the science. I think it's because you're in like survival mode, and there's something very primal and very like evolutionary and revolutionary about the big bleed. So I think it hones your perception skills. So when you're playing games like Overwatch, you're like, I have to protect my young. So that's why you play better.
The big bleed is crazy, by the way, and I'm taking that.
The big bleed.
Okay. Well, let's test that out. I'm loving the new character still.
Oh my god, I haven't even played her yet.
Girl, you can't love her because I love her.
Oh god. You're gonna play Jetpack Cat?
Girl, old news. I am a Xion main. Is it Xion?
Yeah,
Xion?
I'm always like, sure. I never know if I'm saying it right. I
know
it's
my
Xion.
vowels. Okay.
Xion?
Well,
Xion.
she. Love
it should
her.
Be Xion. Knowing Japanese, it should be Xion. Xion.
Xion.
Xion.
The big bleed is sending me. I know, guys. I know. That was Xion. Is that right?
What about all the people who've been sending you pictures of the Jetpack Cat's first skin?
Well, to be honest, I'm very excited. I will still love Jetpack Cat, but I think that's Survivor. Not Survivor, sorry. Support.
Oh.
Support.
Girl.
That's support. For DPS, Farah, who is she? This is my girl now.
Wait, can you kill Farah with her?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like I'm doing. You know how you said when you find someone and you're like, oh yeah, this is my character.
Oh,
This is my DPS character. Like, this is everything to me. I'm playing so well.
Okay, I cannot wait to see. I'll play it tonight because I have not had a chance.
Oh, girl,
Get
lock
on
in.
yet?
Get ready.
Are you gonna be okay? Well, if you're on tonight, I will.
I'm only playing a little bit before I go to Toy Story, but I'll.
Oh my god, you're going to Toy Story?
Yes.
Oh my god.
I know.
Oh, go see it so bad.
I know. I can't
I
invite
think
you.
you're gonna
babe.
cry.
Oh no, I will. I cry in Toy Story. Also, Cami
And
and,
this is
Daniel,
a very
hello.
girly one too.
And
It's
Ray,
a very
hello.
girly themed one.
I
Hello.
know. Hello,
viewers.
baby. I'm
Um,
scheduled screaming today. No screaming. I'm not gonna scream.
no, this game is so goddamn scary.
Well, we've
The
already
way
had
that
2
Tara
scares.
screamed in the last chat, like the way both of us did.
Yeah, my scream was so crazy, guys. I nearly, I think I dropped my harmonica. I don't even know where it is.
My scream was so crazy, I dropped my harmonica. Oh, wait, before we start,
Yes.
I need to get your thoughts.
Hmm.
Have you seen on Twitter or anywhere?
Hmm.
Have you seen the Streamer University thing?
Oh, girl. Yeah,
no,
go on.
because did you see the crowds?
No.
Oh my god, I just saw it
Oh.
before I went to bed.
Oh, really?
I'm not even kidding. It looks like there's a football game on,
Ugh.
and there are thousands of people trying to get in,
Oh.
and it's insane.
Really?
I've never seen in the streamer universe anything like this before. Ever.
I don't know. Did you see Ninja in Times Square a few years ago when you wanted to see more
Listen,
movement?
I'm not getting enough movement.
Yes.
No, this is. Do you know what this is? This is interesting.
Okay.
So you and
Hi,
you're 10 years
Dose.
in, right? Almost 10 years.
Yeah. I'm 9 in January.
I'm 7. Oh my god, happy birthday.
Thanks, babe.
I am 7.5 into this streaming thing.
Mhm.
And think about all of the kids that have like put in school or whatever that have grown up with this like shitty economy,
True.
COVID,
Mhm.
and watching streamers. And streamers are like big money makers to them, like the top ones, right?
Yeah, like
You see like
Kai.
the iShow Speed, Kai
Yeah.
Cenat, XQC. They grew up watching that. All the people in that line, that is that generation.
True.
They all
True.
have the same dialect. They all have the same
Yeah,
words.
true.
Like chat. Like I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. Like it's the same thing. They're all in that line, and they're all there because they have idolized it. This is like what they want to do.
True.
There's a whole generation coming
Sully.
through that want to do this.
Yeah.
But maybe don't want to do it for the right reason.
That's the one.
They want to do it because they think it's easy or a
Mhm.
quick buck.
Mhm.
Or if I just collaborate with the right person,
Mhm.
then I'm set.
Mhm.
You know, as opposed to I want to stream because
Like passion.
Yes, exactly. Because you have a core.
Couldn't be
reason to
you,
do it.
Daniel.
And that's what I see in this line. It like actually made me a little bit like excited for the world of streaming because it's
Yeah.
good. It means people are excited about streaming.
True.
But at the same time, like, do these people watch streamers, or do they just watch the top, like, couple of people and be like, I want to do that. That's it. I don't want to.
I think.
It's like
Yeah.
It's like only watching RuPaul's Drag Race and not supporting local drag.
True. Yeah. You right,
It's
baby.
wild.
You right, baby.
So, yeah, no, you definitely, because you are a streamer, and I know you are. Look at the video. It's insane. It's insane.
Also, pause. I love how episode playtime is 2 hours and it's gonna take us like 4 to 5.
Oh my god, really?
We did watch all the ads though on the TV.
Oh, but we were mesmerized.
We
when
were.
had to.
We were.
Oh.
Hi, Zell.
Oh wait, how do we do this
Feel
voice
better,
thing
doll.
again?
What the hell? What, my love?
Can you invite me?
You're not online, babe. I can't.
Oh my god, what am I not?
That's what I've said. I've been trying to invite you.
I'm sorry, I'm online now.
Thank you. Are you getting the big bleed as well?
I don't, girl, do you know how old I am?
No, true. It'd be dust. The big dust.
My Prometheus was vacated.
My Prometheus.
It's not even a premises anymore.
Prometheus is crazy. Miss Julia's.
Vacate the Prometheus.
Oh, shut up. I wonder. I am so nervous about where we left off because we might have to do stuff again. And if that's the case,
yeah,
you're
we might
going
have
downstairs.
To, you have to go get the towel.
I hope I don't have to get the towel again. Although now I know, but I hope I don't have to get the towel.
Girl, I know that I am the one who's getting the next jump scare because I had to go downstairs to get the book, and I was delaying. I was,
Oh,
like,
you think there's a jump scare down
reading.
there?
I think so because I haven't had one.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna mute in here. Hi, me girl. Poor thing. Hi, Tweety. I'm nervous. Hello?
Hey.
Hey. Press Miss Julie's when you're ready. I hope I don't have to go downstairs.
Girl, I don't know.
I'm being baby again. I'm being...
Oh my god, I forgot how hot you are.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Never
Just
forget.
came out.
Never forget.
I love how your demeanor changes when you play this character.
That's not true, babe. Boo, come on.
And mine does too. Like I become more annoying.
You become really sassy.
I become sassy and like
You're like,
sick of
Marcus,
your shit. Like, oh god, I know that these two fight.
They do, but they love each other.
Do they?
Yeah, they do. Boo, come on.
Boo? Ew!
That's what he calls her. They call each other Boo.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Couples are so gross.
Shut.
I'm sorry for like.
What?
Babe, are you almost like babe?
When
can
you in the prehistoric times when you were dating, what was the pet names you used, if you used any? Oh, we're blocked. Wait, hold. Can you hear me? Hold. Maybe nothing actually. No, babe, there's no way. There's no shot. Gran, there's no shot.
What? What did you say?
Looks like we didn't get a cutscene.
Oh, far back. Oh my god. We are so far back.
Oh no. You know what? This is a good catch up. Let's fucking run.
Okay, guys. Last time on First Fathom.
Yeah. Wait, when it was like the 1800s and you were dating someone, what was the pet names you used? If you had any.
Oh, honey.
Or none.
Oh, honey.
Do you not do
Instead of-
any?
Instead of oh bitch, it was oh birch. Like birch, like birch tree.
So you didn't have any pet names at all?
Oh. Oh god, what else was there? My little blueberry.
You
was
did
one.
not use that.
Yeah.
No.
When you were in the West, with my little huckleberry, that's where that came from.
Right.
What else? Oh, change my wagon wheel. That meant go fuck.
What?
Yeah.
That's
Oh, you
not...
wanna go change the wagon wheel?
Okay, I'll use that.
You wanna go spin my wagon wheel?
Alright. Hell yeah.
Oh, I'd like to bridle his horse.
Okay.
That would be okay if a man had a big penis.
Move, Max.
Oh, I thought we were like all the way back.
Same, it's not that bad.
Too. Charlotte called ahead.
Hi.
Such a sweet woman.
Let me
isn't
in.
she?
Let me in, sweetie. We know this bit. Come
You
on.
Poor
Hey.
things.
Thank
Car
you.
giving you trouble on a night like this?
Yes, babe.
Come in.
Thank
come
you,
in.
thank
You
you.
must be exhausted.
Thank you, I am.
We
How use your toilet?
are.
Are you too
Yeah,
hungry?
he needs to go wag the
You
wheel.
look like you haven't eaten.
I need to drain the main
No,
vein.
we're okay, actually. Thank
Wonder
you.
if you can skip. I don't think so.
I'm Miss Julia, by the way. I don't think
Oh my
Charlotte
god,
mentioned.
this is what if Julia.
Aw, Julia,
is-
hello.
Has
Yes.
white hair.
Tessa, what a lovely name.
Thank you.
You're going to feel right at home here.
Thank you.
my
I'm here
dear.
as well, sweetie.
Your house is beautiful. How
How
much
much
for a room?
do we owe you for the room?
Depends on how long you'll be staying.
Oh,
Only one night. Your
Oh.
friend Bill said he can fix the car in the morning.
oh.
For the night, it's 95. Breakfast
Did you
included,
just-
of course. But don't you
Girl.
worry about that now, sweetheart. We'll square away payment in the morning.
I love the way Americans say it. We'll go ahead and square that away.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Do you have Apple
We'll
Pay?
go ahead and square dance that away on
We'll
your
square it
American Express
away.
credit
Okay, can I
card.
pee? Thanks, sweetie. Oh, hurry up
My
with it.
husband needs to
Do
go
you
piss.
run this place by yourself?
Oh, not all
Oh,
this.
heavens no. Could you imagine me here all alone? I've got a few hired hands. Folks from the
Oh my
church
God,
also check in.
She's hiding the okay. She's like, you don't have a torch. I stood on it. Can we get a,
Nasty.
go, where are
Sorry.
you going?
Could we
I do.
get to our room, please?
What is she doing?
We're both really tired.
Oh,
How are
of
you?
course you are. Okay, now have a seat, sweetheart. Make
Can I
yourself
piss?
comfortable.
I have to pee.
I'll go check on your room.
Oh, this lady knows how to spin a yarn.
Excuse me. Is there a restroom I could use?
Yeah, it's in the back by the kitchen.
I'm gonna go
I
wee.
appreciate it.
How do I use the phone?
Shift, I think. Okay. I'm ready. Mimi, you excited? Hey, girl. Thank you. Girl, where are you? Girl, Tessa, Gran. Oh my god. Gran? Text and aim skills? Yep. Hi, I done. Hi, Mimi. Gran? Oh my god, that's so scary. Gran. Gran, you're scaring me. Get back. Stop. Shut up. Oh no, Grant's scaring me. I hate it. Hi, Gravy. Get inside!
Oh my god. Carla? Carla?
Where were you?
Carla? Carla, I was with you, but I wasn't with you.
What do you
You
mean?
were like talking to me.
Girl.
No, this game is like different playthroughs.
Come
No,
on.
because there's a guy.
Oh, she's
who
coming,
runs
she's coming.
out.
She's coming.
No, this one, she's not even listening to me.
Sorry to keep you waiting,
There-
my dears.
There
Your
was a man
room's
who ran out, so I
all
followed
ready now.
him, and then
And
you
I
were
think you're
outside, and I was
going
like,
to love
I
it.
thought you went to
I
pee.
went ahead and
You
put
were like,
you in
oh
our
no, I just
majestic
went to go get
suite.
rid of this bottle. Which, by the way, where did you get a
But
bottle?
before I take you
Were you
up,
douching?
I'd love to show you the
And
parsonage.
Then I was like talking
Grand
to you, and then you
tour, if you
texted me.
will.
Oh,
It will give you a
what?
deeper
There's
respect
another
for this
you.
majestic house.
Oh,
great.
Actually,
So wait, this game
okay.
has different playthroughs every time? Because I didn't see
Apparently.
that last time. Wait, what if that's the twist? What if they take us and like copy us? And they're like, that's the twist. What if you are a copy already? What if you're the copy?
Girl, focus up. Miss Julia wants to
I'm
show us her
trying.
pussy.
This is our Parsons study. Everything here belonged to someone who lived, worked, or prayed under our roof. These books were collected over generations.
Julia, we really gotta sleep.
Most of them are out of print.
Hey, what if Julia shut up and took us to the room?
We got history older than anything, my dears. Feel free to browse the shelves if you'd like a good read.
Thanks. Maybe she wants us to browse the shelves.
This place is old, and that includes the pipes. Best not to drink from the taps. The water cooler's safe.
Lots of meat in
Well
there.
then, pardon me.
All right,
It's
thank
time to
you.
get you two settled.
They may be out of print, but
This
she ain't
way.
out of date.
Oh,
All right,
gosh,
thank
cut
you.
Right on you, babe.
Babe,
Oh,
I'm
and
so
this one
tired.
stays closed. It's staff only down there.
Yeah, I've been down there, babe. Awful. Which you're gonna go
Wait,
down and
have
see.
you?
Yeah, you can go have a look.
Wait, really? Carla, I don't like when you lie to me.
No, that's where I came out of when I went down.
Oh, for the towels.
Mm-hmm.
Where did she go?
You go at she's up a bit by our room, I think.
Oh, I see her. I just saw her foot.
Okay.
Carla, I mean, Marcus, are you okay, babe? Is that suitcase too heavy?
It's okay, babe. I'm strong and sexy.
You're a strong man.
This is our majestic suite. I hope it's to your liking. The heat's already
Hi,
set to
Shay.
a comfortable temperature.
You know what
so
I should do?
shouldn't
Because we
feel
have
a
to repeat
chill
this part.
tonight.
I'm gonna let the
staff
man
put
in this
extra
time.
effort this
There's a man who
evening to
knocks on the
prepare for your
door.
arrival, so
I'm
I
gonna let
hope
him in, see what
everything
happens.
meets your
Okay.
expectations.
And then we're gonna change the wagon wheel.
Oh, and if you need anything at all,
Yes.
press 0 on the telephone. Though we
Dylan,
ask
some of the
orders to
meds.
reserve
The
late
bigger
night calls
tablet
for
we didn't have luck
emergencies
with.
only.
Because it's so bitter. It's like a human pill.
Happy birthday.
But the other stuff we have. Poor little Mimi.
After the day we've had.
Of course, sweetheart. Well then, my dears, I'll leave you two to it. Make yourselves at home.
Ew.
Keeps coughing on you.
Oh, and let's behave ourselves.
Julia,
wait a
you know I'm about to
minute.
hit.
I didn't notice any rings, so we've made sure there are
There's a ring
separate
on my
beds
penis.
for each of you. Folks at
I'll
Old
show you
Scratch
where his
Temple
ring
like
is.
to make sure people keep themselves pure.
Ah!
I'm sure you understand.
Oh, if you
Understood.
think that we're not
No
gonna push
respect
these
for
beds together and peg, old lady, you
Well,
are out of your
good
mind.
then.
Real.
Oh, sorry. Do you mind if we get the room key?
Oh, sweetie. I'm afraid a house this old doesn't have keys for each room.
What a weird.
Just so you know, the
Ew.
door locks itself. But if
Why?
you both get locked out, we'd need to come by with the
What is it,
skeleton
sweetie?
key. We do charge $20 for the trip.
20?
Happens more than you'd think. So I
That's-
figured I'd mention the charge.
20 for what?
I mean, it's fine.
For
Yeah,
what?
We're just crashing for
The,
a
the
few
key.
That reminds me. Before you two turn in,
There you
would
go.
one of you be so kind to step
Oh,
downstairs
that's
and sign
why.
the guest book? Everyone has to. It's a tradition, you know. You kids don't seem like the kind who would break a fine old tradition.
Here, I'm trying to kill her. Oh!
All right, let's wait
Oh
for the
my
knock.
God. I was trying to kill her, and I don't know what just happened. Why? This game is scaring me more today.
Sign the guest book, or else.
I would love to. Why did you sound like you were like a Harry Potter ghost or something?
Did I?
Sign the guest book or else.
Maybe I am.
I think.
Well, you're
I
canceled.
think I need a bath. I feel disgusting after that hike.
Yeah. I'll go after you.
Here you go. I'll go get the towel.
Okay, I'm gonna go let the strange man in.
Hmm.
I ran the hot water for the bath.
Dad texted me.
Until the water was done filling before I got in. I continued to wait. I got in the bath. I scrubbed myself.
You scrubbing?
I'm scrubbing.
Scrub that hole, babe. That's my dessert.
Okay. I would like a ring. I would like your ring. I would like a clean shapen ring. I would like a big booty butthole that I can walk and talk about it. And when the day is here, God forgive me that I could ever doubt it.
I'll see if she thinks I'm not here.
This man is testing me. Help me, help me. I need you to tell me, baby. Where the hell is my market?
Not the asshole. She sent me an arts.
Where the hell is my husband? What is taking him so long to find these people, baby?
Marcus is dead.
Hi, sorry to bother you, ma'am. My girlfriend's in the bathroom and there doesn't seem to be any towels in there.
I can't believe
so-
there's actually a towel in the bathroom.
Bobby
You
must
naughty
have
boy.
forgotten again. That
Ping
boy.
Ping
Friend.
Chicken Wing has
I was
gifted a
wondering
sub
if
to
someone could bring
Granny.
some up.
Thanks to
Oh.
at Ping Ping Chicken Wing for my
The
sub
staff
gift.
called it a night, I'm afraid. They've had a long night already, my dear. I'd hate to wake them for anything short of an emergency.
Right, I understand, but
And a missing towel wouldn't qualify, I'm afraid.
I understand, but my girlfriend's already in the bath.
If it's something you need right now, you'll have to help yourself.
That's crazy, Granny. Thank you
All
for
the laundry for the
49.
parsonage and church is kept in the basement of the temple, just out back.
The church?
The church.
Yes, if you head out through the back door to the church and go down to the basement, you'll find clean towels folded on the rack. That's where all the laundry is done. Well
All right,
then,
baby, I'm
if you'll
leaving.
excuse me, it's getting late.
Bye. I'm gonna send you a pic.
Good night.
Okay, send me a pic. Are you gonna open the door as well?
Now?
No, like when the thing happens?
Oh yeah, I wanna see what happened.
Ooh,
Should I?
can you hear me?
Yeah?
Why not?
I gotta go downstairs to grab towels. I'll be right back.
Right now?
It sounds like you don't want me to.
She said everyone's asleep. It's the only option.
Just don't worry about it. I'll air dry.
You had
It's
a
fine, I got
you had
it.
a
Just give me 2
tone.
minutes.
about it.
Please be safe.
Hello?
Alright, I'm leaving.
Okay, bye.
Bye, baby. I'm scared.
Yeah, don't look fine. Where's don't fine. Yeah.
What'd you say?
My rubber ducky. Yeah.
Okay.
This rubber ducky's hole is tighter than yours.
That's crazy. Okay. I wonder if I can... Oh, I can't leave through this? Where do I leave? Is there a back door? That's what she said. Is that door I'm going through? Oh, Gran left the fridge open. Okay. my god, Dad's texting me. Okay. Oh no, Pudge. I somehow did that with my freezer. Even though, like, I didn't leave it open, but... Yeah, the red light's crazy. Imagine their bill. Is that Philips Hue? Or Nanoleaf? Oh, I didn't get to bring a flashlight. Fuck. Oh, Pudge, huge. Lauren, I'm scared. Oh, here's a flashlight. Hi, Laura. Hi, Lauren. Why can't I leave? I'm scared. CD, I'm scared. Oh, you can hear him talking. What do I do? She needs me. She's sicky still. But she's cute. Oh, yeah. That sucks. She needs me. Little baby. Little baby girl. Laura. Now, I was like... I was just so dumbfounded. Do I still... Oh, text Tessa. Alright, well I know what happens. So jump scare warning. Miss Pussy Girl.
Hello?
I know, I really don't want to jump.
Anybody there?
Okay, jump scare coming up at this door, guys. It's really loud, so I might turn it down. I hate this. I hate this so much. Oh, okay, not this door. Next door.
What the? Anybody there?
Oh, okay. I'm scared. Okay, the next door. I hate that I know that it's coming up and I'm still scared. I hate this. I hate this so much. It's worse. Okay, cool. Thank you.
The hell were you doing down there?
What was I doing down there? Maybe fix your doors before blaming me.
Yeah,
I was
speak on
stuck
that.
getting the towels. Had to make my way out, okay?
Don't look at me like that. I'm scared. that loser still there? He was last time. Oh no. Oh girl. What happened?
Carla, it was so creepy. I let him in. And you know what he did?
What?
He said, it'll only take a second. He goes into the bathroom, closes the door, and he's in there for like 30 seconds. And then he leaves. Doesn't say anything. I go into the bathroom, and I'm looking around. There's no towels. He didn't leave a towel. I'm like, what did he do? I go to the window. He unlocked the window and then left.
Are you sure it wasn't already unlocked?
No, I checked because before I took the bath, I unlocked the window to see if I could open it, and then I locked it again. And he unlocked the window. He was planning to. Girl, we were being set up.
Did you
I don't
lock it
think he
again?
even worked here. I did. It's locked. And you know what else? Look out the window. Look.
Boo.
Graveyard.
Who's there?
A guy came
It's
up
a
here while you were
graveyard.
gone.
And you know what's in there?
Who
A lot
came
of
up?
graves.
I don't know.
gotta be
One of the
careful.
workers.
I agree.
or
I had to walk
something.
past that.
And he just
Look at I'm coughing.
kept knocking.
Why is she
Am I
coughing?
Did
poisoned?
you open the door?
Because that old lady's coughing.
Yeah, I did. Because I thought Julia sent him here or something. But he
This is news
actually
blinds.
didn't have towels.
Yeah, this is new.
What?
It was fucking weird, Boo. Miss Julia said that everyone was
Yeah.
asleep.
Oh man,
What?
I forgot to sign the guest book she asked for.
She said it's by the entrance, right?
Yeah, on her desk.
Okay. I'll go sign it real quick.
Okay, go sign it,
I gotta
baby.
grab some water too. I think my throat's
Okay.
acting up.
I'm gonna
You
go.
catching a cold again? I can go get it.
No, it's.
What if you
okay,
went and
I
got
just
it?
Need some
Nah,
water.
sorry.
I'll go. You just got out of the bath.
Marcus, just.
I gotta
freshen
wash
up.
my balls.
You sure?
Thanks, sweetie.
Okay, my baby.
Wait, are you actually taking a bath?
Yeah, I gotta wash.
Get in. Oh, can you not get in until I leave?
Yeah, it says the door was wide open, which is crazy.
Oh,
Because you've seen my
God.
crack. What, Sally? Shouldn't we wash our balls? You're gonna sit here and tell me I'm wrong? No, I'm kidding. No. I'm waiting. Girl,
Get in.
it says the door was wide open.
Like, it's not why. It's barely open.
Girl, I can see the
It's
whole
it's
vase
cracked.
collection. Go sign the guest book. I can't take a bath until you're out of here.
Oh, okay, yeah. I
Bye,
need to-
sweetie.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child!
Shave my
Laking's
bush.
Lather 88
Wash your
just
nuts and crack,
subscribed.
girl. Girl. Let's see if she opens it. Damn, I think she's gone. Oh my god. Okay, resubs.
Thank you for the sub.
Thank you guys.
Put your
Mecca
ass
is
away,
at
child.
11 a.m. Sydney, yes.
Chili Scrambled
Thank you
Eggs
for 18
just
and
subscribed.
34, guys.
Oh, you shaved a bush.
You shaved your bush? How are you guys? Thank you. I'm very excited. So we have this for another 2.5, which we'll probably finish it before then. And then yeah, we have Mecca, which I'm very excited for. And Mimi's excited for it as well. Very excited. Hi, sweet. Hello? Oh. I'm washing my balls. She's okay, Prom. She's still very sick, but she's cuddling and she did eat something last night, which was very exciting. Jeffy baby, how are you? Sully!
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Bath hype train.
Sully Shadari just subscribed.
Thank you. T2 as well. Thank you, doll. That's really lovely. Thank you for the resubs, guys. That's very nice. Thank you. Thank you so much. I've lost my voice. Oh, little squeaky Jeffy. That's kind of cute. I hope you feel better. Poor thing. Little squeakies. You like the little squeak toy in Toy Story. Mimi's on my lap. But I was very happy she did eat last night. That was really exciting. But I'll probably take a break at 11. Like just before Mecca. And see if I can get her eye stuff in. Mimi always eats down. Sully, was that a new tier 2? Excuse? Because I feel like it is, but maybe I'm a sock. That is so generous. Sully, I'm glad I asked. I was like, something doesn't feel right. Because it doesn't tell me sometimes. Thank you so much. What the hell? That's so lovely. I appreciate you. Huge. I'm in this bath. I think I have to wait for Tessa, which is good because we can chat. We can have a little yap time. A little yap moment. Hi, honey. Got a baby on my lap. Thank you guys. That's really lovely. I'm so excited for Mecca. I'm excited to see what Granny does. I'm gonna do the floor thing in the Candyland. Also, I kind of like hunting now on Mecca.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away,
What's
child.
going on? That's so nice.
Shavakuta just subscribed.
Thank you. You shaved your bush? Thank you for the brand new sub. That's really kind. Thank you, guys. I love how my content right now is just waiting for Granny and I'm in a bath. My balls out. Thank you so much. That's so cool. Oh, her face when I scratch her forehead. So, oh, she's lovely. Oh, Granny's game crashed. Oh, girl.
God, my game I was like walking through a doorway and it just like it just went all staticky and the game crashed.
Oh no.
Hopefully we don't have to do that whole thing again.
Girl, I think we do.
Are you kidding me?
I don't think we made it to a checkpoint.
Please tell me signing the guest book was a checklist.
Girl, I think
checkpoint.
Girl, I think we have to just like
Speed run.
I was trying to have a bath. I hate that you can't
so
skip.
sorry.
Let me see. Let me Google. Can
there a way to
you
skip?
dialogue scratch creep?
Oh, apparently if you don't walk into the kitchen and get the water that I had to get, I leaned through the window and got it because I didn't want to go into the kitchen.
Oh, so that broke the game?
Apparently, if you do that and then walk away, it breaks the game.
Oh.
How strange.
I was washing my balls.
Do you
Mhm.
often wonder how it would be to wash balls?
Yes, I wonder a lot of things. I wonder how I'd feel sitting down. I wonder how I'd feel riding a bike.
Or like just the general weight? That's curious
Yes.
to me too. Just having the weight
Mm.
of
I
that
wonder.
elephant creature.
Yes, I agree. Because I'd have an abnormally large sack, I think.
I think would.
I think it would be really big.
I
No,
think everyone
thank
would
you
be so proud
guys,
of
you
the
cuties.
shelter.
I appreciate it. Speed run,
Wait,
guys,
we've
speed
done
run.
this 3 times.
I know, this is ridiculous. I was just finally getting my bath.
Oh, he's finally getting me bath.
Me bath time.
Don't worry, we'll speed run through this. I'm going to let the man in again, and I'm gonna lock the window.
Okay. Ah,
Oh, can you take this torch, by the way? Oh no, you can't, because you're already carrying something.
I'm carrying something for my boo.
For my boo bear.
There you are.
There you are, Julia. Stop.
Was expecting you to.
Laura.
Charlotte called ahead. Such a
Ow,
sweet
Henry.
Charlotte.
woman, isn't she?
Let me get in.
You poor things.
Thank
Car giving you trouble
Yep,
on
let
a
me
night
in.
like this?
Let me in.
Come in, come in. You must be exhausted.
Thank you, I gotta pee.
Mercy. Now, are you too hungry?
No, I want to
You
go
look like
upstairs.
you haven't eaten.
I gotta
No,
pee.
we're
My
okay,
husband needs to wash his balls,
actually.
please.
Thank you.
They're really smelly.
I'm
You
Miss
were.
Julia, by
Sorry.
the way. I don't think Charlotte mentioned.
Not you going ill.
This is
They're really smelly.
Yeah, but in a good way.
Tessa,
You love
what
my
a
musk.
lovely name.
Oh
You're
my
going to feel
God.
right at home here,
Granny's
my
game
dear.
crash leggies.
Do you run this place by yourself?
Oh, heavens, no. Could you imagine me here all alone? I've got a few
I did do the
hired
jump scare
hands.
again.
Folks from the church
This chapter a
also
third
check
time.
in.
I know it's so boring.
This house is.
I just want to shave my
Beautiful.
sack in the bath.
You must be a busy landlady.
Oh, bless your heart. She is marvelous, isn't she? Old homes like this
Isn't
care
bless
for
your
you
heart like an
if you care
insult?
for them. And
I don't
please,
know, but I don't
I'm
like
an
her.
innkeeper, dear.
Okay, come on, I gotta
Landlady
pee.
is just so crude.
Oh, girl, grow up.
This
I think she's
used to be
grown
a
up as much as she
parsonage for the
can.
pastor and his
I don't know,
family
she needs
who
more.
Preached at the old scratch temple behind the house.
She burned more
After
time
they
in
moved
the
out,
oven.
the congregation
have to
decided
pee.
to turn it into a bed and breakfast to help the church coffers.
Okay,
Chose
thank
me
you.
to run it.
That's a good
Keeps
story.
roof over my head and
Tell it again a
helps
fourth
the old
time.
temple at the same time. You'll
Me,
hear
when I told
most
everyone
of
on
the
my 13
locals
hour stream
talk
that I got
about
lemon
the
juice in
temple,
my eyes.
but mind you, there are two here in our little town.
People were
Some of
complaining.
the
They were like, if
younger
I hear the
folks
story one
went
more
away
time, I'm
and
like,
started
but the
new
people need to
scratch
know.
temple up
No,
the
I
hill.
agree.
But we don't worship the same as the young.
I don't care. I really don't.
They call it progress, but I call it
That's how you sound.
forgetting the better ways.
All right, thank you.
So what's the difference?
Tessa, why are you asking
between
these questions?
Old Scratch Temple and
I don't
the
know.
new
I-
church?
I'm just a curious
Well,
gal.
it's hard to say. The youngins are awfully impressionable, and I think gossip and cruel tongues got into their minds. They let non-believers twist their minds away from the true path. The
Aaron, watch
elders and
stream.
younger folks started
Yep.
trading harsh words.
Yeah.
They didn't like
Thanks,
being
doll.
associated with some of our more traditional beliefs.
Wow, that's so
Thought
cool.
They could
Do you have a
start
room?
better church.
How much do we owe you for the room?
Oh God! If you just say ask for the room price, then it skips all the dialogue.
Your friend Bill said he can
I
fix
saw.
it tomorrow morning.
For the night, it's 95. Breakfast included, of course. But don't you worry about that now, sweetheart. We'll
Let me know when I
square
can
it
pee.
in
Let me know when I can pee.
Sorry, could we get to our room, please?
Sorry, can you shut the fuck up?
Oh, of course you are. Must have been a long night. I forget myself sometimes.
Crash, I'm not sure.
You love to chat. Okay, now have a seat, sweetheart. Make yourself comfortable.
I have to
I'll
wee.
check on your room and be
Can I
ready.
sit?
Excuse me. Is there a restroom I could use?
Yeah, it's in the back by the kitchen.
I appreciate it.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's Washington. Wait, yeah, that's right. Hi, Izzy. How are you? Sorry about this, guys. That's right. We can just pee for a third time together.
Heard they're toasty. Another one? That's the
Hey, loser. All right, babe.
Oh, wow, did you wash your hands?
Yeah, babe.
I hope you did it.
Oh, no. Oh, hi, sir.
You went so quick. This guy normally goes past me first.
That's so funny. Oh, here she comes. Take your time.
Oh my God, where is she?
Sorry to keep you waiting, my dears. Your room's all ready now, and I think you're going to love it.
Well, I hope so,
went
babe.
ahead and put you in our majestic suite.
Majestic suite.
But before I
Oh
take
my
you
God.
out, I'd love to show you the parsonage. The
Oh, I
grand
forgot there's
tour,
a
if you
tour.
will. It will give you a deeper respect for this
I go through
majestic
hell,
house.
too.
I love
Actually-
to tour.
I go through hell.
Okay.
Girl, stand up.
This is our parson's study. Everything here belonged to someone who lived, worked, or prayed under our roof. These books were collected
Riff!
over
Did you hear how she said that?
What a
Just
crazy
like-
bitch.
out of print.
What? She's crazy.
We got history older than anything, my dears.
We got history older than anything under this roof. Get squared away. Place your heart. I got the soul of a Walmart and the body of an Applebee. I am America.
Maybe they added the game in there for when you have to restart a chapter.
This place is old, and that includes the pipes. Best
Yeah,
not
my
to drink
pipes
from
are
the
old
taps.
too.
The water cooler's safe. Well then, pardon me. It's time to get
Yeah, I've
you
been
two
wanting to be settled for 20 minutes, Miss Julia.
This way.
Yeah, keep coughing on me.
Bitch. Okay, maybe she's infecting me because
Oh, and this
I-
one
I
stays
coughed.
closed. It's
Okay, thank
staff
you.
only down there.
do you think we can beat her up there?
Yeah.
Do you think we can beat her up?
Race you.
We're running faster.
Race you up there.
I'm winning. I'm winning.
I'm winning, you old hag.
I'm winning.
Get out, loser.
Get out.
Nice of you to finally join us. Punch. Basically.
This is our majestic suite. I hope it's to your liking. The heat's already set to a comfortable temperature, so you shouldn't feel a chill
Great, thank you. I'm
tonight.
so tired.
The staff put in extra effort this evening to prepare for your arrival, so I hope everything meets your
On this
expectations.
episode of Kitchen Frights, we fly over to
Oh,
Cincinnati, Ohio.
and if you need
where an
anything
old
at
couple
all,
has begun
press
to notice
0
that
on the
customers are
telephone.
starting to
Though
complain
we
about the
ask
quality of
boarders
food.
to reserve late night
Okay,
calls
this
for
kitchen has broken
emergencies
every health
only.
code in the book.
I don't say anything wrong with it.
There's a rat
Thanks.
in this
This
sandwich.
means a lot after the day we've had.
Of
No, there
course,
isn't.
sweetheart.
Yes, there is.
Well then,
it's
my
right here,
dears, I'll
clear as
leave
day.
you two to
You
it.
do
Make
not
yourselves
know
at home.
what you are talking about.
You're feeding people
Can you stop
rats.
coughing?
That's
Girl.
crazy, man. You're
Coughing.
insane.
Oh, and let's behave ourselves tonight, all right?
Yes.
I didn't notice any rings, so
She's just gonna
we've
give me
made
a
sure
blowy.
there are separate beds.
No,
for each
we're
of you.
gonna.
Folks at Old Scratch Temple like to make sure people keep themselves.
Oh, I keep
pure.
myself pure. Pure in that.
I'm sure you understand.
Yeah, you hear that?
Understood. We'll respect your house rules, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, good then.
Oh, sorry. Do you mind if we get the room key?
Oh, sweetie. I'm
Grand
afraid a
look.
house this old doesn't have heat
What is
in
it?
this room.
Oh my God, you can sit.
No, the
Check
door
this out.
locks itself. But if you both
Get locked out. We need to come by.
Yada,
the
yada,
second
yada.
floor. We do charge
God would want
$20
us to peg. Exactly.
Happens
Sorry,
more
Mimi.
than you think.
Can I sit on you? No.
Sit on me, baby. All right,
I
thank
mean,
you.
It's fine. Yeah, we're just crashing for a few hours.
That reminds me.
Oh.
Before you two turn in, would one of you
Hi,
be
Girl,
so
if you
Driver.
don't
kind
leave.
to step downstairs and sign the guest book? Everyone has to. It's a tradition, you know. You kids don't seem like
Girl,
the
if
kind
you
who would
don't
break
leave-
a fine old tradition.
Thank you.
Oh, God, finally.
All right, get in the bath.
Okay, I think now, can I get in the bath now?
Okay. We need to sign this stupid guest book. This stupid guest book.
I think I need a bath. I feel disgusting after that.
Yeah, you smell disgusting.
Yeah. I'll go after you.
I'm pre-calling. You can't? Peep joke.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hi, sorry to bother you, ma'am. My, girlfriend's in the bathroom and there doesn't seem to be any towels in there, so...
I see. Bobby must have forgotten again. That boy.
I was wondering if someone could bring some up?
Oh,
Baby's on my lap.
the staff's called it a night, I'm afraid. They've had a long night already, my dear. I'd hate to wake them for anything short of an emergency.
Right, I understand, but...
And a missing towel wouldn't qualify, I'm afraid.
I'm afraid. Hi, Wheezy. How are you? We had to restart
I
this
understand,
chapter.
but my girlfriend's already in the bath.
If it's something you need right now, you'll
Boo?
have to help yourself. All the
Sweetie?
lines for the parsonage and church will
Don't
be
yell
in
at
the
me.
basement of the temple, just out back.
The church?
Sweetie?
Yes, if you head out through the back door to the
Baby?
church and go down to the basement, you'll
What's
find
wrong?
clean towels folded on the rack. That's
I love
where all the
you.
laundry is done. Love you too.
What the fuck?
I'm trying to relax. Good night. You got my towel?
Ooh, can you hear me?
Yeah?
I gotta go downstairs to grab towels. I'll be right back.
Right now?
I have to go to the basement again.
She said everyone's asleep. It's the only option.
Just don't worry about it. I'll air dry.
It's fine, I got it. Just give me 2 minutes.
Please be safe.
Alright, guys. Third time's the charm. Let's go. Let's go. Third time's the charm. How are we doing tonight? Little intermission again. I really hope we can just make it to the checkpoint. We're so close. We just needed to sign the guest book. Hi, Mimi. Thanks for sitting on my lap this morning. Shay. Oh god. This is crazy. Although I guess it's a good thing in a way that I'm getting like stuff that I'm aware of, because once the new content comes, I'm going to be shitting my pants again. Yeah, he did. That's actually crazy. You're right. He did. Lucky, lucky. Hello? Mimi, we're going back around. Text Tessa, come on. There we go. I know Mimi's here for emotional support until I scream and she jumps off me. Therefore, I will not scream. Okay, tunnel time, guys. Tunnel time for the third time. Tunnel call. I'll give you a heads up when
Hello?
the jump scare happens. There's a girl that goes through tunnels
Anybody
on TikTok.
there?
Guys, please tell me someone is on the "You'll never take me to Bangladesh, you'll never roast me sausage on an open flame." Please tell me someone knows what I'm talking about. That is my favorite thing on TikTok at the moment. Yeah, Shay. I am obsessed with it.
What the?
My whole For You page is just like different versions of it.
Anybody there?
Thank you, Lauren. Oh, Henry, what the hell? Okay, jump scare coming up, guys. Behind this door. Very loud. Hey.
The hell were you doing down there?
What was I doing down there? Maybe fix your doors before blaming me. I was stuck getting the towels. Had to make my way out, okay?
Yeah, that's right. You'll never take me to Bangladesh. What that neck do? I know, Abby, every time. Hey, baby.
There's my pickle baby.
Hi, honey. I'm gonna go,
Oh yeah, you know
yeah?
what? I tested it again. He definitely unlocks the window.
Really? And you
Are
locked
you
it?
okay?
Yeah.
Sure did.
That's crazy. What the hell? Where he switched all the yes, yes, yes.
Who came up?
I don't know, one of the workers or something?
So good. I was laughing in bed
And he
last
just-
night.
He just kept knocking.
Did you open the door?
Yeah,
Yeah,
wash your hands, babe.
I did, because I thought Julia sent him here or something. But he actually didn't have towels.
What?
It was fucking weird, Boo.
Oh my
Miss
God.
Julia said that
What the
everyone needs to
hell?
sleep.
Oh,
Hey.
What?
I forgot to sign the guest book she asked for.
She said it's by the entrance.
All right. Third
right?
time's the charm,
Yeah, on the
Gran.
desk.
Lock in.
Girl,
Okay,
please.
okay. I'll go sign it real quick. I gotta grab some water too.
You catching a cold again? I can go get it.
No, okay, I just need some water.
I'll go. You just gotta
I'll
bath.
go.
No, just freshen up.
Are you sure? Okay, my baby.
Getting water. Wait, let me see. You meet her little like toots. Did Miss No, don't, you're so sexy. Oh, cow game, true. Yes. Need more auto clicks. Did she kiss Miss Julia and get mono is crazy. Foxy, I'm good, doll. How are you? Granny got a jump scare? What was it? Oh, they're sharing the jump scares. She's okay. She's been on my lap for about an hour now. Wait, what was the jump scare? We'll try her meds again today. What was it? Jeffy. You know what's funny? It's like I've gone through that jump scare, and then now I know that I'm next. I'll say like a little yes. It's very early days, but she ate last night, which is great, and she seems to be in okay spirits. So yeah, her eye's not very ideal though. We'll put more meds. We'll get her meds sorted. Oh no. Tessa? Ew. Oh, it is her. How do I get out of here? Thanks, Foxy. I'm very excited. Oh, space. I'm very excited for her to be back to her normal self because I feel so terrible. Thank you. I didn't know a spacebar.
Oh, you're unmuted in Discord.
Oh, sorry.
That jump scare I got was horrifying.
You were gone a while.
Uh-oh.
Miss Julia stopped me
That
downstairs.
stupid old lady.
She knew you went into the basement, Marcus. Someone saw you coming up.
Okay.
She told me to.
Okay? That's all you have to say.
Sorry. Yeah, the exhale. Yep, there it is.
What do you want me to say?
All they do is just exhale.
Why? Because
There
I
we
stood
go.
there and covered for you, and I don't even know what I'm covering for.
There was a tunnel, okay? This one was connected to the church basement. I got locked in there and ended up coming back through the wrong side.
A tunnel? Between the church and this house. But why?
Girl,
I don't know. I didn't build it. It's an old building.
I didn't
These
build it. It's
places have-
crazy.
How did you even get locked in there in the first place?
I don't know. The basement door just locked behind me on the way up. I didn't even hear it.
That's fucking weird. And what's also weird is you didn't think to tell me any
Girl,
of this.
not the time.
Okay. I just Didn't want to freak you out for no reason, alright?
You keep doing that.
What?
Stop making decisions for the two of us.
Are you serious right now? What did you want me to do, Tess? Come back up here and tell you about a secret tunnel so you could lose it? With no car?
Yeah.
You've already been on the edge for no reason this whole time. Maybe stop reading into things and just let me handle it tonight.
Oh,
Can you close the door, baby?
I tried.
Sure.
It won't close.
You handle it.
Never
Hey,
mind, it does.
come on now.
I'm going to bed.
All they do is sigh. I can't.
I know there's a
Good night, sweetie.
night.
Who's gonna get woken up first?
Okay. Alright.
Oh, did I just throw my torch?
I love you, babe.
Yeah.
Good night.
Say I love you back.
No, you get a cough
You
instead.
okay?
Oh, not even I love you. We're gonna be woken up in the middle of the night. Oh, this might be the new chapter. Great, what is this? Say I love you back. Girl, you'll never take me to Bangladesh. You never roast me sausage on an open flame. Never poison my mojito. Never. I don't know the rest of it. I'm still asleep. What the hell? Come as you are. You never anoint me with oil, never write me a novel. You never poison the mojitos of my enemies. Foxy, hello. Hi, Nick. Hi, Mimi. What am I doing here? Oh, it's different, really. Pudge, I can't wait for you to get on this TikTok. I'm sorry, Magoosey. I have no idea what's going on. Hi, Cotton. This is weird. I'm good, doll. I'm so excited for Mecca. Wait, what does Gran have? Gran. Sorry, Mimi. Gotta get up.
sure.
Safe? Is it safe?
I'm knocking. Dorothy, it's time for game.
Open the door. Boo, I need to tell you something.
We need to go. Right now.
What?
Get out. Go, go, go.
Go, then go. Oh, I have to run. Oh God, let's go. Let's go, girl. Come on. Let's move. Come on.
Oh! He's here.
What the fuck is that?
Oh my God. Oh.
We need to go.
So where do we go?
Right
Where do we
now.
go? Do we go out the back?
Get out.
Go out the back.
Go, go,
through the
go.
kitchen.
Yeah, go through the kitchen.
Kitchen, kitchen, kitchen. Right.
Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. Oh God, oh God.
Right. Then left.
Oh God.
Hey, loser. Come and get me, pussy. Come and get. Run! Run! But is the basement unlocked? Oh, a weapon.
We need to go.
We can get a weapon.
Right now.
What? Secret tunnel.
Get
Let's
out.
see if there's
Go,
a,
go,
let's see if
go.
there's a knife in the kitchen.
Oh yeah. Well, also the basement door open.
Oh, the basement door open?
The basement.
Okay, let's go basement.
Oh God, oh God. Ew,
Through here,
this is
through here.
nowhere.
Through here, yeah.
Oh.
Run. This way. Ah!
Marcus, I thought you knew the way. I thought you knew how to handle everything.
You calling me Marcus is so funny. I don't know why.
We need to
Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Right now.
Basement, basement. What?
Get out. Go, go, go.
Run, Boo, run.
They're all in on it.
Run, run, run. Run, secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
Go, Boo, go.
Okay, go, go, go.
Just keep going straight. Straight!
Knock? Why is it fucking locked? It's locked!
Maybe we can hide in the coffins.
We need to go. Right
Alright, let's
now.
go. What?
Get out. Go, go, go.
So,
Oh, yeah, hide in the coffin. Smart. I got
alright, run. Straight, straight, straight. And then go right. Can we hide? Can you go into the coffins? Oh.
That noise you made, please.
We need to go. Right
Alright,
now.
go. What?
Oh, I don't have my
Get out.
torch anymore.
Go, go, go.
I guess it dropped at the
Oh, there's one downstairs.
coffin. God. That's all looks me up high. That's all like gravy.
Can you shut the door behind?
They came this way.
Poking around down here.
You never take this.
Did you? Was that you?
What happened? Sorry. I wanted to test it.
That was in the game. I was like, huh?
We need to go.
Sorry.
Right now.
Sorry.
What?
Sorry, I wanted
Get
to
out.
test it
Go,
out.
go, go.
You couldn't resist.
Sorry.
Huh?
Come on, baby. They never catch me alive.
They came this way.
Poking around down here.
Behind you.
I need you to see what it looks like
Yeah,
when I'm in the coffin.
Wait, have a look. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You were not hidden at all.
No, we were not hidden.
So what now?
Do we go back into the house? Or do
Hello?
we... Oh, sorry. Do we go back into the house or do we... What do we do?
We can. Oh God. Well, they all went that way. I think I have a. If we go back into the house, I feel like we'll get. I feel like the game wants us to go to the church, right? For the final showdown or whatever.
Do we go
But we
to
should
the
try to go back in the house first. That would make sense.
house and then the church?
Yeah. Also, I don't have a torch anymore. It's just gone.
I agree.
What?
So maybe left and then we'll get our torches?
Okay. You lead the way, because I,
No, you
I
go.
have to lead the way down here.
You go.
God, I hate you.
No, you're fine. I had to do this
I hate
basement
you
3.
so-
Oh, girl. Someone.
Oh, shit.
Run! Oh, Tess. Oh, shut up.
I tried to pick up the chainsaw.
We need to go.
I tried to pick
Right
up the
now.
buzzsaw.
What?
Get out. Go, go, go.
Who are these losers?
Oh my god, these MFers. These gosh darn NFers.
The door. The door. We will get through this. The door.
We need to go.
Okay.
Right now.
Did you accidentally
What?
close the door?
Get out.
I don't know.
Go,
I couldn't
go.
get through the door.
Oh god.
Come and get me, loser.
They came this way.
Poking around down here.
Hey.
Hello?
Okay, so I think we go left and then we run up back to the house and then go
think
out
so.
the back door. So just run straight up from the stairs.
Girl.
Hi, Brandy. Okay, let's go. Get ready. Okay, run. Up the stairs. Out the door.
I don't know what it is. I can't see.
Brandy, how are you? Okay. Just follow me.
Okay. No, this is good. You should lead the way.
We need to go.
Okay.
Right now.
What?
Get out. Go, go, go.
Watch out for door.
They came this way.
Poking around down here.
Okay, I think it's that noise, little.
Right.
Swing.
Let's go.
All right, follow me, babe. Do we go out the front door or the side door?
Front.
Okay, so that means we just follow me, okay? I don't know where to go.
So dark. Keep going that way.
I'm running. I'm scared. Ah. I can't see anything. Oh.
Oh, thank God.
Do you like the house tour? I can take you to the first, second, third floor. I think that's a save, which is good. Girl.
Do we just keep going? Oh.
He has a Glock. He's got a Glock in his Rari.
What's the commotion? Said they bolted into the woods. Of course they did. Watching in the middle of the damn night.
Because those two boys of yours couldn't keep it straight.
Let 'em run. They won't get far.
Hope you are right. This could turn into a problem if we don't find them. Coming! Heard we already lost one earlier. Wandered in himself. One report might slide. Two?
It's Julia again.
I said I'm coming!
Ain't the first time. Likely won't be.
Oh shit, Billy boy! Oh. What do we do?
Our car doesn't work.
Do they have another car?
Should we steal that car?
Yes.
Its lights are on.
Sucky me. Sucky me, mommy. Yeah, come and get me. Ooh, okay. Oh, it's that guy. Okay.
Did you happen to see if you could interact with the door?
No. Maybe I should just run up and try.
Yeah.
Oh wait, it's that car. Oh, it's that truck. It's that truck.
Oh yeah, let's steal that one.
Oh. I said I'm coming!
Wait.
Ain't the first time.
Wish we could skip the dialogue bar.
I'll handle it.
I know, Shay, right?
We hide in the trailer.
Maybe we can wait for him to go back on the balcony. Where's he going? I need him to go around the back so I can go to the truck. Um, I don't think we open the truck. I think we go to the like pickup truck next to it. Maybe.
Oh, I thought the text said we decided to hide in the trailer.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't get that. Hi, Jess.
I think we just have to wait for him to be like really not looking the other way.
Oh, so your text said wait in the trailer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it opened.
Oh. I said I'm coming!
Come at me, pussy. Come at me, Slush. Oh, sorry. That was my bad. At least we can skip the dialogue of this one.
Girl, I moved like an inch.
Okay, I'll behave. I'll be patient.
Oh. I said I'm coming!
Ain't the first time. Likely won't be the last.
Oh, there it is. Didn't notice that before. Okay, so we have to wait for him to go to the car. Thoughts?
I feel like you have to wait, like, let's see what his patrol is, but it might be as soon as he faces towards to go past the trailer.
True, we just crouch towards it.
His back turned.
Oh, that's a good back turn. Okay, so he turns his back.
I think it's like, I think we would probably start moving like now, but...
Oh.
Oh. Probably here.
Hey. I know this isn't the right time. But I love you. God, I love you so much. million times. I really should have. I dragged you into this.
Not right now. I love you too.
Fuck!
Oh.
Get in here a second. What's the problem? She's asking for you. Get in here. Huh?
He's leaving.
What do we do?
Do we try the car?
Car?
Let's go. I shouldn't mean to do that.
Trailer's too heavy. Ah, fuck.
I meant to start it. I wanted to.
We have to disconnect the trailer.
The little fuck ass honk is so funny. Okay, we know how to do this now. The honk, I'm dead.
Disconnect the trailer.
Oh, we have to disconnect the trailer, you said? Yeah, we can go at the same time. That's so funny to me, thinking of like them trying to hunt us down. Like, we can't find them, and then you just hear a oh, that's so funny.
Oh. I said I'm coming!
First time. Likely won't be the last. I'll handle it.
Go on, Mike, here. I'm gonna double it. Hi, Leah. How are you doing? Okay, we're gonna go when he turns his back. Gonna dual wield, okay?
Yeah. Go!
Hey. I know this isn't the right time. But I love you. God, I love you so much. I should have said it a million times. I really should have. I dragged you into
I love you too.
Fuck!
Oh.
Get in here a second.
Girl.
Did you?
You gotta be a bit excited. The honk is so funny. I still can't get the honk bit out of my head.
Oh, I said I'm coming!
Ah, shit, I'm calm.
First time.
I think
It won't be the last.
Gran maybe
I'll
touched
handle
the door a bit early, I think. Get ready, babe. I think my dong was like hit the floor and alerted the criminals.
Go!
Hey. I know this isn't the right time. But I love you. God, I love you so much. I should have said it a million times. I really should have. I dragged you into this.
Not right now.
Fuck! Fuck! Get in here a second. What's the problem? She's asking for you. Get in here.
He's leaving.
You drive. I get the trailer.
Okay. Did you get the trailer?
Yes. Floor it, floor it, floor it!
Oh my god. There's someone behind me?
I don't know. Just keep flooring it.
Oh, oh!
You got this, babe. We barely made it back to the road before the car gave out again. We scared the people were going to follow us. We called the cops and were rescued to the station. What? Two officers went back to the area immediately. Didn't find anything incriminating, was all we heard back in the morning. They're in on it. At first, it drove me insane, but Tess insisted it was not worth pressing on, as nobody called us crazy. The sheriff actually seemed to kind of believe us, which managed to creep her out even more. As far as I know, these monsters are still out there in the world. Whatever they wanted, it wasn't just money. As I wrote this story, I'm well aware of the stupid choices they made along the way. I'm just so thankful we're both here to tell it. Oh my god!
Who's Jack?
Who? Yeah, they were so in on it.
Who's Jack?
Who's who?
Jack.
Who's Jack?
Girl, Jack. He said, oh, this is connected to Jack's story.
Oh, maybe it was another story.
Oh, Jack Myhoff. Yeah.
Oh.
Jack Myhoff.
Shut up.
That was so fun.
Oh, cool. Okay. Hell yeah. Do you want
Wait,
to
8-Bit Ryan. Don't we know 8-Bit Ryan?
No, I think that's a different person, but I love the thought.
The way you said that.
Sorry. Did you want to have a break and then practice some mecha? We can get some community members in so you can like get your groove.
Oh, so I can learn how to play? Yeah, that could be good. Yeah. I think that's a great idea.
Wow.
Oh, I think that's a great idea. God, I think that's an amazing idea.
Okay, cool.
That's such a great idea.
I'll boot up and I'll make a blob.
Okay. I hope they make more games like this.
Yeah, I like that. That was good.
Oh my god, you can... There's an option to find Survivor.
What?
Just play with a random person? I wonder what
Wait,
that's like.
I'm gonna look and then talk to them and then
Wait,
leave.
same.
Okay. Damn it!
Oh. Wait, do it by yourself.
Okay.
I'll stay here with you.
Okay. No luck so far.
Like, I wonder how long it takes. I
Yeah.
wonder, like,
Who's game enough?
Who's matchmaking on Fierce to Fathom?
I don't think anyone. I might boot up Mecha.
Yeah, let's do it.
I love how I found you though. That's funny.
We found each other.
We
so
found each
beautiful.
other. We found love in a hopeless place. Okay, I'm gonna make what I'll do is I'll make a lobby, tell you the info, and then I'll have a burb.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. I'll make the lobby. I'll get you in. I'll get you in first, and then I'll we can open it because you can deafen, so anyone that joins, we don't have to worry about like random noise.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Let me create a server. Perfect.
Is that the music in the? Oh wow.
All right. Here is the server.
Does it start it out when you enter it, or do you have to hide your screen?
Yeah, do full screen. Once you're in here, I'll give everyone the stuff. I don't know why this is my background picture. I really don't. I have no idea why. It shouldn't be there. I don't know how it got there. But I've just left it. I don't know. I have to figure it out, but it's too funny to me. Let me know if you can get in.
Which region are you in?
Oceania. I know, Henry, I gotta figure that out.
Did you capitalize?
Try just normal. Try just lowercase, and if that doesn't work, do uppercase, and then the password isn't uppercase.
Oh, I found it.
Okay, cool. What was it? Was it all capitals for the server name?
It was all lowercase.
Okay, cool. Perfect. All right, so this is...
Do you Windows Firewall? Do I allow?
Yeah. Server name. Okay, you can share the stuff. Okay, I'll BRB.
Okay, me too.
Okay.
If you want to join, dears, the server name is Granny.
Guys, I'm gonna just give Mia her eye stuff and her sedative. I'll be quick. Just so you know. I gotta be a mommy. Okay.
What a beautiful lobby. Beautiful lobby. Wow. Is that a penis? Wow. Mother Gay Chur. What? I? This is funny. It's a funny little game. I feel it. Whose jizz is this? Oh my god, I didn't even see Jet. That's so funny. Wait, okay, so how does this work? Rotation lock. Paint mode. Pose. Oh my god. Oh, I see it. I see it. Paint mode. Oh my god. So I'm guessing you can. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Toggle visibility of colored themes. Between color spectrum. And is the paint? Okay, so you have to actually like paint yourself. Oh, can you only rotate camera? Alt? Oh, I see. Oh.
She ran under the beds, but I have food. Most obvious spots? Oh, easy, Lewis. Easy. Hello, baby. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I kind of just got back.
Oh my god, so many people are in.
Learning. I'm learning.
Did you show people the code in your chat?
Yeah, I told them. So how do you... Okay, so... How do you make the paintbrush bigger?
Wait, Lewis, PAX? You going to PAX?
I accidentally made it smaller.
Right click and drag.
Oh!
PAX, yeah! I'm so excited.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Mm.
Look at that there. Oh my god, I've been saying DC Cypherpup all this time. DC Cypherpup?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was... What are you eating?
A McMuffin.
Oh my god.
I know.
Oh god.
I know. We'll take you to Classic Mansion, I think, to start off with. Are you ready?
No.
Okay.
Wait, maybe I am. I don't know. Am I?
Lewis, really? That's exciting. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Shit.
You know, oh my god.
You like some chocolate?
Sorry. What are you doing?
You like some chocolate?
I want some chocolate.
You like some chocolate? Oh, my bitch posed nasty. Oh.
You're gonna become obsessed. I can't wait to see this. This will be good for you to practice.
Oh my god, we have to hide! Oh my
So
god!
R is your pose.
Oh god, oh god. Okay, so paint. Oh,
I gotta make
my
the time longer.
goodness.
That's my bad.
What is it? What's metallic and roughness? Like, what is that?
So if you're like wanting to be a fridge or something metallic, it will make it like shiny. Which is good.
How do you... Oh, okay. God, I look so obvious.
But you know what's funny? Sometimes in this game, the obvious wins because you overthink. You'll see when you hunt, you'll be like, what the hell? You can look at everyone's spots with right click when you are ready.
So can you not move once you're hiding?
You can.
Oh, you can?
Yeah. Okay, 5 and then right click. Let's see. I want to see what you are. That's honestly such a like just got the game. I love that. That's so pure.
No, not this.
No, I mean that. But like that's good though.
Press 5 and then 4. God, what are these controls?
You'll get used to it.
Wait, how do I find? Oh, okay, I see Noah. Oh my God, Noah! Wow. Wait, someone just died.
Oh, Dark.
Mine is
No, of
so
course.
bad.
I literally said like, I was just straight up. Like bam, 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 because I'm not wasting time. If you ain't, you know what I mean?
It's so bad.
Oh, meat in a pot. True. I do like meat in the pot.
Oh, is there one hunter?
Yes. Usually I put 2. That's my bad to the hunters. Sorry, guys.
No, this is a good test because
It's a good practice.
Oh, wow. They're like looking.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea we finish the other game earlier.
Oh, you know, I would have been bald if I went in. Because I think they've all played it like at least twice.
Once you get into the rhythm of like painting and everything, you're gonna have the best time because you just get so creative. It is, Mill. I tried last night for one game, and the names are like sus, but I beat everyone, so it was okay. Went for point. Smart. Yes, download it. We have an hour of community time, and then we have the power lobby. I'll put 2 hunters next time.
Oh my God, my spot. I'm laughing at my spot compared to the others.
Mine's so bad. Look at mine.
Wait, how do I like go to different people?
So press 5 and then right click.
5.
Its server name is Granny. Password is Pussy1.
Oh my God! Wait, that's kind of
Nero,
gay.
exactly. Yeah, it's just so fun to like I painted myself into a painting, and it's obvious. But when you're hunting, I swear to you, like it's so hard because you overthink everything.
Yeah.
What
oh,
I'll
wait, no,
do,
that was cute.
I'm gonna do infection, and what that is when you find someone, then they join you on the hunt. So that way, it's good to practice with. I started playing like this, so we'll do this so you can practice. Let's do.
Okay, so you learned in the trenches.
I'll do back rooms for you because that's what I started with too. It's a bit easier.
Okay, good.
Yes.
I'm a starfish. I'm a starfish, my lord.
Yep. All right. Let's go. Hacker voice.
Girls,
I'm
it's
in.
Time to hide, girls.
Maybe I'll try that spot that I was curious about. Okay. Okay. Is that better just to do this? Kind of like it's a shadow. What do you reckon? Blue or that? Oh wait, maybe I do this. Oh, I can't.
Oh, this
Oh,
is.
that's
I'm
good,
gonna,
Ray.
yeah,
That's good.
I like this game. I like this game
Yeah, it's silly, isn't
already.
it? It's so
It's
good.
so silly.
Alright, let me see what you are. Oh, I can't. You can't with infection because then you know the spots. So this is good. Alright. Let's see if I can spot people. Oh!
Oh my god.
It's actually so funny. I can't wait for you to play more when you're a hunter. It's crazy how much you miss. Like, you think it's going to be easy, and then you load in and go, okay. How did I miss that?
Oh my god. Oh. I'm scared.
I want to see what yours is.
God, mine is so dumb.
Wait, I want to see.
Mine is so dumb. Oh no. Oh no. I'm
Oh,
dead.
wait.
Mine was so bad. I was planning to be a drawer.
So now you can hunt, which is good practice.
Could have sworn I heard. The whistling, is that like automatic or are people doing that on purpose?
So every 20 minutes will be automatic, and then people can press 1 to force a taunt to help them.
Oh, I found one.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I don't know why. I don't know why I just react like someone actually just got you.
Oh, I'm dead. Damn it.
Oh, I suppose it's really hard with the infection mode. Oh, mama. There's 2 more? Oh, wow. These guys are hidden.
Oh, nice, Henry. Oh, that's
Wait,
good.
where are they?
So you'll see the flashes on the map. You can go see where they are.
Wait, I don't see. Oh, there?
Oh, nice.
Whoa!
That's a good spot.
Oh, wait, no, that's one I already got.
Oh,
Where is
that's
it? Wait,
a good
where is
spot.
it?
Oh.
Is it the Mother Gager? Oh my god, that one's amazing!
Oh,
and there's one
God.
over here. Holy shit! Damn! Incredible! Oh, that was fun.
Yeah.
The whatever mode that was difficult.
You don't like that one?
It was it's harder to hide. But I think with this many people in one hunter, it's probably fair.
True.
That was good though.
Right, let's play the new Sugarland. I'll do 2 hunters for this one. Yes.
Is this infection or normal?
Normal.
Right, yeah. I would like a ring.
Hello, Mikey.
Oh, I'm a hunter.
All right, this is what I'm gonna do today with the guys. I'm gonna try it. It worked in a public lobby, so I hope it works with them.
What are you doing?
I'm just being the floor.
Oh! Wait, this is public lobbies? Stop.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm gonna play this all the time.
I played offline and just to see the new map, and it was crazy. Oh, Gran is hunting. That's awkward. I just told you my spot.
Oh, well, don't worry.
You know what?
I
I'll
probably
change.
won't see you.
No, you will. This would be good practice though.
I know.
Oh my god, Leah. That's so funny. Okay. I love when you go to hide somewhere and you see someone, you're like, oh. Why are you laughing?
I tried to draw boobs on myself and they're awful. One is lopsided. Oh my god, look! They got the Borat outfit. That's beautiful. You are so beautiful, Noah. Look at you.
Oh, nice.
Look at you.
I had a spot yesterday in public lobbies that was so obvious and I still won.
What?
I was just literally in the cake as a blob of, I don't know, cream.
Oh, this map is wow. Oh, this map is intense.
This is brand new.
Oh!
I want to see what you look like. Girl, what are those titties?
Wait, I just saw someone, but they're like... How do I get up there? Can I climb?
Yeah.
Did they just move?
Yeah, I either die immediately or last. No in between.
What? Oh, maybe they got shot.
I'm so excited for you to play with the crew.
Insane.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. Like, I'm getting giddy.
Whoever that was, that whistle just screwed you over so bad.
I was in a public lobby yesterday, and they made whistles, guys. An automatic whistle every 5 seconds. I'm like,
Someone really
girl.
wants me over here.
And I said, can you make the whistle longer? And then they go, okay, 7 seconds. I'm like, girl, we don't need it that much.
Oh. I hear someone here. Who the hell are they? In the wall?
Over. Over here, baby.
Oh my god, there's so much on the screen.
Over here, baby.
Are you here?
I'm here, I'm here. Turn around, yeah. Keep walking. Go down the floor. On the floor. Come see me.
Wait, what?
Come to the flashing thing near you.
I thought it was someone here.
I'm just a ball.
Wait, where?
Yeah, keep going that way. That ball on the
That
floor.
was you?
That's me on the floor. Behind.
Oh my god. What?
Like, that's so basic, but once you get into the groove, you'll like look at places like that. And sometimes you still will miss it, but you got this.
There were so many people over here.
Oh my god,
Oh,
great.
this map too, as a hunter, holy shit.
Yeah, it's new, it's new.
There is a lot of clutter.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa!
You want to see clutter? We can
That
go.
was fun though.
Oh, let's do this one. This one's a good one. I'll be a hunter.
Oh, I don't want to be a hunter. Willy Wonka!
Willy Wonka.
The amazing chocolatier!
Guys, I love this game so much. Do we have a full lobby? No? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 3 more spots.
Are you a hunter?
Yes, girly, I'm coming for you.
Oh my god.
I made the lobby 13, so we still have 3 spots if people want to have a go.
Okay.
Oop. Thanks for being considerate though, Noah. Oh my god. I tried your floor spot in a public lobby last night, Noah, and it worked. I'm going to try it on the guys today. Burrito, you should. I mean, we're only playing in a public lobby, like our community lobby, for another 35 minutes. So if you want to jump in, now's your time. But then next week we'll do more community lobbies, and for my potential 24-hour stream, we will do it as well. So we'll have plenty of time. No, that's okay, Noah. No sorries.
Oh god. Uh.
Yeah, the custom maps are sick. We're gonna do some custom ones today as well. No, that's okay, Noah.
Oh my god, I'm not ready. Ah!
6 years. Oh my god. You can still paint if it's not sus. Like sometimes I still paint if they're not near me. I'm so excited to see you evolve. I just know you're gonna get nasty.
Oh, they found me.
Oh, what were you?
No, I was not ready. I was trying to be a carrot, but I kind of messed up.
Oh, cute.
I cannot figure out the
Jeffy.
the metallic rough thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how do you adjust that? Like I type it in, but I don't think I'm doing it properly.
Are you dragging the line?
No, I'm like typing.
Oh no, drag the line. It's easier.
Oh, okay.
Tried to paint balls. I'm so excited. I can't wait for you to see what the crew cooks up tonight because they're crazy with it.
Oh, apparently I was exposed. My body went to the ground. What?
Oh.
Oh god. Oh, I thought I
okay.
was like.
So.
I thought I was in the middle of nothing. Okay.
Okay. So are you aware of the if you are exposed, it will say on the screen you're exposed?
I am. I didn't realize that I was exposed.
I can't get up. Yeah, it will tell you on the screen. It'll be yellow font, and then you just move a little bit.
I was rushing, so I didn't see it. because I was like rushing to like finish my. This is where I was.
Oh,
But
nice.
apparently I was covered.
Yeah, so are you spectating me? I don't think I can go into thing. I'll show
Yeah, I'm
you.
looking at you.
Okay, I can't do it because I'm a hunter, but it will be in yellow font. It'll be like you're too buried, move, and then
Yeah, I've seen that. I think it was because I was trying to figure out the painting.
yes, no, that's so fair.
I was like rushing. I didn't even see it.
We've all done it. We've all done it. You'll get into the
Oh my
habit.
god, Carol, you look so beautiful.
Thank you. Got my bush.
The hair.
Thank you. Oh, nice. That was good. 2 left. 30 seconds. Where are ya? Where are ya?
Where are ya? This game have motion blur. Got something.
Someone's here. I just don't know where.
Turn that shit off.
Nice. That's a good one.
Good on ya.
Good on ya.
Good on ya.
Who did I miss?
Oh, what? See, that's crazy. How is that not considered covered?
Which one?
Mills.
I can't see them.
Look at the middle.
On the
They're
middle?
like on the wall. On the wall in the middle.
Oh, I guess because you can see. I just didn't look well enough. But you can see the body on the
Whoa.
side, yeah.
That's a really good spot.
In the tinsel.
I can't believe that.
Might do that map again so you can...
Yeah, let me do that one again.
Jeffy, come and find me, doll. I might use your spots tonight, guys. In the tinsel. Damn. Shit. Okay, let's see. Imagine. That won't work, but... Alright. I want to try something. Yeah, Nero, that's so funny. I love when they do that. What do I want to do here? Also, bottom right, is it red on the screen? The V and the B? The mic and the headset, bottom right?
Oh, yeah, it's red.
Alright, beautiful. Alright, let's do it. I do the old faithful. Oh no. That was instant. The password is pussy1. And the username is Granny. Or puss1, sorry. No, it is pussy1. Sorry, pussy1. Pussy1. Sorry. Crazy comes by me. I love your spots.
This is so bad. I'm still painting.
I love them.
Oh no, they found me.
You did great, sweetie. Wait, make it smaller. The paintbrush? Mm-hmm. Strike, of course. Of course. Yeah. Do you know how to change the brush size, babe?
Yeah, with hold right click.
Okay, so you've been adjusting?
Yep,
Alright,
and I've got the eyedropper and all of that.
Perfect, okay. Anything you need help with? Any questions?
I don't think so. I think it's more just learning, like, what works and doesn't.
Hmm. It's so funny what you think wouldn't work does sometimes.
And then I think also, like, doing... The painting is the hardest part. Like,
yeah.
That is so fiddly.
Yeah.
You have a really short amount of time. Oh my god, your spot was so funny. You look like a piece of meat.
Thank you.
You look like a
Diddle
piece of meat.
diddle.
Thank you.
Thank you. But yeah, Striker, of course. I'll definitely do that. Don't you worry. I gotta plan some of that on the weekend, actually. Yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha. I am, Axel. We're playing before the lobby, doll, if you want to jump in. You're the best. Hi, Kaylee. Good morning. We have PAL games in 30 minutes, but we're just doing a little community mecca beforehand. It is for Cluntmas Abbey. It will be a timer though, with the cap being 30 hours. So it could be anywhere between 10 hours and 30 hours. It just depends on the timer and how.
Oh my god, I saw someone hiding
goes,
between hay
really.
bales, and they had gotten with individual tiny brush strokes and made each individual hay thing color.
Yeah. Once you get like locked in on that,
What?
once you get locked in on that, you will like trust me. I can't wait to see what you do.
Oh my god.
You're gonna be great.
I wish I'd played this the first day you all played it.
That's
'cause
okay, Axel.
I'm so scared.
You'll be great.
Everyone, everyone's gonna be so
Galaxy.
good.
Henry, I don't know about that, but we should be here for a
I'm the
good
huntress,
chunk, I
bitch.
reckon.
Watch out.
All right, you're gonna become. I just know how you are with this shit. There's gonna become a moment where I'm like, okay, Gran has literally surpassed me. Like, you're gonna become so good. I just know it.
You never know.
No, I do know.
You never know.
You do this every time I introduce you something. How's that not hidden? The hell? Oh, it is. I was gonna say, what? Oh, I did see that turtle clip. That was funny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think we have one more spot. Abs? I can probably make the lobby size bigger, maybe. Am I stuck? Oh, nice. We are playing with Chris, Crispy, Sammy, Granny, Banthony, Whiskey, me, Julia. Have I said Sammy yet? The same crew as last week, but added Granny and Whiskey. Yeah. Oh, nice. Nice. The drawing thing, Henry? So funny. Also, you can crouch to lie on the floor to see under stuff.
Oh God.
If that helps you. So you can really look under stuff.
Jeez.
If you hear a noise and you're curious, you can do that.
Can people hide under things?
Mm-hmm. But it depends if they're buried too much, but you can definitely hide under like a chair or a table.
Good God.
Like check under tables, for example. When we first played, Sammy literally hid under a table. I can't wait for Gran to see all this stuff. To see the guy, because the lobby we're playing with,
that was a crazy
everyone's so
one.
clever. Like, I'm talking Twitch Rivals clever. So, this would be a great Twitch Rivals game. So, it would be funny to see Granny's reaction to everything.
Okay, I think this room is done. I'm not sure. God.
Paige, I could never judge you. Sometimes the bad spots are the best spots. Once you start overthinking spots, something happens. Yeah, the meat was crazy.
Oh God, the time.
I posted my painting one on Instagram.
Oh,
I was proud of
the
that
timer.
one. If we play the pool with the crew, oh no, they've seen it. I probably can't. I was gonna say I'll do it again.
Oh, there was someone right there. Whoa! Oh, that was a good spot. And then there was someone. Whoa!
Hey, baby.
Damn, that's a really good spot.
I'm under a chair.
This person actually painted themselves like the doll they were next to.
Yeah.
That was so good. Oh,
that's so cute.
Damn! Okay, I need to stop going in spots where there's no shadows. The shadows?
Oh, you can turn your shadow off. How do you do that,
Wait, what?
guys? I forget.
So if I'm the hunter, I can turn the shadows off?
Oh, if you're hiding, I'm sorry. You can turn your shadow off so you're not found. That was too good, really? Wait, let me hunt.
Wait, you turn your shadow off and the other people don't see it?
Guys, is that right? Or am I getting this wrong? Yeah, you can turn your shadow off.
And other people don't see it?
V when you're painting.
Do other people see your shadow?
I
Is
don't
that what
think
you're
so,
saying?
right? Right, guys? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so it's just personal.
Yeah. Because you might, like, want the shadow.
Right, yeah.
Right, yeah, right.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Right. Sorry, Vance, don't apologize. We're gonna get him. We'll get him so good. God, I'm so excited to see you in this lobby tonight.
I'm I'm scared.
You're gonna love it. Honestly, it will fast track you to learning too. Sometimes having shadow gives you a way so you can turn off. Yeah. Hi, Trace. Girl, I can't wait to see your spot. Hello, Jules. Metallic purple people eater. Yep. Guys, I'm going to hopefully survive in these rounds today. I'm very excited. A bit too excited. Oh, what's a bit of girth for the storm door? Get it all out. I think I've forgotten to take my shadow off. I gotta test it out. Brandy, I'm so very excited. Too excited. Beep, 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 beep. All right, time to.
Hello.
Hey.
I just realized I was. Oh my god, you're the hunter.
Yeah, babe. I'm scared. They're right in front of me, aren't they? I'm scared. Oh god. Someone's near me. I hate this. Nice. Someone's so close to me and I just know you're smirking.
This is the best spot so far. I definitely stole this from someone, but it's good.
Did you now?
Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
No, I'm joking. I can't find anything. I have so little time left.
And who set that system up?
Okay.
Well, girl, I felt the pressure as well. I was like, there's no time.
Where are you? Oh my god, this game makes you feel like you're going insane. Oh, you're all here. Where are you? I know someone's right in front of me and I'm going to be like... I'm gonna shit my pants when I see it. Oh, good spot. Good spot.
Oh my god. I'm so scared. Oh my god.
Nice.
Yes!
Where did you hide?
Oh my god, look at this spot, it's crazy.
Where are you? Oh, Henry, nice.
Wait, I can't see anything.
God, that's a good spot.
Right?
Let me see yours. Ooh, that's good. That's
right?
good.
I saw someone do this and I was like, wait, it's so dark in there, you can't even see.
Oh god, I have to get you ready for this map though. This map's gonna, you know.
My first win. I could not believe it.
Oh, yeah,
I could
YOLO.
not believe it.
Mikey, hopefully you still have fun. You wait to see this map.
Oh, jeez.
But there's a lot of potential.
A lot of potential.
A lot of potential.
Is that what you say?
I think we'll do 1 or 2 more, and then I'm gonna have a quick burp and see if I can get my cat some drugs. It's very stressful. I just wanted to have a nice vacation day. Oh, no, that's so fair. I'd be annoyed too. Fast passes though, that's fun. The gold ass. She's okay. We can't get her to take the big pill yet, but we're gonna figure out a solution. She did eat last night, and she ate 1 bit of medication, which was great. We did get the sedative in as well. She's been very brave because poor thing, like we keep having to. She has 4 meds, so it's like we get excited if we get 2 out of the 4 because she's getting to the point where she's just like frustrated, but she's still so well behaved, you know. But she did eat. We're very happy about that. So before the lobby starts, I'll see if I can get her to. I'll get her eye stuff in hopefully and her sedative and see if we can. Yeah, she has a flu, jinx, and conjunctivitis. Poor thing. First time she's been sick in 14 years. My god, Galaxy, what the hell? They have no fun. They have no whimsy.
Shit.
Yeah, she's never been sick, so, well, like, to this point, so. Yeah.
No.
But I'll see if I can get her.
Oh my god.
Medded up. After
Girl.
this round.
No.
I know, being so brave. Hi, Chilla. How are you?
Shit.
You're okay, sweetie. You got this. Burrito. Thanks, guys. That's why. Oh, that's good. I've been a little all over the place, but I've still had fun streams. The fur baby comes first.
Thank you for the sub.
Daya! Don't stop,
Put your ass
baby!
away, child.
Don't stop, baby! Iconic.
Diabane96 just subscribed.
Oh
Smile
my
been
God.
here since Don't Stop Baby Enrique.
No,
How are
I shouldn't
you?
have moved.
Thank you.
Oh god.
What an error that was. Leave a 20. My absolute gore. We had a great time. Meow. Boing. Oh, that's beautiful. That's stunning. Look at that. That is... I might try that myself. That's perfectly done. Wow.
Are you talking about the mother gay turtle?
Yes.
That's amazing.
I know. All right, perfect, guys.
Oh, no, I flopped. I was trying to rotate and I couldn't figure out how to rotate.
Rotate. Oh, stretch. Right, I'm gonna
I
go.
was literally moving when they came around.
I'm gonna go pee and give my cat meds, and then we'll get into the lob. Are you in You're in Chris's Discord, aren't you?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, it's either Neat Dude or Chris's. I think it's Chris's that will meet up. But I'll
Right.
stay on the phone with you. I'm just gonna BRB.
Okay.
Hi, Mimi. I'm doing good. How are you? Thank you for games, guys. We'll play more. We'll play more soon. I'm just gonna see if I can give my cat some meds quickly before the lobby and pee. So I'll see you soon.
Run around, got a lot fools, and I still got the crown like a bad tooth. I am cool, I don't gotta act cool. Just follow where I lead you, pack mule. Blowing through the budget, the cash ain't nothing. The way I flip back, straight tens from the judges. Yeah, I'm the too big, can't flush it. Probably gotta plunge it. Word is this 10 years in the making. Word is I'm bringing home the bacon. Word is they don't see what it take to make it, but the word on the streets I make it look easy. I'm flattering, cool, way too easy. Word on the street is I make it look easy. I'm actually smooth, it's far too easy. Word on the streets I make it look easy. Easy, 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 easy. Word on the street is I make it look easy. Too easy. Make it look easy, but it's not easy. Whip got wings, yeah, I feel like Ron Weasley. Live like king, so the money ain't measly. Hits like Sting, honey, you cannot beat me. Did it so casual, must be a natural. Heard him say, Yeah, it was gradual, but it's diagonal going up. Me and the capital super compatible, got me like, Let's go. Gotta hop in my step, gotta bounce in my walk. Rubber bands from the check, it was more than I thought. Fresh press, squeaky clean, wide streets, I make it look easy. I'm flattering, cool, way too easy. Word on the street is I make it look easy. I'm actually smooth, it's far too easy. Word on the streets, I make it look easy. Easy, 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 too easy. Word on the street is I make it look easy. Too easy.
I put myself on the TV so like when Reese is working he can what's it called, just like look back and see what's going on. And I was like, what should I do if I get back on camera? And he's like, you should just open your lollipop and say golly gosh. And I was like, you won't, okay, no. And so I just winked and then I heard him go, there she is. Anyway, hello.
Hello.
Hey baby.
Do we switch over now or do we?
Let me see. Let me see if there. We could hang in the Discord, I guess. We could go to which channel?
Yeah, I don't know which. Oh my god, there's a lot of channels.
Let's go to Guzzin's.
Guzzin?
Yeah, in Chris's Discord.
Oh, I see it.
Okay. Hey baby.
This is gay cousins? Is that what it is?
I don't think it's that.
Oh, then what is it?
I don't know. It's a thing between Chris and Sammy. Guys, what does Guzzin's mean?
Yeah, what is that? Gay cousins?
I don't think it's gay
hope
cousins,
yes.
but you know what? This would be funny. When Chris comes in here, say, what's Guzzin's gay cousins? And then see what he says, because I think he'll laugh.
Like, thank you so much this Pride Month for making a gay cousins voice channel. It is
Yeah.
so thoughtful and ally of you.
Mm-hmm.
And then if he's like, oh, it's not, then like, that's bad.
Yeah, I want to see, just see what he says. I'm excited.
So how many times have you played this?
One with the crew. Is it 1 or 2 guys actually? 1, 2, 1. We'll just say 1 official with the crew, and then maybe like on stream with the community 2 now, and then off stream.
Oh my god. Oh bitch.
How many hours do I have? 7 hours.
Have you been getting weird friend requests lately on Discord?
All the time. I just decline them.
Like, what are these?
I don't know.
One mutual server, Evil Dead the game? Huh?
Oh. Only 7 hours? I know, I'm a noob.
No, because that's gotta be spam.
Yeah, I'm on the TV. I put myself up on the TV so we can see some hiding spots if he gets bored at work, which he's not. He has so much to do. But I'm just on the TV out there so we can look over his shoulder. And yeah, it does seem like more. You're right. It does. The bots are going crazy. You right. Mia's hiding under the bed right now because he tried to give her something before, and now he has 2 band-aids on his hands. I'm like, I feel so bad. I told him that I would love for him to call Chris and be like, try to be me, He's like, yeah, that'd be funny. He's like, I'm just so tired. I'm like, that's fair. You have stuff to do. But he will do that one day. That'll be funny. And then we also want to do, this might be an incentive for my Cluntma stream, but like a stream where we're both Gordon Ramsay and we have to stay in character and cook something. I know. So nice. So we've been practicing. We've been practicing our Gordon Ramsay. Oh, gravy. Yeah. Yeah, I told him. I was like, wait for me. But then he cares a lot about Mimi. It's very sweet. But she's under the bed, so we can't do her eye. So I'll get off after Mecca, and we can do our first lot of drugs before we go to Toy Story. I know, I want to give Mimi cuddles too. Although she was on my lap for an hour and a half today on stream, which is really cute. But I'm excited for her to be able to cuddle normally. Let me these ones. Okay, nice. Oh, they might call actually. I don't know. We're so early. Jules, hop on. Hop on. Who's upgirding their gay? Real. Guys, I'm in my lollipop era. I'm back. I never thought I'd be here, but I love them. Especially strawberry. Strawberry over grape. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Do I have a problem? Yes. Oh. Oh, we know. Sucks to be a sucker. Not the L. L. Look at the maps again. Kayla, hello. How are you? Hi, Fave. I'm in Chris. Hello.
Oh. Let's just call here. Fuck it.
All right, YOLO.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Bello.
Bello.
Oh, yeah.
Bello.
I'm so excited.
Me as well.
Sammy, I'm clamoring. Bethany.
Let her clamor.
Clamoring.
Crispy.
What's up?
I'm so excited to see your spots
goats?
today. Yep.
I'm ready. So locked in.
I can't wait to play some of the
steal-
customs with you guys. They're really fun.
Did you finish Tears to Fathom or whatever the fuck it's called?
I did, yeah.
Tears to Fathom.
Tears to Fathom, you know?
Yeah.
Nice.
When it's really sad, when it's a sad story.
When it's
Tears to
over.
Fathom.
Sammy, how's Mole?
Mole.
Dude, I played Mole on Tuesday. Literally the best indie horror I've played in months. So
2 years, Gravy.
Crispy, you have to play it. I'm not even
I'm definitely going
around.
to. I'm definitely going.
Wait, what type of indie horror is it? Is it like Fears to Fathom scary?
No.
No,
Oh.
You go.
The
you
girl
go.
who not just
No,
a
it's okay,
sub
man.
for
You can
10
go.
months.
Obviously, it's giving Iron Lung.
Yeah, it's not like, I wouldn't say it's like, I didn't find it scary, to be honest. It's just like very narratively like interesting. The horror is the story, I would say.
Right. Ooh, okay.
So like mouth watching vibe, kind of like.
Yeah,
what Sam
very
was
much
saying.
so. Very much so.
Kayla,
Iron
thank you for the
Lung, mouth
prime.
washing type beat.
Wash that
I
mouth,
appreciate it.
dude.
Thank you.
Dude,
Yeah,
they
wash
drink
that
a lot
thing.
of mouthwash.
Because you've got to brush your teeth.
Brush it.
And if you don't, they'll rot, and that sucks.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
Okay, Jingle.
Okay, jingle while you work.
Granny.
Yeah,
Hey,
I missed
Granny.
my calling.
Girl, I
Granny!
was at the wrong call. I don't know where I am. Hello,
Granny, I
everybody.
heard we're doing a 10-hour stream today.
Yeah, we are.
Yes!
Okay.
Granny.
I just did 13 hours the other day.
Yeah, you're different.
That's my
Hey,
gore.
Chris, I wanna bring something to everyone's attention.
Bring it.
Sure.
Also, what up,
Let's hear it.
Sam?
Hi,
Do I have
Sam.
the floor? Do I have the floor?
You have the
Go
floor.
for it. Go for it.
Okay, I just want to say it really warms my heart this June Pride Month to see not only an ally, but a friend and co-worker of mine, Chris Melberger, has a voice channel in his Discord called Cousins. Now, that I can only assume that is short for gay cousins.
That's
And I
right.
just want to say
You're
that
spot on.
really means
Spot
a lot.
on.
That really means a lot. Thank you for being an ally.
Mhm.
And
Of
may
course.
your burgers forever be juicy.
Happy
And
Pride,
you're
everybody.
looking at the Cousins right now. It's me and Sammy. It's our Stardew characters. We're gay
We were
cousins together.
cousins. We were cousins.
Great.
There you
That's
go.
really nice.
Illy.
Put
Ellie.
your ass away, child.
Hey, what up, Ellie?
Andromeda 186 underscore just subscribe.
It's
Not the
Allie.
gay cousins.
Is Whiskey coming?
Is whiskey?
I think so.
Is Whiskey coming?
He's not?
I think
Nah,
he is.
he-
Just
no,
give
he
him. Just give him 5.
Yeah,
He's gonna do
him
Hurdle,
15.
Wordle, Squirtle.
He's just
Myrtle,
finding his
Wordle.
jacket.
We can
Bam,
set up
give,
the lob bob. in
Bam, we'll give him
meantime.
20. I don't know, was it Japan?
Nice.
Nice one.
The Spider-Man trailer, dude.
Andrew,
love
thank
it.
you.
Hell yeah.
Dude,
Is it a new
looks,
one?
looks
No, but
real
give
good.
us your
Is your
fan
mom
take.
coming?
My
Thank you for the
fan
resubs,
Like
guys.
you're gonna say I loved it, but on a deeper level, you mean?
Ooh, yeah.
I think Tom's my favorite Spider-Man first.
Yes, I agree.
Nice.
Well, I think the film looks the way it needs to be. Like, it's been 4.5 years. He's an older Spider-Man, so the film and the color grading and the music
Hi, now.
looks the way it should
How are you
be.
doing?
T.
Everything looks more mature. Like,
Mhm,
and
mhm.
so it doesn't look like he's just hi guys. So
Wow.
like so
He's
I'm
been through the
excited.
ringer.
Whiskey.
How I
Yeah,
felt when I
I'm really
first started
excited.
streaming.
Bro, your voice was different when you started
Yeah, it
streaming.
sucked.
Yeah, what happened?
I don't know. Went through third pube, I guess.
Third
Puberty, rather.
pube.
Third
pube.
third view.
That's
That's a word
crazy.
that's a word you shouldn't. That's a
Oh,
word you
yeah,
can't
3.
abbreviate. That's my bad.
Can't abbreviate that.
Julia.
Can't abbreviate that one. Hey guys.
Hello.
Julia,
Hello,
Whiskey, hey guys.
Julia.
Hello.
Hi.
Who just opened
Hello.
the
Those
blue
lovely
moon?
people.
I just cracked one. I cracked a
The way you
Modelo.
kind of moaned when you
Did
said
you?
it.
In a
Who's over the
can?
blue moon?
Oi.
Yep.
Open a blue
Oi.
moon.
A blue morning.
Is that a blue moon?
Oi.
Mix it with some
Yo, he did
fries
kind of come in
Way
hot
too
like
good.
that.
Yeah.
On a blue
Kid- what?
moon.
What? Get the lobby set up.
Granny.
On a blue moon.
That,
Get
what's
the
your secret,
server set
Granny?
up. Get the server.
Mine?
Yeah.
For what?
I don't know. Aren't you like
For
108?
living this long? Bitch, don't
Yeah.
die.
All right. True.
I don't think I've ever been in a lobby for games with you, Granny, yet. Am I stupid? Am I the great
I know
they
I
did
never
surgery
get
on?
invited, but I'm here, bitch.
Girl, don't even.
I'm so excited.
I've invited you so many times. Don't even.
Just starting drama.
Don't
I'm
even.
just a sister. I'm
Guys,
just
for the
starting
last
drama,
5
sister.
years, I'm like, hey, we have a lobby at this time if you want. And Grant's like, no, I'm not streaming. I'm like,
it's
okay.
the time zones.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
like, no,
That's
they're
what we-
they're American.
That's the PR answer.
Mm-hmm,
That was the time zones, yeah.
Time zone, of course.
Well, we played Overwatch the other day. That was big.
That was
It
random and
so
fun.
good. I had so much fun.
Mm-hmm. That was great.
Sam, are you
Overwatch
making the
back,
lobby?
baby.
Oh yes,
Or am
I
I?
can make the
Okay.
lobby.
Okay, you do it.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me do this.
Oh,
I
do we wanna
also
do,
looked
like
through
the
a
OG
bunch
maps?
of the. Yes, we're gonna do the OG maps. Because they
Whiskey's
added
never
a new
played.
one.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah. We'll do
That's
a couple
true.
of the OG maps
Muted.
and then the new one, and then also I went through a bunch of custom maps and found which ones are like actually good and which ones are like
Yes.
not that good. So then I'll drizzle a couple new ones in there even.
And it's
What's
super
the-
easy to
What's the-
join too.
Yeah.
It will just pop up being like, you
what's
have
the
to
number?
download.
Yeah.
The number count on the
Um,
ones that are good, Sam. How many?
I mean, like a
pool's
confident
fun.
3.
Confident 3. Okay.
There's one that's like kind of funky that I think you guys would enjoy. It'll mix it up.
Yeah, yeah.
Is the new
Okay.
one the
Honestly,
Candyland
Breathe a Lot
one?
of Life.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the new
fun.
official one. How many people do we
Okay,
have in
that one
this
is-
group?
wow.
Is it
10?
10?
10.
Going on.
Okay.
A solid 10.
10.
I'm gonna make the lobby size 11, just room for like one hacker, you know?
Yeah, perfect.
Ooh, smart.
First come, first
Room
serve.
wait,
for
I
one
love my
first-time
hacker.
Yeah, so if you
chatter.
happen to get the code, like you're in, but like weird.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind like a random
Weird.
dude joining.
Yeah,
At what
exactly.
cost?
Yes. Oh my God,
Yeah.
please. Get
Okay.
like a random Knicks fan. Let's get someone in here.
Aww.
Wait, that'd be fun though.
Okay, I'm
Yes.
pretty sure that's what I made the username and password. If it
Oh,
doesn't work, then that's on
why?
me. But I'm pretty sure that's what I made it.
Okay, find private.
You'll never take me to Bangladesh.
You never
Oh, God,
cook
please
this
don't.
What is
sausage
that?
on an
Sausage on
open
an
flame.
open flame.
Sam, I'm so glad you're on the same side of TikTok. That makes me so happy.
What are they saying, bro?
It's
What
dude.
is?
It's
what is
my
going on?
favorite, Sam. I
Everyone
love
did stop
you.
saying this the other day.
Never anoint me with oil.
Oh my god, I'm so glad we're on the same
What
page. I love you
is
so
going
much.
on?
Yes.
I'll fill you in. Talk after stream. I'll fill you in.
Guys, you have to get on the Bangladesh
Street.
TikTok.
You
Jan says she knows
have
that
to.
song. What is it?
You'll
never
never
heard it.
take
You'll
me
never
to
take me to
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh.
I'll wait till
Wait,
it
I'm
gets
living
Instagram
for it.
reels.
I'm living for it.
You'll
Oh,
never
wait,
It's a
wait.
cook
goofy
me
song
sausage.
somebody made, but it actually fucks, and I think it is meaningful on a deeper level.
No, yes, because
Oh.
he says it, he just says random ass sentences that don't really make sense, and he fuses it into a song with a guitar, and it's all over my TikTok, and I won't stop quoting it, and it's my whole life, and I'm so glad Sam sung that today. I'm so like, I'm actually
Yo,
so
thank you.
stoked.
Yo, Ban, check this shit out.
Glad we're here today.
Ban,
Right.
Wait, before we start,
Look
wait,
at
can I do chat?
How do you
Can
do that?
How's the volume for everybody?
I was just asking them that.
Wait, does everybody see from left to right? Anthony, Chris, Crispy, Carl, like alphabetical?
Yeah.
Left
the
to right,
call?
where?
Where?
On the Discord call?
BCCC.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
yeah.
God,
I don't know.
How did you do that?
Wait, since when does it do that?
I just
Math.
I don't
Oh,
know.
do you put the little visual thing up on your screen? Is that why?
No, I have. You know when you enter a
No,
call
it's
and
on
you have
Discord.
everybody's circles just like on the
Mine's
call
B
screen?
C C C E G H me
hell?
J
Me.
and
Yeah, that's-
W.
Yeah, that's us. So we all see that, so we could just go left to right and do everyone's volume levels really quick.
True.
Chris, maybe a tad loud. I got you.
Or
Oh,
also
my
like
bad.
an introduction pronoun circle type of vibe if you want.
All right, Bant, you're up.
Sure.
Okay. Am I actually
That's
up?
your name, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we're
think
adjusting
you're first
volumes
on
and
my screen, yeah.
everything.
Oh, okay. My name's Banthony. You can call me Banth, or I don't know, whatever. Pronouns are he, him.
Okay.
Good.
Nice to meet you, bro.
Spectacular.
Thank you.
Carlos.
Oh, it's me on
Chris,
the
your
list?
turn.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Chris is
That's
next.
Chris
to-
on mine. Yeah, Chris is
Oh,
next
it's
on mine.
Carla next on mine.
Yes, Sammy.
Yeah,
I know
it's
that's
out of-
right.
It's out of
Great.
order.
I know
It's
that's
out of
right.
order.
It's out of order.
I'll go.
Everything's
Hi guys,
wrong.
Everything's
my name
wrong.
is Carla. You can call me Carls, or you'll never take me to Bangladesh. And my pronouns are she, her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris. Pronouns are he, him. I'm probably the oldest person here.
No, dude,
No,
don't say that.
Granny is.
Okay.
Come on.
Oh,
Yeah.
No.
Come on.
All right, Chris, you're up.
Oh, my name is Crispy. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm the second oldest person here.
You're the sexiest. here.
Sexiest person. Yeah. Okay.
Second
Okay,
oldest.
modest.
Ugh.
Love that.
Congrats.
Okay.
Not what I said.
True. All right, Ellie, you're up.
I'm Ellie. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm new here. And
Yeah.
Thanks,
So nervous.
Ellie.
Don't be nervous, dude. You're funny. Just
You're
pretend we're
funny.
chat. Pretend we're chat, dude.
I'm just listening, man. I'm cucking in the corner. Someone
You're
go.
not
No,
cucking.
dude, don't.
You can't just cuck
No,
in the
don't
corner,
cuck
man.
your
I'm
sexy.
also cucking in the corner.
No,
Involve
whiskey.
us
No,
or
come
not,
on.
bro.
Dude, we're chat. Come on.
Chill. All right, Grandster.
Hello, my name is Granny. Hershey, like the chocolate, only I'm sweeter. One thing you may not know about me, I will be moving to New York in October. Yes, I will.
Oh,
No
wow.
I'm gonna be
way!
bullying Chris Melberger into helping me move. Okay, who's next?
Wait, that's awesome, actually.
New York.
Dang it, Crispy. Is it me?
Yeah, baby.
Is it me, Jesus?
Is it me? Am I the problem? Hi, I'm Hangster Girl, aka Sammy. She, her, and I am the best hider in the Midwest.
Wow.
Wow. I do believe that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Appreciate
I
it.
love the Midwest.
It's weird because you're the only person in the Midwest.
Hey, no. That's not.
That's true.
Well, hang on.
Oh my god, I love the Midwest. Can you do a Midwest accent?
Bag is my
Bag,
biggest
there it is.
tell.
Bag.
Bag.
I love
My
to
name
tour.
is Tammy. I love to tour.
My name is Sandwich. She, her, and I'm really excited to be here. And I may or may not have a secret guest that just messaged and asked if they could join the lobby.
Oh.
I'm gonna be surprised.
Wait, who?
Bog.
Who?
Huh? Let me see. Hold on a
Am I gonna
minute.
get anxious?
No.
You're bad,
it
probably.
right?
Is it Tom Holland?
Is it
Drew
Ninja
Gooden?
Blevins?
I hate that you call him Ninja Blevins. I hate it so much.
Oh god.
Wait, you can only have 10 people in a Discord
you-
group chat. How do you make more?
Oh.
See
Later,
you
whiskey.
next time, secret guest.
Alright, see you later. We could go in your Discord, Chris.
Oh,
yeah.
good.
Let's finish introductions first.
Yeah, do
I'm
that, do
still
that.
adjusting
Yeah, do that.
Sorry,
first.
Julie, I'm a piece of shit.
You're not a piece of shit.
Julia, please.
Julia?
Oh, sorry, I'm also having dinner.
Hmm.
Hi.
Hello.
Whiskey, can you go? I'm gonna swallow really quick. Can you
Ow.
Yeah, happy Pride Month, everybody.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just chewing.
No, she's gonna choke, dude.
Happy Pride Month.
It'll
Eat
ruin
dinner,
the
eat dinner
vibes if she
first.
dies.
Whiskey,
Be
go
so
ahead, go
awkward,
ahead,
bro.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, you're fine.
I'm Whiskey. Pronouns he, him, any. And I'm stoked to play Mecha Chameleon for the first time ever.
Yes.
Oh,
My
go.
God. Whiskey's gonna be
Whiskey,
so
Go.
good at this
You're
game.
naturally talented.
He's
at
gonna be
this.
so
Like, you're
good.
gonna
I'm-
randomly pop
I
out.
don't know.
No,
so
man,
nice.
I'm shaking in my
Oh.
boots.
No, I do. I
Okay.
do feel that Whiskey and Granny. Ellie, have you played before? Is this your first time, or have you played?
Was that Gran or Ellie?
Who?
No,
Okay,
sorry.
Ellie.
Sure.
I know Granny
What?
and Whiskey haven't. Have you
Have
played?
you played before,
or is this
Ellie?
your
This
first
is my
time?
first time.
Yeah, on a gaming laptop. Sucked. Oh, okay.
Nice.
Okay. So you like get
Oh,
the controls kind of and stuff.
Bro's ripping mobile.
Mob.
Okay.
Bro, mobile be wild.
Mob.
All right, Ellie, thank you. That is all.
All right. See you
Nice.
guys.
Later.
All right, see.
Wait, should we go on my
Okay,
Discord for if we have an extra person, or what's
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
vibe?
yeah.
And I'll just do my hello in there, I guess.
Wait, oh, Julia, no, sorry.
Are you ready or are you still
Oh,
hating
yeah,
that
I'm
thing?
Man.
I don't have. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay, go.
Okay.
Okay, they said see you
Hi.
in 20, so maybe actually won't join immediately, so we don't have to move immediately.
Oh my God,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
scared. Who is it?
Julia,
Huh?
take the floor.
Okay.
So do you want to type in the chat to let people know, or do you want to just let it
Oh,
be a
yeah, I
surprise?
can.
Oh,
Okay,
nice.
cool.
Huge.
So that's
Yeah,
fine.
like what if it's one of my
Oh,
mortal
hell yeah.
enemies?
All right.
Oh.
Okay, ready?
I can't wait to bully that person.
Yo, screenshot that Discord message.
Chris, I was gonna
Yeah,
say
I'm
that,
out.
but then. Do you guys wanna? Do you got? Oh yeah, I'll screenshot and send it to him.
Oh, that
do you guys
guy?
want to
Okay,
start
yeah.
out
Ting, I
with
love you.
the new
How are
map?
you? Yeah, let's
Yeah.
go.
Anyone?
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be
For
fun.
anything.
And then let's
Yeah.
do number of hunters. You guys like infection too, right?
What
'Cause
is Julia's pronouns?
Oh my god. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
who's
I just
Julia?
took another bite
Oh,
like
she
an
just took
idiot.
another
sorry.
bite.
Alright, sorry. My name
Oh,
is
you're
Julia. My pronouns are
munching.
she, her. That's all.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Okay, yeah.
Thank
I
you,
like,
Julia.
I like that
Fun
you
fact.
shouted it like
We
you were
did it.
shouting it to like a back room or like people off camera.
I just wasn't sure, so now we know.
What are they?
Thanks, Chris.
What do you want from
You're
me?
Let's do. Maybe we start with two
I'm saying
hunters.
on
two
basic?
hunters with
mode.
infection. Hunter wait time 60 sec or hunter wait time. I think we did 150 once and it was good.
Does infection suck because then you can't see everyone
I
else
kinda
hiding,
don't
or is
like
it fun?
infection, but that's
Let's do
Do a little bit of
let's do
basic. A little bit of basic action.
Wait, when Sammy doesn't like something, it actually hurts my feelings.
No, I'm sorry. My bad.
No, you're good. No, I just feel bad for whoever made infection.
No,
Okay,
it's
let's
Wait,
fine.
it's
How
the
about-
same dev as if they had like a different guy make.
Yeah, you're right.
Do you guys want
It's one dude.
3 hunters then since we have 10 people?
Can you do 3, or is it up to only 2?
I'm down.
No,
for
oh well it's up to
whatever.
only 2.
Yeah,
so,
whiskey,
So
yeah.
Sam,
There we
so
go.
Sam,
Sit
make
your big
the,
man.
make the whistle like 20 seconds
Yes, yes,
instead of
yes.
30. And then let's do a smaller map first. Maybe honestly back rooms to just get warmed up.
Okay. I actually have a nice small. Well, that's custom. Let's not do that. Yeah, let's do backrooms.
Pool is good, Sam. Do you agree?
Pool is good, and I also there's like a couple custom maps that are really nice for like smaller, but we can do that later. I think let's like build up to that. Okay, so basic mode, 2 hunters, hunter wait time 150, search time 300, answer check time 30 seconds, force taunt interval 20.
See.
I would make the
you got that?
hunter wait time 200 low key.
No joke.
Okay.
I
Or
deafened
180.
because I was fixing my audio. So I
I'm gonna
didn't
do
catch any of that.
201 seconds.
Perfect.
Not even kidding.
Also,
Just
shout
so
out
that
to Canada,
I'm
guys.
different.
You full good?
Shout out to Canada for the big
No.
dub, 6-0. My bad.
Australia wins
Who?
tomorrow.
No, they
It's gonna be a
don't.
big game, Carla.
Whatever.
It's gonna tear us apart. I think.
Oh, is it World Cup game?
Yeah, thank you. It's
Yeah.
No, the
Australia's
That's a-
going
that's
down
a-
under tomorrow.
Down
Nice.
under.
Gravy,
Who they playing?
thank you.
All right, good luck. Have fun,
My
guys.
asshole.
All right, good luck, have fun.
How do you
All
play?
right.
I'm
All right,
I'm muting
guys.
Oh,
myself
Whiskey,
when
good
I
luck.
hide, so I don't tell you
Whiskey.
guys all my secrets.
So
Oh,
to
the
paint,
Pokemon
Whiskey, to
boys.
paint, you're gonna hit F, and that's your paint menu. And then when you're done painting, you're gonna hit F again. If you want to use the eyedrop tool, hit hover over a color, and then hit space.
Okay. I'll figure it out.
Then once you're done to kind of like lock it in, you're gonna hit 5 and then 4 lets you free cam, and then clicking through is spectate. That's
Oh,
pretty
that's
much
my
also,
goat,
you,
Sammy.
you get bonus points if you spam 1 the whole game.
Okay.
This is true.
So do you guys just mute
That's
while
real.
you play, or do you unmute?
No,
after
no,
you
we
search?
yap the whole time.
No, we yap.
So we
I
can
honestly
right
shut the fuck
now.
up because I get so locked in. But that's just me.
Slade Shadow just
Oh,
resubbed for
also,
36 months. In
Whiskey
just
and
written
Granny,
it.
when you're in the F stuff like the paint mode, you're gonna notice like a metallic and a roughness. If you want to be shiny, you have the metallic like all the way up, and then the roughness all the way low. So
Roger.
but
Good
but
comms,
if you
Julia.
press-
Good comms.
if you press space over the thing you're wanting, it should copy the metallic and roughness. So like if you're on a balloon and you want to be shiny, it should copy that hypothetically.
Right.
Oh, it copies that. Okay.
Never works for me, but yeah.
Same, Crispy.
Oh.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes
No, sometimes
it
it randomly does, and you're like, oh, okay.
Okay, perfect. Fungus,
Oh,
hello.
I gotta paint my whole ass.
I
this
really hope
color, I
Aussie
suppose.
wins because that'd be such a great thing to talk about with Chris.
Mama, this game is funny.
Trace, thank you for 3 years as well. And Young, thank you for the
Yeah, look-
bees. Thank you guys. I really appreciate that.
Who's that dumb bitch running around? Oh, is that Panther?
That's-
No, I'm sorry.
That's
Oh.
me.
Yeah.
Girl.
I like, the,
I
I
can't
like,
decide-
I
I
like
can't
what you did
decide.
there.
No, Anthony, go away. This is my spot.
No, you have to
Actually,
team
no,
up with
Bethany,
Anthony.
no,
It works
join me.
sometimes.
You know what?
Wait.
Bethany, join me.
Oh my god, wait, yes.
We'll duo.
Look at me.
Girl.
You are literally Spider-Man right now.
Oh my god, he is.
I'm seeing it all right now.
We were watching this
Oh.
video the other day of this. Was like a French news show? And the first thing that came out of anyone's mouth in my chat room was, "Oh my god, that looks like French Anthony." And it was like this French man.
Anthony.
It looked
Anthony
exact-
already looks
awful.
French.
I'm
very
so
sorry.
default
I
settings.
think Anthony's better looking.
Default
Default
settings.
settings is so funny.
Bethany.
Trying to see everyone. Damn. You got some spots.
It's like a Claire Obscure preset.
Bangladesh. On an open flame.
Wait, Crispy, what do you think about this behind you?
Ooh, whiskey, love.
Oh,
You like that? You like
Carla,
that or
wait,
what?
Yeah.
my chat said it was
Happy
ass,
Pride.
capital A-S.
Okay, don't listen to them. You're doing great.
Okay, thank you.
Sammy, I love yours.
Wait, how do you see?
Thank
How do
you,
you see?
thank you,
How do you
Clint.
see me?
Right
How do
click.
you know
I'm
where I am?
screwed.
Beth,
No,
please.
5 and then 4 and then right click.
Yeah, press 5, 4, and then you should be able to basically bounce
Oh.
around to everybody.
Chris, who do you think we find first?
Oh shit.
Probably Banther Whiskey or maybe Granny.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Definitely me.
Wow, that's a lot of call outs.
How about you?
I should take that personally.
Loki, I think I find Sam first
Starting
because I think
beef
Sam's gonna
already.
try really hard. But
No,
I'm gonna
no,
say-
no,
Oh,
no, dude.
good
Whoa.
No,
How do you
dude.
undo? How do you undo?
I'm chill.
Damn it. I knew it.
I feel pretty good about my spot. I like,
I hate this map.
No,
I
listen,
think that-
You're a real one, Doc.
I
I know
know
his
it's
one
one
voice.
like a cheese spot.
pretty good.
So
It's
I'm just
old
gonna give that
women.
example
It's
right
Picasso,
now.
I
because
like
was
it.
finishing my dinner.
Chris, do you have headlights on your ass?
Headlights
No, that's
on
not
your head.
headlights. No, that's
those are
my
just
shiny
ass
cheeks.
Oh, okay, got you. Thank you.
Yeah.
For confirming.
Right click if you want to browse between different people. Whiskey, by the way.
Wait, Sam, that's pretty good.
Yeah, thank you. I just always had dreams of hiding here, so I'm making it come true.
Have to be in
Real.
free cam mode.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5 and then 4.
Oh, yeah.
Julia, you sneaky snake. Oh
If
my
I had
god.
$1 for every time I try to go into free cam,
Yeah,
and
so what I did, Granny, is not like
I would
ideal.
be a million.
Yours is wild.
Nice whiskey.
Oh.
I did find you first.
Oh,
my head
come
off.
on.
Oh my god.
The problem is I've seen so many spots done.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It's
Chris,
just
that was
a
genius.
small
This is
map.
a small map.
I saw you from the other angle, so I just saw your body like pretty well.
Anthony, you should have stayed with me.
It's so obvious.
I know it's working.
Stay with me.
Ping. Yes, we're doing that.
Oh, that's a good
And then
spot.
also on
Oh,
my
Carla, that's a good
potential
spot.
30 hour.
Carlos, what is crazy?
Oh, Julia, that's nuts.
Think, yeah. My potential.
fun.
Well, I have my subathon with a
Gangster
30
girl.
hour cap.
Julia.
So I don't know what
I know,
time
I
I'll
know,
be
I'm
doing,
giving you
but
an
we'll be
example
doing
with
that as well.
cheese. I was finishing my
Oh,
food, so I didn't
Sammy,
have time.
Sammy, I really like that. I really like that.
Thank you. I actually
Oh,
lasted
sorry,
a pretty long
Granny.
time.
Good spots.
Oh, you got
Aw,
caught
that
already?
was a good
Shows
spot, Granny.
I just did, yeah.
Oh,
It'll
it's
show
okay.
you. I think it shows people, yeah.
Whiskey, there'll be like a paint splatter.
Under chairs
on
and
people if
tables,
they got
Chris,
got.
because
Yep.
we're hearing
Okay.
I'm looking.
cheese. So that's
Empty
Julia, this
chairs
is
and
so
empty
naughty.
tables.
No
And I love it.
tables.
Anthony, I'm screaming.
Julia has a weird one, so we have to find it.
Chris, why do you have butt cheeks?
No, she's
Bro,
chill.
who
Don't
cares?
call her weird.
Sammy, you
they cool or not?
are
Yeah,
everything
pretty
to me.
Thanks.
Thanks, babe. I got.
Julia, this is foul.
Oh wait, Sam, you're not
It's
alive?
definitely tucked in the
I don't
corner.
know
No,
how
man,
Ian was
Chris
able to
got
get
me.
this.
Oh, I
I
see
don't
your
know
character though.
either.
How do you know who's
Wait,
still alive?
Julia, is it like, are you kind of like fucked up, like in a corner?
Bro, you can just ask her if she's fucked
Yep.
up.
Oh.
You can ask what she is.
Bro, what's
Found-
the
found
first
her.
shot?
Oh
All
my
right,
god.
where's the
Found her as
last?
I was
Where's the
asking.
last?
Wait, who's
Where's
the last one? Is it Ellie?
Oh, this is so funny.
Ellie!
She's
Ellie!
quiet as a
Ellie.
mouse, too.
And she's quiet as hell because she knows she
No,
has a good
For
spot.
some reason, you can suspected
knows.
everyone after they're dead.
Hmm.
Yeah, I
You
can't
gotta
tell
put
who's
the
alive.
tan
It
all
just
over
shows
the
me.
character.
Oh.
That's how you know that they died.
Pants,
Just
we have
use
the
just the
same
people that
exact
are
spot,
left.
by the way. We
I
have
feel
the
like
same
Ellie's
idea.
running around low key.
Yeah.
Totally.
Nice.
Got her.
Let's go!
Wow.
Let's go!
Bro, hunters.
Okay.
GG's.
Wow.
Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, it
Really
shows
good
you where
job,
people
guys.
had hidden.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Oh, Ellie, dude, that's a good spot. I walked past that.
Worked out.
Yeah, I didn't see
Worked out
that.
okay. Crispy, you low-key looked right at me and left. My heart was beating so fast.
Very nice. I like that one. That's funny.
Like, not bad.
Not bad, not bad.
Really
Sammy
good job,
Tails
guys.
all
One
this
has me
time.
screaming. That was so
Okay,
funny.
I think it's Candyland time.
Yes, yes, yes.
Candyland.
I'm really excited. Oh,
Oh
sorry,
my
sorry.
God.
Sugarland.
Wait, is there a way for
Sugarland.
the spectating to just be who's
Oh.
alive?
don't
You can
think
check.
so.
That's a new update band that they might have changed.
New map.
So you can see other people's
Oh.
spots, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I couldn't tell who was
think that's
left.
New, yeah.
Wait, I don't know what to do.
That's okay.
What do you mean what to do?
Wait,
I don't
what?
know. I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to understand what you guys were just saying. There's a new setting for something?
I
No,
have
so it was
clue
like-
what they're talking about.
It was like I could still see Sammy even though Sammy was dead, so to speak. It was as if she
Oh.
was alive.
Oh. Is it?
I don't know if that was
It
like a
like
new
shows
thing.
where the spots were. I think.
Yeah.
Good night,
I think it's because we don't
Mikey.
become hunters after we die, or I'm new.
Have a stunning
I don't know,
Maybe.
man.
weekend.
Oh, Whiskey, if you stand on the middle platform, you become a hunter. So
I'll see you
if,
soon.
if you're wanting to be a hunter, you would stand on that.
Okay, Roger.
I'm
And then
excited
if you
about this
don't,
map.
it randomly chooses you.
Close enough.
I'm
Welcome back
ready.
Among Us lobbies.
Wait,
Oh,
true.
God.
Which map is this?
Stay with my
This is
peers.
less stressful.
Candyland.
Oh, new one.
Oh, wait. Oh, the textures are
Wait.
beautiful on this.
Is this?
This
it's a
reminds me of the
workshop map?
SMP.
No, this is an official one.
Oh. Okay.
There's a me.
Great.
Sorry.
Hmm.
Get it out, babe.
I had to get it out.
Yeah.
Hey,
There's
Chris.
gotta be a way to.
Fuck off.
My bad. My bad. No, and that's on me.
No, that's on you. Dude, this is gonna be hard because I don't know any of the spots, so I can't go immediately to them.
True.
Dang.
Yeah, whiskey. Good job.
Sammy. Wait, Sam, you can see me?
Yes, dude.
Wait, what?
Look dumb as hell. No offense.
Oh, damn. Damn.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Where did you find this? Oh man.
I know, no.
All right, we're gonna roll with this. We're gonna roll with this.
Sammy, what is this? Matter of fact,
Whiskey, buzz off or join us, dude. Even though
yeah.
Buzz off is so funny.
Buzz off or
Buzz
join
off,
us.
you jerk.
Wait, no. How do I?
Look at him.
You hit control and space.
Okay,
to move up
thank
and
Wait,
you,
down.
thank you.
you're cooking. You're cooking.
Thank you. Okay, so if I do this.
Wait, I ate.
You always eat.
You ate and you left
Aw,
crumbs because
babe.
it's the Candy Mountain.
Oh, wait. Hold
I can't
on.
decide.
Wait,
Anthony, you
Van,
got this,
come
man.
find Chris, Whiskey, and me. Wait, Van, come here.
Nah.
Yeah.
That'd be cool if we could paint on each other.
No,
Bam,
no.
fuck off.
Van.
Come over, baby. Let's paint on each other.
Pay me like one of your paints.
Oh,
There you go.
goodness.
Okay, hold on. Let's make it more. There we go.
I want a blue moon.
I want a blue moon.
Sorry.
Want a blue morning.
Bad.
This one's
Julia,
dirty.
what's your strategy for finding people?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
that's
are you
pretty
good at Hunter?
Nothing,
That's
because I
pretty
haven't
good.
even seen this map. Oh,
Oh, fuck. I forgot this is a new map.
yeah, this is the brand new one. I haven't seen it,
Okay.
so it's gonna be rough.
Here
going
we go.
in not knowing even. I haven't even seen any clips of this. I don't know what this place looks like.
This looks so
All
ridiculous.
right. Fingers crossed. Do my best.
Oh, this is a garbage fucking spot by me. This is not good.
Okay.
I tried to cook and I did the opposite.
30 seconds.
Wait, I feel like I did too much.
Oh, this is a gag.
Oh, I'm
no.
to see the map though.
Oh no.
Carl, a knife.
Oh, Sam, I like that.
Thanks.
It's
Have
clever.
essence? Okay.
Thanks.
You know what, Sam? I'm down.
You look moldy. Yeah, you
Wait,
look
Crispy
moldy.
ate.
Okay, cool.
Ben, you're a fucking wild dude up there. No, down there, I meant.
You know what? If this works,
Okay, here we go.
I'm happy.
I'm nervous.
Wait,
I
Carla,
don't know what to expect.
that's really good.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's so dumb.
Oh my god.
Wait, Julia, are you Elmo?
I think this could
Yeah.
work.
So stupid, bro.
Elmo
Oh my
hunting
God.
us
Oh
down
my
is
god.
terrifying.
Yeah,
Sam.
I can see you
This
from
is-
No
this is
Joke
like the,
across the map.
Granny, that's hilarious.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, where like, they walk in and see the
Chris,
the room.
Whiskey, and Sammy.
True.
No.
Crispy.
You like that?
Yeah, that's
I feel
I feel good
beautiful.
about my
What?
spot. I do. I feel good.
Carl,
about
that's
it.
genuinely crazy.
Yes, baby.
It doesn't make sense, but I
yes,
like
honey.
Wow.
Julia, your skin is kind of wild.
The fact it's working.
Thanks.
No,
Wait, this is it? We're
like,
just like in a cone?
it. Anthony, what
this
the?
is weird. Okay.
Oh wow.
Bro, I know someone's one of these stupid fucking gingerbread men.
Chud.
No, we would never do that.
Mm. Bro, I'm getting embarrassed, bro. Someone
No, don't be
whistle.
embarrassed.
No,
No,
you're
yeah,
so
man,
sexy.
remember.
Don't.
Everyone press one. Everyone press one.
No,
Help her out.
It makes me feel so much worse.
You have
No.
236 seconds left.
You're fine,
got
you're fine.
Bad time.
Oh my
Bro.
god.
Julia.
There's no way
Like
this
it-
spot
turns
works.
to a red
There's
man
no
No,
way.
background.
Crispy, yours is
Oh, I
good.
think-
I like
You
yours.
think? I don't
Yeah.
know.
I don't think
Oh,
I
I
would
thought that was really good. I'm sad.
Wait, where's Crispy's at?
Bro, I thought that was surely
Bant,
someone.
what the hell?
Is he still there?
He
pretty
looks
good.
really good.
Oh my god.
What? Oh my god,
the
man,
heck?
move.
Oh, Bant, that's really
That's
good actually.
crazy.
Bant, you cooked a whole
You're
meal.
never getting found.
That's I can barely
Oh,
see you,
is
bro.
there
And I
like a
like Granny's
barrier
spot
on the
too.
ceiling?
Oh,
Granny,
Wait,
they're not
you
gonna find you there.
Wait,
Cook.
the
Julia, do you feel
group
blind
is
like
hilarious,
iron?
by the way.
That's what I'm saying.
Thanks, man.
What the hell?
Bant, even knowing you're there, I can't see you. It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, where is he? Whoa.
Oh my
okay.
god.
how?
Oh, sorry.
How?
Oh, that's nice.
Hmm.
That's really
Oh my
nice,
God.
If
Sam.
I pull this off,
I'll take you to Bangladesh
stoked.
if you pull this off.
I'm cook me sausage on an open flame.
Exactly. I'll anoint you.
Yup.
No, Sam, that's really
Yup.
good. I
Yeah.
like that.
Nice. Oh, damn
Damn
it.
it.
Oh,
losing it.
nice. Christy, I thought that was goaded.
Crispy, where were you?
Granny, I love yours.
I was
by the
a
way.
pretzel.
Oh my God, Sam.
Where is Sandwich?
Oh my
Oh,
fucking
Sam
God.
Cook.
Sam.
Massacre!
No! Run!
Baby, run!
Elmo's on me is crazy.
Oh, it's a massacre, dude.
Heavy
Oh
sniper.
man. God.
Elmo's on me.
Oh, that was a
Bro,
bloodbath.
Julian chasing me around is almost the funniest thing ever.
All right, Bantha and Sandwich are our only hope.
Bantha
Thanks.
Sandwich.
I feel good. I feel good.
No,
Oh,
Sam.
Sam, it's a cook. It's a cook.
Can you get up to the ceiling? Where is Sam?
I need silence and I need whistles.
Yes, Mom.
Okay, teacher.
That sounds so far. Wait. Oh,
Oh
more?
my god. Oh my god.
Oh, that's clever.
Oh, come on.
Bantha only hope.
I thought you were gonna stare right at me and walk away.
Bant, this is yours to win.
Y'all are not finding Bantha. I'm keeping it.
That's awesome.
No, this Bantha is egregious.
Yeah.
I need whistles.
It's
I need
actually-
whistles.
Bantha's under the map.
He may as well be under the map. No joke.
Bant
To be
said,
fair,
you know
he is
what?
spamming
Anyway,
whistle pretty,
like, is
pretty
it like
often.
that? Oi.
It's gonna go off
No,
again in a few
It's
seconds.
weird. Some
too.
people are
Elaborate?
still on the map after they died. I guess we all are.
I think
Oh.
everybody
Yeah.
is. Yeah, you can just see the spots.
That's what Bant was
Okay.
talking about when you try to spectate and it goes to
okay.
everyone else.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand.
Bantha,
Yeah.
30 seconds left. Get up and run around.
Yeah, so I whistled manually and then it auto whistled. So if you manually whistle, it doesn't break up the auto whistle timer.
Oh, I thought it does.
No, it doesn't bring it up. It just adds it.
Yeah,
so like
I
if
thought
you
that it
whistle with
was-
like 5 seconds left on the timer, you'll whistle in 5 seconds as well.
Yeah.
I'm a goon. I've been trying to break it
No.
up by like,
Bant.
resetting it when
Fuck
people
you.
aren't
Too.
About
around.
all that.
No
Oh,
way,
man.
bro.
Bantha, you
And I
shitting.
don't want the world to see me.
Cause I don't.
Oh, I think he's got this.
No!
Oh
Nice.
my goodness.
Nice.
Julia, what makes you go back? Julia, what makes you go back?
In the final
Whistles.
moment.
Also, you
The
guys
whis-
singing, I
the
don't want the
whistle.
world to see me.
True,
old
true.
dogs.
That's a good point.
Really good job, guys.
Wait, this map is fun. I like
Do it
this
again,
one.
I'll be
cute.
Hunter.
Run it back.
Run this one back.
I want to be
Yeah,
Hunter
do you
and
run it
would love
back,
to hide in it.
back to back.
Yeah, back to
Yeah,
back.
yeah,
let's
yeah.
do
I'm
back
down.
to back.
This is a-
Back
this
to
is
back to back to back.
Back to you.
I want my brain to
Oh.
hurt. I'm ready.
Should I
Oh, yeah,
change
Carla, you
any
know what?
settings
I'll hunt
or
with
all
you.
good?
Yes,
I think that's
babe.
probably fine.
That was pretty good.
Oh,
Maybe
good.
whistle more often.
Oceanic
low-key.
Alliance.
Maybe for the
Yeah.
next one.
I think it's
What is it
20.
on, 45 right now?
All right.
No, it's 20.
20 is
Chris,
a
get
lot.
off the.
Oh, it's on
Get off
20?
the middle.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was,
shit, sorry.
I thought it was
Thanks,
more
babe.
than that.
Well, Julia, it's Granny and Carla. Nice.
Yeah, stop, man, move. Oh man.
Okay.
Granny
Making
Carla.
sounds.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Granny and Carla.
Oh, good.
Because I don't
Grandma's
want
kid.
the
Don't be sorry.
Don't be
Don't be
sorry. Don't be sorry.
Oh, do not go there.
Loaf of bread.
Okay, sure.
Seal the loaf. Do not get me on seal the loaf.
Nah, Sammy, I have to. Pizza Friday over here. Makes no sense, by the way.
Speak on that.
Talking about pizza.
How do
It's,
we feel about this?
it's bread, bread.
It's Pizza Friday.
Pizza Friday. What are you gonna dress up as? Oh, okay, good.
I'm doing a cow. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
I will do that as well. But the
I think
opposite.
this works.
Cause I know what I want to see. And I know they understand. Oh, a pizza would be good.
Oh,
Pizza.
God.
Hey.
I'll just hide
Champion
pizza.
Poor mouth.
Pour mouth? What?
That was one time, Julia.
Oh, I want a pizza. I want a blue moon.
Blue moon.
It's killing me.
A pizza from the
Wh-
Plaza
Whiskey's
Hotel.
never gonna join again.
Nah, he loves us.
You're right.
Yeah, I do. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
So if we turn our shadow off in the editor, is our shadow off to everybody else? I can't remember if what happens.
I think the
Do
shadow
that.
is off no
It
matter
is.
what.
It is, yeah.
Oh. Oh, okay.
That's a good question for someone who might not.
Oh, thanks.
Perfect.
No problem.
Really insightful, man.
Insightful.
Insightful.
'Cause I don't want to watch it.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay,
let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say, Geronimo.
Say Geronimo. Say Geronimo.
Geronimo.
Oh, I forgot to put the tomato base on. Oh well.
Tomato. I like that.
Tomato base.
Tomato sauce.
So Aussie's gonna win tomorrow, yeah.
my
What's our
chips.
bet? If Aussie wins, what do I get?
Nothing, because they're not going to.
They will. I can't wait to hear
Hey,
hear your
Dean.
text. Not hear. Read your text.
I'm not going to text you if they win.
You will. You feel embarrassed.
Chris
Blueberry?
is mean arc.
Mean arc.
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 Arc. Arc
Tonight?
is wild. Arc.
Oh, you're a giraffe.
They're trash. Yeah.
I think.
Who sings that actually? I was meant to be a pizza, but I forgot the tomato base.
You look like a giraffe. That's right. What about
Thanks, sweetie. We can be. I can be a giraffe.
I kind of forgot what a cow's face looked like at the last second, so bear with me.
Oh, it's perfect.
Oh, it is. Oh, thank you.
All right. I'm coming, guys.
Okay, let's go find these nasty
She's
whores.
coming home. Coming home.
I have to think like they would think.
Think how a rat would think.
Exactly.
You don't want to do that.
Joke's on you, Carl.
Ugh.
I don't think.
Well, joke's on you, because
Mhm.
that's all.
Do you guys hear a voice in your brain when you think?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Yes,
Is
sir.
it your
People
voice?
Like Chris. Chris has a very strong.
Mine just sounds like a traffic
Voice.
jam.
Okay.
Aw.
Your brain sounds like a traffic
There's
jam.
apparently people that can't
need
think in
Adderall,
like a
probably.
voice.
Yeah, I
don't know
heard
how
that.
It's possible.
Oh, Julia, nice spot.
Thanks.
Sandwich, nice.
No, dude, I
Whiskey,
messed
that's
up.
cute. I like that
I
a
put
lot.
my arms down
That's
in the
cute
last
as
second.
wild.
No, it's like smart. I like it.
My
Picasso.
chat said it was ass. To be fair.
No, Ellie, that's really good. Nice job.
Girl, I'm stuck.
Crispy, that's Crispy, that's brilliant.
Candy on the move. Candy on the move.
That's brilliant. Yeah,
Bro,
run,
I
run,
spent so
run,
much
run.
time on that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, Sammy, I like that. I like that.
FPS
you, thank you.
gaming.
Crispy, that's interesting.
Sam's got a crack. Look at that.
Well, look next
Dude,
to me.
I-
It makes
bro,
sense.
Oh, yeah. No, hold on. That's really cool. That's really cool.
It's so bad.
No, Sam, I like yours. I like it.
Oh, Ellie, that's genius.
Yeah,
Is
and
it?
I feel like it's like the way I would say
like
it
that a
to a
lot.
kid when they
Thanks,
made a
man.
drawing in,
Appreciate that. I'm new here.
first grade and I put it on
Girl.
the fridge, but I hate it.
Oh.
Oh,
If only you could starfish like against
nice.
a wall. That'd have been so much better.
Sure
if
If only.
if only.
You know
Fine.
what? I think we just are gonna. I think we just leave it at that. Oh man.
Seeing Toy Story 5
Too many
tonight.
utters.
Yeah, just
Ooh,
take
whiskey,
me
that's
out.
somewhere.
I didn't deserve anything.
Whiskey, it might work.
I swear if one of you's on the ceiling, I'm gonna cry because it's so bright.
I don't think you can go on the. There's like a
Chris,
cap,
that's
right? Like there's
famous.
like a ceiling.
Surely.
Like a
Oh,
clear.
Julia, really nice. I
Wait,
don't even know
thank
who
you.
this is because I'm so close. Chris, that's great.
God, where
Chris did a
are
really
they?
good
This
job.
hurts.
I know.
Oh wait, Sammy's left. And is Julia left too?
Mm-hmm.
And Whiskey's left too. Oh my god.
Damn it.
Sorry.
God, I just don't see anyone.
That was so good though.
Here. Oh, I missed. There we go.
Sammy with the cook.
Oh, Granny, I was
Who
putting
was that
underwear on my
there?
character. I was mid G string.
No, not the G string.
Mid G.
That's what attracted me up there. I was like, wait, is that a G-string?
Oh, is that what got you
Wait.
up there?
I did. I was like,
Wait,
wait.
who's left? Because it's showing Crispy still showing.
It
Why are
shows
the
people
hunters so
who
much
haven't died
Bigger.
still.
It's a
or-
glitch.
Nice,
Motherfucker.
Chris. Nice.
For
Dang
me,
it.
it's just
Still
putting
alive?
people like halfway in the
Surprise,
ground
Sammy?
when they're dead.
Oh, I
That's
thought,
the
I
Sammy
thought
Lunch, I think.
Sam, you
I
got
like
this.
it. I
Don't
don't hate it.
breathe. Don't.
100 seconds is crazy.
100
Don't
seconds is so
smell.
long.
They
I
can,
need
they
a
can hear
whistle.
you painting, right?
Yeah, search time is too long for sure, but that's
Sammy.
also first time playing this.
I'm holding
Yeah.
my breath.
Did oh, what the hell?
Granny,
Was that
you're
close to you, Gran?
Insane.
Yes, it's like in me.
Congrats.
What the hell?
It's coming from within.
Oh, Sammy, nice. Grand, look at this.
Sammy, run, Sammy, run. Big run.
No, wait, let
Where
Granny
is
do
You got
what
60
Granny said.
seconds.
Are you kidding me?
You stared at it for like 60 seconds.
Look at Sammy's score, 1400.
Oh
Incredible.
my
I had my breath
God.
held for so long. You guys walked past
Oh,
it
the
so many times. I was
scores.
like, oh no!
Oh no.
Oh, that's so good.
Amazing.
GG.
Carl, I like your chicken
GG.
pox.
You have the chicken pox?
No,
Your character has
dude.
chicken pox.
Oh, sorry. I thought you did. I'm like, why? Are you okay?
I
Like,
did when I was when I was a baby.
You were
my
a
parents
baby?
Gave me chicken pox. Yeah.
I've never had pox before.
Whoa.
Really?
Neither have
It's supposed to
I.
be good for
We
you.
had pox parties over here.
You had pox
Do you guys
I
want to
don't
switch
think
to
I ever had the
Chris's
pox.
Discord?
Oh,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we can do that.
Sure.
I don't know
Let's
where
see
you
over
go.
there.
You got so many
Okay.
channels in here,
Cousin,
dude.
We'll go to
Cousin.
Guzzins.
Go to Guzzins. If you
Guzzins.
can, I can
Guzzins.
drag you.
Go to Guzzins.
Guzzins.
And I do.
We
Just
can't.
like that,
I'll
we're
just
back.
drag you. It
1,
just makes
2,
fun of
3,
you the whole
4,
time.
5, 6, 7, 8. Missing whiskey.
Whiskey.
Wesker.
Making his way downtown,
Bye,
walking
Abs.
fast.
Have a good night, doll. I've never been a
And I'm
baby.
homebound. 3, 4, 5.
You don't
6,
ever
7, 8,
take
9.
me to Bangladesh.
Do you think we'll get the next White Chicks movie and Austin Powers 4 in the same year?
Yes.
Imagine,
Oh.
or it's combined.
God.
Gorge.
Austin Powers 4 is gonna be weird because it was such a product of its time.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
So like, how are they gonna spin it? You know, like.
You know, when I watched that Verizon commercial with Dr. Evil the other day, I instantly felt safe and at home. I was like, oh, yeah,
True.
I missed this.
Mic check over.
Hello.
Yep.
Hey.
Hey.
Mecha chameleon.
Do you guys want to do which map do we want to do, or do we want to do a
Do custom pool?
or-
Custom
Sam,
pool?
what do you want to do?
Oh, Penguin
I
Hotel
want
can
to
be
lay
fun.
down in a big field and stare up at the sky.
Oh my God,
Puppies,
involve
maybe.
me.
Some
Yeah.
rabbits.
Yep, exactly.
Hi, Ethan.
Ethan.
Hey, Ethan.
Ethan.
Look who it is.
Ethan.
Unfortunately,
That was so
I can hear you.
yeah.
Me personally, I can't hear you.
I went, Ethan Nestor, he, him, and then no one said anything.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, we didn't hear you.
Wait, why are you turned down
That's
so
someone
much?
hacked the lobby.
I had to turn you up.
Discord volume for me for some reason.
Wait, yeah, why were you at
Quiet little
30% volume
guy.
for me? Why were you loud?
Oh,
No.
everybody hates.
No.
Everybody hates me.
No.
Oh, Ethan, no. Ethan, no.
Don't say that.
Oh,
It's so sexy.
Big naturals.
Do you guys want to do? Wait, Ethan, have you
Pool.
played this?
I've never played this before.
Oh shit.
Let's do a normal map then. Are you in the lobby?
Yeah.
You join the lobby,
No.
lobby.
What are you doing? What is that pose that you're doing?
Bro, what
Wait,
do you
how am I
think?
doing this?
3, 4, 5.
Sammy thought?
Wait, how is that character doing
Are you
this?
arching it like that? What is that?
So press
you
this
Bro,
one
lots of
and
work.
then double F.
I don't know.
Double F.
Can I just join off of one of you or no?
Oh,
So the
You
thing
gotta
I
use the
sent you,
password.
Yeah, I'm
there's
built
a
different.
Video that we
Search-
watched in
Like
8th grade.
since
Search for
2011, bro.
me. Search like type in all this stuff and
This
then
is so Among
whatever.
Us 2020, guys.
This is the
seriously.
miracle of life right here.
So true.
Yeah,
Oh,
Ethan,
good.
you go
Anthony is the
to
miracle of life,
find
yes, it
private lobby,
Okay.
and then
Hella
whenever Sam
ass.
sent you.
Oh wait, how do I even
this
do
is
that?
crazy.
There we go.
What the hell?
Guys, vibe check. How are you feeling? I love this game.
Also, Ethan, check your DMs really quickly.
Okay,
I
Ellie.
sent you something like a
Okay,
month
Ellie.
ago that you need to see.
You sent me something a month ago.
It expires.
Yeah, someone joined one of our games and they had this crazy username with your name in it.
Oh, Ethan Nestor's Big Naturals. Yeah.
Yes.
Classic.
Yeah, they're great.
God, that's
Classic.
good.
Yeah, we know
classic.
them.
And
Okay,
they
fine.
are big.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
Inspired by when he had those.
Real.
I still have them in a drawer somewhere.
Can I borrow them?
Put them on.
Oh my god.
I'm just
You
kidding.
gotta whip them out once in a
Could.
while.
Whip them
Yes.
out.
I got mine removed.
Oh,
Can I have them?
Monster
True,
in
true,
Aliens
true.
versus Monsters. You jiggle it like the
Send them to
jelly.
Australia.
Okay, I think
They're
I.
in a lab somewhere,
sent a
probably,
thing.
or
Let me look at that.
Lab.
In a lab, in like a glass jar somewhere.
And it's labeled.
Just like pickled.
Boobs.
It's like pickled.
What if
You
boobs?
know, those
Oh,
balls
yeah,
in
you're
the
in.
corner of the
Pickles is
Mexican place where there's
Pickles
just
is
scorpions.
crazy.
Am I
Pickled
here?
breast
Pickled is
tissue
crazy,
is a good
by the way.
username.
Pickled breast. Wait, someone do it in chat.
Someone's gonna do it.
Pickled
In
breast
5 minutes,
tissue.
you're gonna get a sub from pickled breast tissue.
Pickled breast? It's kind of a based username.
Wait. So
Pickled
hold on.
naturals.
I don't know.
Yes.
How to.
Naturals.
Oh, you'll
I
figure
don't
it
know.
out.
I don't know how to play this game at all.
Okay, so hide.
Go Ethan.
You
Hide and
will
draw.
figure it
Oh,
out pretty
perfect.
quickly. Well,
Wait.
hold on. Let me
Ethan, you're
explain.
screwed.
Okay,
I'm-
so go find a spot.
Wait, he's
and
hu-
then you
he's-
hit
he's
F
hunting with
and
me, he's
you
hunting
paint
with me.
yourself.
Yeah, I'm.
Oh, he's
I'm
hunting.
But this
Oh,
is
that's
great
good
to
then. You can
practice.
just
So
look
then
for
I-
people.
So, okay, this is perfect. So press
So I just
F,
shoot? Uh-huh.
and then
Oh,
you
this
can
is
practice drawing. That's paint mode. So right click to make your circle bigger, and then you
Circle.
can click the color wheel, and you can just go to town,
Okay, chat, I'm muting.
This
Sorry, there's a
is-
lot of voices in
and then
this Discord call.
everything. Sorry,
Um,
everything in.
Man, spin around and go the other way.
Is left, so you
Wait,
can
yeah,
turn
wait,
your
is it?
shadow off.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. There's so much happening. What did you say?
Okay, so we'll start from start.
Oh,
Press F.
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys. I meant
Yeah,
to.
yeah,
mute.
yeah. I've got F, and then I've got the right click to go in and out. Ooh,
It's cool. We heard all
Okay,
of it.
pick
It's
a
fine.
color.
And then
And just paint
the
yourself.
shadow. Ooh.
You can turn your shadow off. So when you're
That's
you're hiding, it
so
won't give you
cool.
away. And then you just paint yourself.
That's sick.
Yeah. And then there's metallic as
What?
well. And then the cool thing is, anywhere in this room, you can press space, and that's the dropper, the color dropper. So you can like click
Wait,
that
Ban,
blue
come up here.
on the wall, and you have that's the same color.
That's so cool.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So when you're hiding
do
on
I-
something, you can just color drop everything.
Uh-huh.
Ellie, come up here, Ellie. Ellie, up here, up here.
This is
Up here.
so cool.
This is
Yeah.
really tough.
Sick.
We
Let's
stacking
do-
or?
Yeah, yeah, let's
Wow.
stack and do something like this.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, let's no, like stack, like, yeah, and then go down, and we're gonna be like, you know what I mean?
Sammy.
Julia, it's good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm right.
Four.
I'm.
Go down.
I might be.
What map is this?
No, go down, down, all the way. Okay, this is okay.
We're
No, keep
going
going,
down,
keep going,
down.
keep going. Please keep going. Please. Okay, now right there, and then move over.
This is really tough.
Oh, is it right there? Yeah, like, yep. You know what I mean?
No.
Like, oh, so it's so. I'm gonna message you.
Well. Oh my God, Chris.
What?
Nothing.
It's hang on Barry
Change the
because you're big
pose?
foot.
Oh
This
yeah.
looks great. What are you talking about?
Message me where, bro.
You can't put it on now, Ethan, as
Yeah,
well. But when you
Discord.
press R when you're hiding, you'll
Yes.
get a wheel of
Chris, you didn't help at
positions.
all.
It's not metallic.
So you can be like
Oh,
a ball,
sick.
or like.
Wait,
Yeah.
how do I become metallic again?
So press F, and then see the metallic bar. You just drag it to the right
No.
until it
Oh,
fills up, and then your
Hey,
color. and then
Anthony,
you
what's
can
your
be metallic.
plan?
this is pretty cool.
Is it fun?
Oh, this is
Right?
perfect.
Yeah.
Wait, Ellie,
Oh, I'm in
hit the
trouble.
R and then this.
What are they guys? What are you scheming
that.
in there?
Bro's cooking on a little double.
Oh, that works.
double right
Yeah,
now.
that works.
I'm making myself chroma key green so my
Perfect.
editor can put whatever he
Oh, you
wants
think
on
this
me.
is good?
Well,
Hey.
but it's
Could
first
you
person,
rotate a
so I
little
guess
bit?
it
Oh,
doesn't
it's
matter.
no, turn around
That's
the
so
other way.
funny. Here,
It
wait.
would be funny if it worked, but it won't. 'cause
Wait,
it's
here.
first person.
Here, I'll put it on me.
Yeah, good. Thank you so much.
That's okay.
Chris, man.
Justin, do your magic now.
Do your worst.
Okay, so now I just find people, right? Do I have unlimited
shit.
shots?
We sure do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can
sick.
also press control and you'll go prone, so you can look
Ellie,
under.
they're gonna see you. Oh, there you go. Oh, good.
I mean,
Look under tables and
Prone,
stuff.
Cool.
what do you
Chris,
want me
I'm
to
gonna
do?
come and find you first.
Nope, you're not.
Well,
I'm thinking. Nah, this has just got to be a horse's cock, naturally. It's
Or a
just
donkey's
got to be.
dick.
I'll come back
no
to
way
this
someone
later.
tried that.
Surely it's not a
Who
person.
did this?
Ellie,
Whiskey?
what?
Is this
Speaking of
whiskey?
What are
Carla,
you talking
don't don't shoot this innocent horse's cock. It's
Okay,
obviously,
they have a new life.
obviously secret.
I want to know who you are. They're on the run. They're on the run.
They're on the run. Stop it! Wait, so it wasn't a real horse's penis?
Whiskey.
No.
Could it work, Julia? Could it work?
Not the
Anthony,
horse's
I
car.
What have you done?
I hope
Just
that
you guys have never
nobody.
seen a horse
nobody
like
He might
use
just be
the
crazy
attach
enough.
and run down the hallway.
Man, no, man, I'm kind of vibing with it. I can't.
I don't understand it, but I feel like maybe that's a me thing.
Wait, yo, Sam, you know what? Sure.
Sammy, did you rotate maybe?
Ellie and Chris.
I don't know because I flash.
Crispy, it might work. It might work.
It's funny. Oh.
Oh, fuck it.
Girl.
Listen, man.
Are you
Hey, I
already
loved
I
it.
like
killing
it, by the
everybody?
way. I like it.
Wait, there's
Thank
12
you.
seconds. What's the timer? Fuck.
It's 209.
we have
209.
15 minutes still.
Sam, that's
Oh,
good.
okay,
I think
okay,
I think
okay.
that
That's way creative.
The yellow
so, too.
timer is when we whistle for you.
Ellie, that's my bad. I'm sorry. I let us distract.
Arr.
Sam,
What are
Sammy,
you trying
I
to
love it.
do?
I
Thank
love
I was
it.
trying to make us look
Thank
like a
you, thank
vent.
you.
A vent?
Yeah, like,
Yeah,
like,
like,
like add on to the vent.
I feel like I'm terrible at this
Okay.
so far.
No, you'll
Other
get
than
better.
it.
No,
It's
come
your
on,
first
man.
game.
It's your
Whatever
first
works,
game
bro.
ever.
Brandy
Other than
OP.
The horse penis.
I
Oh,
I know
wait,
you
hold
hate it
on.
because you called me
Actually not
Bantham.
So where have you already been?
Sammy,
No.
take one out.
Nice, Ben.
I
I mean,
love it.
you nearly had
got
me.
him.
No, he nearly had me. To be fair, I was gonna walk away.
Sure.
I was trying to
like
act
it.
as,
I
as like,
like
like a
it.
towel rack.
No, I believed
Thank
it.
you.
Can you open doors? Or
No.
the doors?
They
no,
are
they're all
already
open.
Oh, okay,
automatically
Carla, you
open.
didn't read the
Yeah, they're
message I wrote.
all open.
Oh, sorry, sweetie. What was the
What'd you say?
message?
Please
It was
don't
kind of
shoot.
to the sky, though.
When? Where was the
Well,
message?
I thought-
It's you would never be able to
Fine.
see that.
Oh, okay. It wasn't serious message.
Surely.
Sorry, babe.
Wait, that's actually a crazy thumbnail.
Oh, true. Wait, hold on.
If I shoot something that's not a person, am I gonna
With
die?
blood.
No, you're fine.
No, you won't.
No, it's fine.
You'll be fine. Yeah.
Okay.
I
It
like
won't
that. It's
kill you.
goated.
Go in screenshot
Cool,
mode.
cool.
Granny, that's
I
so
probably,
good.
I
by
probably
the
could have
way.
went a little harder, but
You still
No, I
can,
think-
Crispy.
So hard
Yeah,
to do
yeah.
this.
Let it rip.
I want to.
Cinema.
I want to get someone.
Thanks, Chris.
Other than the
No problem.
penis, I haven't seen anybody.
Other than the penis is
Aw.
crazy.
other than the penis.
Other than
Bro,
the
come
penis.
Someone's in this room, Ethan. I just don't know where.
No, they're not.
Friedman. I'm having a hard time walking up these stairs. Does that mean anything?
Do you want
injured?
to come here, Ethan?
Where
Come
are you?
here, come here, sweetie.
Oh, yeah.
Come
Granny,
here.
you know what to
Am I
do.
dead?
Granny, you know what to do.
Oh,
Granny,
no.
run!
Insane where your leg was.
Ah,
Run, Granny!
yes. Bye. Sorry, Granny. Listen, it had to be done.
Sniper shot.
Sorry. I'm also. am
The
I
shot
seeing-
heard around the
The
world.
way I was still painting.
Julia, that's really good.
Thanks.
Crispy,
I'm
I'm
hearing so many
really
whistles.
perplexed by this.
Ellie,
Did you
ours
hear
was
any
so
loud
good, I can't
ones?
believe-
Perplexed in a bad way?
I don't
Wait,
know.
Sam, are you alive?
You gotta
It
paint the
depends if
side,
it works
Crispy.
or not.
You're real.
Ours was chudless.
Yeah.
Whiskey
No,
looks like
it
there's
was
poop stain
full.
on my screen.
Sam, is that you?
Oh,
Are
good.
you alive?
Oh, good.
No, I'm dead. I'm
No, it's like a
starfish.
big, yeah, it's a big
Nice,
blood
but
stain.
like-
Your leg's blown off.
From far enough away, it looks lined up, but it's definitely
No,
not.
I think
Is-
Crispy cooks here.
From
Is
far
everyone the
enough
same
away.
size, or are people different
No,
sizes?
you guys are
We're all
big.
the same
Everyone's
size.
the same size. Yeah,
Hunters
no
are
worries.
like
Like the
massive or
hiders are.
little.
Y'all got 40 seconds.
Someone's
okay,
in
okay,
here,
okay,
and
okay.
I don't know where.
Julia, are you still alive?
okay. Surely.
Julia
Nice.
is-
No.
That was nice,
Sammy,
Sammy. That
wow.
was nice.
Thank you.
This is
Wait,
so much
Chameleon's
harder than I
first
thought it
win?
was gonna be.
It's
It's
very
hard
hard.
'cause
Even when you know the
you've never played
game.
on the maps, you don't know the like popular spots. So
Julia.
Yeah.
this
If
is
you
a
know
tough map
this,
to
even if
start
you
it
know
out
this
on.
game, it's still hard. Like I still struggle.
Where?
Sammy, when you do that,
Who is still
it
alive?
cures my psoriasis.
I am.
Dude,
And Julia
2,900
is.
points for horse cock is not
It's
bad.
so funny.
Please, please, just hit something. Ah!
I think Julie's in here.
Randomly shooting. There's no way he was randomly
He
shooting.
got you just fucking randomly. That's
Julia
so good.
loves a side
laughing.
hide. That's your calling card.
Not the side hide.
Good job, Julia. Good job. Wait, did Chris and Ellie get caught? I
Yeah.
missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ethan, that was
Yeah.
wild.
Oh wow.
I cannot believe that.
Man,
That was
pretty
amazing.
bro.
W.
Let's run that map back.
Yeah, that win, it was crazy.
One
Wait, I
chance
kinda
in a
wanna
dream.
run.
That was.
Let
awesome.
Sammy hunt.
Do you guys want to do a custom map?
Yes.
Do the pool. Do the pool.
If you haven't done, yeah, we can do pool. If you haven't done custom maps, it's gonna prompt you to like click a button and just do it.
Okay.
Let me do. I can.
Oh wait, how do the different poses?
I want to try
work?
this one.
Oh, Ethan.
R.
This is a new one
Click.
probably to
The
everybody.
mod must be downloaded.
Mod
to
download.
start.
Oh. Click here.
Subscribe.
This mod
Got
can
it.
also
Click
scan
subscribe?
for viruses.
Yeah.
Download anyway.
Oh my god.
I got it.
All the comments on this.
Do you just press
on
subscribe?
this map just say 6-7 on Steam.
Yeah, it worked right away.
Of course, that makes
Oh,
sense.
good.
Yes.
Malware.
Download confirmed. Cool.
Malware.
As long as it's not too big, I'm excited.
I pressed subscribe.
Computer,
Please
please
give me
get
order
inside
data.
of the computer. Computer, order
Computer, open up
600
the
rolls of
computer.
toilet paper to all of the houses.
Bro, I would love 600 rolls of toilet paper.
Computer,
Oh,
and
that
let my
might
friends have a fun
again.
night.
Oh, Chris.
Tell my friends I like them a lot.
Don't laugh.
Chris,
These
I
are
had
the
a dream
days
about
we're
you
gonna
the other
remember.
night.
What'd you
You
say?
know, let Sandwich.
I had a
know
dream
that
about
she's
you the
really
other
funny.
night. We were pulling
Was it good?
Pokemon cards, and naturally I didn't pull anything good, and you did.
Perfect.
That was literally a dream that I had.
Chris.
That's such a weird dream.
That's
Yeah,
such a
it was
normal
pretty
dream
normal.
to have. I feel.
It was a pretty normal hang with you, Chris.
Well, you woke up and you're like, man, that sucks. At least you didn't spend like 80 bucks.
Granny, we've got this.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
Crazy.
So the ones
This
that
is
I'm picking, the
cool.
custom ones, I just am picking them because visually they looked like good choices. I don't know if they actually are, but good luck.
Okay.
Oh, this is cool because it has all like the painting kind of.
Yeah, and it's
vibe,
not
too.
huge, but there's a lot of stuff.
But there's floating boxes. Interesting.
Oh shoot! I want to do everything.
How?
Wait, no, say more. Say more.
Me when I'm auditing.
Now, Sammy.
Okay.
Oh my.
Now,
I'm trying to
Huh.
get insider info.
Oh my god, this blue box is really
Can I
good.
go in here?
There's a Maple Story map. Oh my god, I love Maple
There
Story.
is. I have it.
It's just
It's
so
really good,
overwhelming.
but the borders are kind of weird. So
Is it
it's
a
like you
Pokemon
can go
map?
in certain spots that don't look like you can.
Oh, I would love a Pokemon map.
Pokemon.
I didn't see any, surprisingly. Maybe it's too scary.
Come on.
What does this say?
Sam, occupado.
What? Really? Oh. You shouldn't have said anything. It would have been a red herring.
Can I angle myself or no?
Yeah.
Help.
Help.
Whiskey,
Just
get
Blue
help.
Moon, Blue Moon.
How do I do it?
Blue Moon.
How do I angle myself? Is there anyone?
Do you need help, Whiskey?
Depends.
No, I need help.
Ethan needs help.
No.
How do
Whiskey,
I angle
fuck
myself?
off, man.
What angle are you trying to do?
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Out
just,
of
a
your
little,
ass.
just a little angle.
Just
like
press-
a little, not a pose.
So,
What is
so
this
you
map?
can
Oh my
you
God,
can do
we're in a map?
WASD, but
I
you
think there's
can
some
hold
here.
right click
Vance, where have you
to
been?
rotate lock.
Bro's
BRB.
pooping. Bro poop.
Hold right click.
So that like keeps the rotation
Minute.
locked, and then you can
screwed.
I think
move
there's some merit to
yourself.
this.
Ben,
What is going?
come
Why? What is this
Where are
color?
you?
Why?
Hey, Where are you?
That's not
What's going
working.
on?
Phone, Ben,
Where are you?
Not
I'm trying to see what you look like.
Here, okay.
All right.
My brush
Okay.
just started randomly painting colors.
Here, let me see
all
where
over
you
the
are.
I
place.
just want.
Okay,
I just
look.
want to turn
Okay,
a
Da
little
Vinci.
bit.
Where are you?
Whiskey.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
Hold on. Just go like this. Go like this. Go
Do
like this,
A.
go like this.
Press A.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
okay, no, hold on.
Does
Real
that
though.
work?
Why can't we
Are
do
you
No.
holding rotate lock? Because don't hold that.
I'm holding it. Yeah.
Okay, don't hold
Wait,
it, and then press A.
Wait, Ben, do this. Do this. Other side.
Now I just move.
Oh, okay. Hold it and then press A.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
weird.
still just moving.
Right.
Okay.
Maybe
Okay,
you
I'm just gonna-
can't.
Wait, move back, right here.
Sorry, doll.
I'm just
You got
gonna-
this. You got this. You got this. Press F.
It's okay.
You got this. Press F
Oh.
and just blend.
F.
Move back.
You got this. You got this.
Read
colors,
Oh,
brother.
I can't see. Oh God!
That's not bad.
Shit!
That's not bad.
No, you're
That's not
fine. You're
bad.
fine. You're fine.
How's my body buried? I'm against the wall.
Wait, Ethan, doesn't say your body's buried on the screen.
shit.
Oh my God.
It's a little bit.
Okay,
The
so
chaos screaming
Left
is
side
yeah,
of your arm.
perfect,
Left
perfect.
side of your arm.
perfect.
Oh,
You got this. You got this. Don't worry. You can keep drawing.
Whiskey.
the worst day of my life.
Whiskey, get over here.
You can keep drawing. You can keep
Granny,
drawing.
we got this. Wait, Granny, we're both in
Where'd you
jorts.
go? Bro, you
George.
Whiskey with Graham.
George.
whiskey, get
Carla,
real, man.
nice.
I don't know
Thank
where you
you.
are. I don't know where you are.
Sam, that's actually broken.
Are we out about the
Yeah, I
Joey?
think that this is maybe
Bam.
one of my
Ready,
best
that's why
spots
we're
of all
gonna win.
time.
Julia,
Have
that's
to suck my own dick.
crazy.
Julia, where? I can't.
Little booty.
Sit still.
Exactly.
This room is huge.
Oh, Sam, that's
That
good.
was so
You
funny.
sold me out, you piece of shit. You sold me out.
Sold me out is
Mama.
wild.
Beth, you're a monster, bro. We
I
had
can't
that.
even see you.
We were screwed.
How come I can't? Oh, you died?
You sold me out.
This is so terrible.
Oh my god.
It is so bad.
No, it's great.
New here?
Trash. I died. Oh man.
No, Ethan, you're doing great,
Okay.
sweetie.
Person?
Beth, I should give your spot away. What you did to me.
Guys, this is really bad.
Oh, Chris, I like that. I like that.
Thanks.
Let's see. Carla,
Oh, this is a room of
Yes?
disaster.
I don't love that, Carla. I don't,
Why not?
Sammy,
no,
What
I do.
the
I like
hell?
hell trying to paint.
It's okay.
It would not work.
Ethan,
It would
that's
not
good.
work.
I go through
Oh,
hell and that too.
I love the Julia.
Julia, that's
I love
diabolical.
so good.
That's actually diabolical, Julia. You need,
I feel
you need
a
to
little
be
bad
punished for
about
that.
it.
You should feel bad.
Oh my god.
GG.
Yeah, GG, yeah, GR. Great round.
GGG.
NT,
I
NT,
know, for once the other
NT.
day, someone said GR, and someone said, why are you mad? They thought they were saying GR. Like,
Grr.
I'm so mad.
You're growling.
Oh, Beth, nice.
Wait, Sam, that
Don't
that
say
spot's
nice
kind
to
of
Beth. You
mean.
sold me out.
It's a little bit.
Whiskey,
it's,
we were
I'm-
so
I'm
cooked.
feeling.
Beth, we
It's-
had him dead to rights.
I don't
It's
feel
really
bad about it. I don't think
good.
it's cheesy, but I think it's
No.
really
Oh, I
good.
thought Crank
No,
was
It's
crispy.
real smart.
Crank.
Their names, but the
Oh,
gameplay
because the old crank, yeah.
the old
Sam,
gameplay.
that's a devious strat, Sam. I like it.
Thanks.
Play and the plays.
My future.
No, Granny!
Oh, Banthony, that was so good. Until it wasn't.
Ellie, you're
Granny,
cooking.
you're
We
ass.
would've
Wait,
survived if you stuck with me.
Feeling good.
Carla,
Yes?
Carla, you still alive?
Wait,
Yeah,
Chris,
babe.
nice.
Thanks, man.
That spot is insane.
It's just so obvious, but also, you know what?
There's
Oh, Ellie,
so
no
much
one's
going
finding
on
you.
on this map.
No
You
shot.
think?
There's
If they
no way.
find you, I'll
It's
gift
like so-
1,000 subs.
Julia, I
Fingers
can't even
crossed.
see you, even knowing where you are. It's insane.
Mm. Carla looks like a turd.
Thank you.
Guys, somehow I'm
I've heard that
still
before.
alive.
Yeah, tell me something I haven't been told before.
Julia.
Wait, Julia, are you still in? I'm looking at you currently still in,
Julie,
right?
that's
she's locked
cheese
in.
beyond cheese.
That's crazy.
That's a double quarter pounder with extra cheese.
That's crazy.
Oh.
This cheese has mold on it.
You guys want to
How
hit the
do we-
diner after this?
Oh, never mind.
Got you, Julia.
Wow.
Got you.
Oh,
You
Granny
whistled-
with
you
the
whistled,
revenge.
like right there, so I knew you were in that area. And then it says
Oh.
"noob" here on the sign with a arrow.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'm new to
that's
this map. I've never done it before. I'm always insane.
Dude.
The way I survived longer than Julie is crazy.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I actually.
That was a good, good spot.
Granny, we've got this. Only 3 left.
I'm being ballsy.
Oh, Sam, yours is good.
I'll whistle
Thanks.
it up.
Carla.
That's really.
Oh my god. Carla. Oh my god.
Dude, sometimes the obvious ones, like, you just can't see because your eyes glaze
Whoa.
over it.
No, it's true.
Nice,
Every-
Granny.
Oh, nice.
I swear 9 out of 10 times when I go for the obvious ones, I last so long, and then when I go for the complicated ones,
Yes.
found in 5 seconds.
No,
for
honestly.
real.
I actually can't believe Carla's alive.
Wait, so question.
Yeah,
should
well,
I
yeah,
be
I
able
feel bad for
to
leaving. We
tilt-
could have maybe won with that.
Should I be able to tilt my body if I
Yes.
want to be
No.
askew?
No, so
Well,
it's kind of
depends.
yes and
hard.
no.
Depends.
You can do like some
No.
preset poses.
Okay.
like what you wanted to do,
Yeah,
Ethan, we
that's
couldn't do. I thought I could, but
Okay.
you can't.
okay,
Yeah,
Okay.
but you can like tilt your body
Sam's
in the
spot
other
is
way.
so good.
Sam's is
Might
so
sneeze
good.
in an hour.
I'm scared.
Might sneeze in an hour,
in
really.
hour.
Bro's pre-planning his sneezes.
Don't you? I
Broken
prepare my
busy.
sneeze.
I'm gonna pencil a sneeze in 30
Oh,
minutes.
Sam.
I'm gonna
Sam
preload a
clenched.
sneeze real quick.
These sounds in 15 minutes.
Preload.
Oh god,
I can't even get up that structure right there.
Dude, if
Chris,
Carla
yours
had
is
this-
really funny.
I'm being a
That is-
Thank
dickhead
you.
with whistles.
Granny. Granny, she. Oh no.
Granny, it's.
No, I-
Granny
before you
is
guys can see
right
Carla, you're
there.
Oh
gonna-
my god.
Wow.
I am so
Damn.
sorry.
That was
Oh my
That is
God.
such a
Whoa.
mean
Oh, next
spot,
to the
dude.
light, bro.
That's
way I didn't die, Sammy. Come look, Sammy.
Oh, Carla, I would have never seen you in there.
No,
Why-
Sammy,
what the
behind.
heck?
No, turn around.
She's on the
Oh,
back.
sure. I can't even walk here though. Like
Bro,
there's a
looks like
box. I can't even
peanut
walk
butter.
behind you.
Yeah, you look at the peanut butter, baby.
Guys, I hate
Peanut
to
butter,
say
baby.
it, but I'm having a great time so far.
Yeah.
Y'all want to end?
Run it back.
Y'all want to end this?
You want to be done?
Well, that was LG for me, guys. See ya. Nah, joking.
All right.
How about this one is a little bit tough.
Righto.
Maybe it could be a great one. You guys want to try an experimental one, kind of?
Yeah.
Yes.
To experiment.
Okay.
Oh,
This one
malware.
looked visually really interesting.
Ooh, this one looks
wow.
cute.
market.
That
Oh,
does look
that's
cool.
cool.
That does.
There's
Market.
It's not
Market.
too big
Like that.
either. It's not. It's not too big.
Steam, so it must be good.
Wait, is
Dude,
this,
I could
is this the other
devour a
item
peanut butter and honey
Map?
sandwich right now.
Yeah, same dude.
Dude.
With bacon though.
Dude.
Oh.
Yeah, dude.
Dude.
I've never considered that. That sounds delicious.
Oh, it's so good.
That does sound
I have
interesting.
bacon in my fridge. It's
I'm going pee,
really
don't hurt
probably
me.
gone bad.
Oh, it's fine.
What's
If
the
you- if
what's
you
the
had the,
best
uh,
peanut butter snack?
It's loading, Chris.
Peanut butter
and
pretzels are
jelly.
pretty good.
It's loading.
Peanut butter and pretzels.
Yeah.
Like those Costco size peanut butter
come
filled
on.
pretzels. Those are.
Oh, the
It's
peanut
stuck
butter
on
filled
98%
pretzels. I thought you were talking
hold.
about dipping
Yeah.
pretzels in peanut butter. Do people dip
Oh.
pretzels in peanut butter?
Oh yeah, I have.
I
It's
have
so
chocolate
good.
covered
Blows.
pretzels.
Yeah,
You
they're really
could, for
good,
sure.
unfortunately. But also,
I get the pretzels that
Yeah.
have the peanut butter
Yeah, I'm
in
sure
it,
they
like
are.
the big Costco
Mm.
thingy.
Oh,
those
Yeah,
ones are good.
yeah.
Sammy and
That's what I
I,
was talking about.
Sammy and I lived on those things in New Jersey.
Uncrustables.
Bro, you guys literally
Yeah,
can see those in my
those
house.
down.
We would have a handful
Y'all fuck
before
with
bed.
Uncrustables?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
a
you're
fan.
like, matter of fact.
Okay, Ellie,
Hankster
lock
girl.
in.
Oh, this is my
Right.
shit. I
Easter.
love this.
Oh, this is World of Warcraft ass.
Oh,
right
I'm
here.
so ready.
It's giving tavern
Dude,
sim.
I feel like it's
This
gonna be
is-
tough.
it is. Chris, remember that hide and seek game we used to play? I think this is literally the map from that game.
Oh wait, this is giving Witch It a little bit.
Wait, can we
What
make
game?
a rule?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that game. That
What's-
game.
What's the rule? What's the rule?
What's the rule?
Legit.
Yeah.
Since these are custom maps and the hitboxes are usually kind of sloppier, no fully clipping into stuff. Like you
Yeah,
can like
no-
clip
no
like
hiding
your
in the
head
shadows.
in. Yeah, but no like, you know.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Fine.
Fine.
I won't cheat.
This one I think is gonna be hard because there's a lot of little
No
nooks
clipping
and
into stuff.
crannies.
This map is big, low-key.
No
Okay.
No
clipping
clipping.
into the back rooms. Am I
Nah.
right?
Nice.
So true. So
I
true.
feel, nah, I think this is too cheesy. I'm moving.
Not Anthony leaving.
I
as
feel like
just
mine
got
is
there.
really normal.
I felt
But
bad
this is
about
my
it.
first time playing, so it's fine.
Ooh, maybe this.
Maybe this?
Maybe this. A little bit of this
Maybe
and a little bit of
this.
that.
Wait, maybe this?
Oh, maybe this.
A
Okay, so
little
that's not
bit
even
of
close
this.
to the right color. I love when you use the eyedropper and it says "fuck you, wrong color."
Maybe this?
Yeah, and you're like, oh.
It says eat shit, and you're like, my bad.
He said, "All right,
So-
had that planned." Oh,
When you go for purple and it gives you gray.
I was unaware
ever
of the
tried
level of
this one?
metallic you could be.
Take me.
It's gonna be tough for the hunters, I feel like.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, well,
Nah, you know, I
no
can
yeah,
fix
well,
this.
no, we got
I
it.
got
We can do
this.
it. It's me and Hankster. We can do it.
Yeah, we've got this.
Hanky.
yeah. If Hanks is on your team, you can do anything. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Listen, guys, I got these
What they all
peepers
say?
open. You know what I mean? Like I'm
Oh,
ready.
this is
Yep.
tough.
My peepers are closed, but my heart is open.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what? And I love that.
I got the soul
I
of
love
a
that about
Walmart, the body of an Applebee's, baby.
Bro, I'd fuck up an Applebee's.
Oh God.
Like
Bro,
a, like
I
an
want to go to
establishment?
Chili's.
I've never been
$5
to
apps.
Chili's and I
Chain
want to.
restaurant.
Bro, they shut down
I
my
want to
local
go to an American
Chili's.
chain.
No.
Wait, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
guys, they did. No triple dipper for me.
Wait.
Oh, dude,
Sucks.
that
No,
sucks.
Sammy, that's fucked up. Seriously.
I haven't been to a
know.
Chili's in a long
Is there
time.
Chili's in LA?
Would I like it?
Yeah.
Mm.
Wait,
like
no.
Chili's. It's
Sam, I
just
think the
Chili's.
last
experience.
time I went to Chili's was after the Ren Fair, like 2 years ago.
Margaritas.
Remember?
Yeah, I was
that
there.
Chili's?
I was also there.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Also there.
Wasn't
No,
that like
yeah.
2 years ago now?
Yeah, and then we all got
But you
those
guys are
like
friends?
shark margaritas. I
Yeah.
don't know. I'm starting to wonder.
Ooh, Ethan, proud of you. That's nice.
Ah, It's not as good as you'd think.
No, it's
I
spectacular.
hate my spot.
Wait,
I hate my
Crispy,
spot.
no, I like it. Commit.
No,
I like it.
can't. No,
you
I don't have enough time.
Oh,
I don't have enough time.
How did you
oh
do
whiskey.
Fairly Odd Parents.
Whiskey, nice.
I thought you were just asking about my
Here we
feet.
You
but
reckon?
you're
You
right.
reckon?
Sam, we're on the same building. I mean,
Oh,
We got this.
Really? Is there
Thoughts?
romantic tension?
yes.
Alright.
This is so cute.
This is so cute.
Oh, Julia.
not good.
Wow, that's spectacular.
Thanks.
Oh, Chris,
Okay.
yeah.
Everyone.
Granny, you nerdy little slut.
Okay.
I feel like it's
think that
good,
that's
right?
good. Mine's either great or bad. Couldn't tell you.
I can't tell. I think that's good.
I think mine's
Oh,
fine.
Jesus.
I can't see.
There's a
Oh,
lot to sift through here.
yeah, no, man. I'm like, feel
Lot
like I'm
to
in
sift through.
like Disney Dreamlight Valley right now.
Oh my god, I love that game.
Okay. Hold on. I know someone's a pumpkin.
Also, I just realized, Ellie, I don't know if we've met before. I'm Ethan.
We haven't.
Have we met
Hi,
before?
Ethan. I don't think so.
Yes, we haven't met before. I was so afraid. I was like, God, have we met so many times?
No, you're good.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Okay, Sammy. The
Oh,
pressure's
Julia,
on.
I'm obsessed with what you've
I
done
don't
here.
hate it.
Oh,
I don't hate it.
sorry.
Chris. I don't
You were
hate it.
stew. I love
Julia, how did you
it.
paint that? Damn.
Wait,
Oh,
Chris,
Carla,
that
Carla,
rocks.
that's really good.
Thank you.
Really?
Wait, whiskey, yo, same brain, brother.
Was stew.
Faith, I like yours. Oh,
Was.
Ethan, really lovely.
See? It's nice, isn't it?
Oh wait, you kind of went art mode there.
Oh, wait,
Wait,
thank you,
Crispy, I
thank
like
you.
whoever,
was- I
whoever
was
that is
thinking.
with you.
Ethan.
Ethan was.
It isn't. It's just me.
You know, Bant, I don't hate it.
Ethan, are your pronouns
you're
Thank
he,
you.
surviving
him?
the whole time, 100%. That's
No way.
so good.
Are my
Yeah,
pronouns
no,
he, him?
100%.
Yes.
That's
Okay,
so
great.
solid.
Thank you.
It's very,
Hankster girl, I'm
sweet.
stressing
And
out.
they, I don't
He
care
is
about
him.
that.
Okay, babe.
Allie B. Walker, we're gonna be okay.
Like
don't
the way I
worry.
worded that. was-
Pretty. That
don't
is
care about Meg.
diabolical.
Did you
I don't
yeah,
care
you
about
heard
them.
my joke,
They,
thank you.
them. No, I mean, you could he, they. That's
Sam, that's a solid cook.
No,
Thank
surely
you.
no one's on this map. Like, surely
Granny,
no one's on this map.
Granny.
Yeah,
Bant,
we
I'm
all
proud
do
of
see
you.
we're on
Is it-
Fortnite
is
now.
this-
Oh, this is fucking
Thank you.
insane.
I like it.
Granted, it's a
not
little
illegal,
illegal. It's a
Oh
little
my God,
illegal.
is it? Okay.
Ooh, crispy. Nah, that's
You
good.
know, it might not be illegal once the whistling gets intense. You might be kind of okay.
Yeah, that's
Which-
true.
Whiskey.
Sam.
That's so good.
Sam, that's
Guys,
good.
you all cooked
go.
on this map.
No, you
I
guys are
think
just
from
saying
the
that's-
right
Guys,
angle
why'd
it
you
could
do
be
your
bad,
big
but
one right
Sully,
now?
no.
Right, if I
Oh,
get on the
for
wrong
the
angle, I'm
second
doomed.
Carlos is
call-
funny.
You can call me a slut.
Can someone give me a
Wait,
hint?
this map is
Got a riddle.
there's a lot of
Wait.
borders here.
I'm a
I see.
color.
Yeah, you
Point,
can't
point.
get over some of the
Knock, knock joke?
fences.
No, like
Oh,
I
it's
moved. Oh, I
weird.
moved.
There's a
Oh,
whole
God.
lot. Oh my god.
Oh God.
Oh my god, Sam, I can
Hunters,
see you.
look away. Look
Wait,
away.
how about this? If no one's found, and then when we get to 90 seconds, everyone has to run to somewhere
No,
else.
it's
no way.
you
Okay,
can
I
do
like
this
that.
good. I
We
know
could
it's
do
good.
a
I'm just
long
confused
round
on
that you have to half and half. So it's like at a certain
Confused on
time.
the boundaries of the
Same.
map.
Can you get over to that water wheel
I
situation?
don't think so.
or-
It's an invisible wall.
Kinda
I think I
cute
couldn't
over
get
there,
over.
but-
Wait, I have an
Yeah.
idea. Where are you guys?
Oh yeah,
Holy
the
shit,
map
Chris.
keeps
Very
going,
good,
but it
actually.
also doesn't keep
This is-
going. That's
Yeah, so
weird.
it's kind of confusing because I just don't know what's in and what's
Is
out.
anyone over by the water wheel? Can you tell us that?
Rock
Yeah.
me,
I
mama,
think,
like a
the,
water
I think the
wheel.
wood
Last time-
fence that goes around seems to be pretty.
No, I can't get around this wood fence.
No, like truly, there's no one on this map.
And there's
No,
bridges
it's crazy.
and whatnot.
I'm gonna get my whistle on. I'll go whistle mode.
It's definitely a cheesable
I'm
map.
whistle
It's
spam.
very
Wait, like,
cheesy.
left.
This is.
I left,
this
yeah.
Is quite cheesable.
Why?
What
What happened?
Because I have a no, not left. I'm just moving.
Oh, you left your spot?
Yeah.
you
Oh,
left the
okay, I
lobby.
thought
yeah.
you like left
No,
the lobby.
bye guys.
Oh no,
I was like,
sorry.
"Oh."
I was about
Hate
to
this
be,
map.
my heart sank, bro. I was devastated.
Sam, nice.
Yeah, it was
There's
nicer
no-
The person
and then
I
I
found
moved.
was stew.
Dude.
That was me.
I can't even believe this.
Wait, was I the only one
Oh, I
found?
know that's Chris.
Yeah, Julia.
Yeah,
Your
it's
spot was
Chris.
good though. I can't even like.
My spot was
I can't even
cute,
get
but
around
not.
the
It was
map,
it was a
period.
very like sore thumb.
Sorry. I don't know why I'm apologizing. You know what? You should
Chris,
apologize.
why
to
are
me.
you on the
Man,
run?
that was really good.
That's funny.
Thanks.
Wee!
Hmm.
Wee!
Sorry,
Is
Chad,
that
I got
ready?
a little ambitious with the
And I
whistling.
feel like I need to get a high vantage point. 46 seconds.
Do you get little points when you whistle?
Yeah. If they're close, you get
Also,
points.
if they see you, like if you're in
Oh.
eyesight of the hunters, you get points. I think on the right side it says something.
And
I
just to
did
be
get a
clear,
lot of
we are
points
playing.
for-
We're playing 4 points and not
me
for
walking
fun.
by you 800
correct?
times.
I'm gonna be honest. I never look at the scoreboard.
Ellie, I'm spamming for
We're
you.
all
Bro, Crispy,
playing very competitively.
Holy shit!
Chris, stop it. What is it about?
Oh,
Oh, Sammy sniped!
Wait, Chris, were you over there originally? Where were you?
No, I was.
Yeah.
You missed me a few times.
It's diabolical.
masterclass.
Okay, so for me right now, Julia is like
So,
slumped
I
over
even-
the.
Shit!
Oh my god.
Oh,
wanna
whiskey,
stop.
that's
I
wanna
really
stop.
good.
Mushroom.
Wait, Sammy, look at this over
I
there.
love whiskeys. Wait, where?
Ellie, you walked past me so many times, I got so scared.
I knew.
Oh,
I'm
it
on
was
man.
the side of this building.
Of
Love.
course you
Bam,
were
yours is
fine.
good.
Wow,
I'm a little
Whiskey, that's actually really
mushroom.
I like
impressive.
yours.
Oh my god, crispy.
Oh,
That's a good
Sam,
spot.
yours is
Chris.
also
Yeah.
good.
It was
Chris,
alright.
Sam.
Not real, bro. No,
Ethan,
you
What do
weren't
you mean?
saying
did that so quickly? The watermelon?
Bam, I'm up here.
Ellie, you literally looked at me and just let me live.
So impressive.
I'm running things. I want to hunt on this
The
map.
whole
like
game.
Can we have a quick pee
Who
break?
wants? Yeah, piss.
Ooh, I already went pee.
Yes.
Piss.
Does anyone else want to hunt? If not, I'll hunt with Chris.
Okay, I'm
Hi.
picking another.
Actually, maybe I can
new one
hunt.
was
That
good.
way
On time.
you can start if you want. Be right back.
Oh, smart,
Yes,
smart.
be a huntress and a
That
pisser.
Smart.
I'm a huntress as well.
Because this is my first game, does anybody have any pro strats for me?
Don't ask
Get
me.
good.
Ethan,
I
I
just did a
saw
check.
your
Oh,
watermelon.
good.
You're good.
Sometimes the obvious stuff works really well.
guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ethan, you're doing a really good job.
I
You
appreciate
are.
that.
What do you mean?
Thanks for
You're good.
thanks for letting me
You are,
clash.
and you're painting so well.
Thanks for letting me crash the lobby, guys. Appreciate
No problem. I like
Alright,
when
we're
you
back.
stream.
I completely
too.
forgot about Witch It. What was Witch It? Was that a prop?
Witch It.
that
Which it was
that
like
was prop
it's prop
hunt.
hunt. Yeah.
But you
But it
have
was
the
you were
item,
little
right? That's
witches and you ran around. It was so cute.
It was so good.
Wait,
Mhm.
I
yeah.
missed that.
Why did we only play that like once or twice?
Band and I played that game so
I
much.
played it a
was-
lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like we
actually
played it a lot.
Did
A
I?
lot
Maybe that's just,
offline,
like,
too.
A foggy memory of
Yeah, we
mine.
played it
I don't
offline
even...
a lot.
Julia, I
We
remember
did,
you
we
playing
did.
a couple times at the very least.
Huh.
I think it was
That
also
must have been a
small
lot, like what,
lobbies.
2021 or something? That was a long time ago.
I think it was 8
Yeah.
people
It was only a
total.
couple years ago.
I don't
It
think
was
you
like
could.
2021
I
or
don't think
something
you
like
could
that.
do more.
You guys into any groceries lately?
No.
Kind of over that phase.
No.
I'm scared.
Man,
No, I can know, but I've been
Let's
thinking
speak on
about
that.
him though.
I've been thinking about him.
Like
I've
That's
been
the
like
one
really
I'm
hungry lately, but like
I'm still like, bro, like,
Wait.
oh
Okay.
man.
Question.
You make
Go-Go's?
the
So-
sound that I would make if I like accidentally hit a squirrel with my car or something. like,
Oh no!
Mm,
oh
if we had to put all of our chat, like if our chat, like okay, so if each of our chats was all mushed into one person, and we put each of our chats into a room, which chat do you think would be the best at like WWE?
Like wrestling?
WWE.
Oh,
Okay, well
WWE?
here's the question though.
WWE, not my
Probably
chat.
mine, because I'd pay them
Are-
to train.
Are we
We're
dead.
talking
who is the best fighter or who's the best performer?
Ooh, because
We're
it is
talking
I
pound
mean,
for
who's the most, like,
pound,
let's say
longest,
performer,
most
right?
brolic.
Well, let's say performer fighter in the performance.
We've all got
Ooh,
theater
my,
kids. in
my
there.
chat would
Okay.
lose within the first 5 minutes.
For what?
No, they have that's the thing though. Is it's like you don't know that.
You need a bunch of loud, dramatic people.
Oh,
I feel like I got some theater kids in my chat. You know.
Ooh.
So,
Oh yeah.
my chat likes
I feel like
bits, so
mhm.
I think my chat would be maybe not the best fighter, but ultimately the class clown.
What is your chat? Whiskeys during hardcore Minecraft or what?
Nice, really good job.
Yes, dude.
Good intro. That's awesome.
Yes. But Ellie's my chat asking to knock and then play Ark.
Fuck her off.
Bro, what is up, man?
I want to knock.
Bro, hey.
Let me knock.
Have you guys
Hey.
ever accidentally knocked on a streamer that you don't know very well, and then you're like you
Yes.
panic?
I did it to
No, I haven't
Overwatch
yet.
esports.
Oh.
I was trying to get my tracks.
Oh, wait,
and
that'd
I
be
was like,
so
oh my
funny.
God.
Guys, look at squad eyes. Look at squad eyes. Oh my god, it happened.
Pickled
Where,
breast tissue.
Pickled breast tissue.
Pickled breast tissue.
Who was
Wait,
that?
I don't know the
Okay,
lore.
nice.
Wait,
I
they
don't
changed their
fucking- I don't
name.
fucking.
They
Wait,
changed
is
their
that a
name
first time
too.
chatter for 31 months of resubbing?
No,
I don't think
someone
so.
completely took their
That's
name and said,
incredible.
I'm not attached to this. Let me change it."
Wow, what a legend. What
I'm
a
not
legend.
attached.
Don't
Same,
want
same,
it.
same as the tissue, I guess.
You can call him
Guys,
PBT
let's
for short.
start the game.
Oh,
Let's
is everybody
go.
back?
Let's get it. Let's get.
Wait,
this
what do you
over
say?
I don't know. Carla, you
PBT?
back, babe?
Yeah,
That's-
PBT.
Why is Bantha in the
Carla,
timeout
back,
chair for
babe?
no reason?
I don't think she's back.
Timeout
She
chair,
said
you know?
anything.
Bantha, did you put yourself in there?
No,
I
Whiskey,
said it
that's really
earlier,
good
so
you can.
someone changed their name.
That's great.
Oh,
Wait, we also have a pickled breast?
bro. You know what would be fucking good? Pickled cucumber.
Ooh, that's a pickle.
You
That's
could
a
be
big one.
working on something there. Yeah.
No, she's
Whatever.
unlocked some kind of secret wisdom. Like that.
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
Imagine if a pickled
I have
cucumber
Riz.
wasn't actually a pickle.
Sam,
We've
Oh,
been
it was
lied
its
to
own
this whole
thing?
time. Yeah.
No, I don't.
Oh.
Ooh, kimchi.
sorry.
Yum.
Shy
Oh,
Ryan.
I've never had
gee.
it. I'm dying to try it.
Oh,
you're
conveyor
dying,
belt,
we
baby.
love
Okay.
you.
Oh.
Come on, please.
You never had what?
Who's
Art?
Do you have
singing
tummy
Shy
issues?
Ronnie?
Kimchi. Bantha.
Oh.
I would bet half the people in this call have tummy issues, if I could guess.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
yes.
it's like a streamer
Yes.
thing. I think.
No, there's
I
no
don't-
way.
I don't
No,
think
Rose,
I have
you got other
tummy
Sure, we getting
issues.
DoorDash 12 times a week isn't bad for you.
Every
What are you
time I
guys
click
talking
on
about?
Whiskey's stream, he's like, "Well, I've got something wrong with me. I got,
Well.
I'm sick."
No,
He's
it's
like,
over.
"I'm
No, it's
sick."
over.
No, it's
It's
so
over.
true, but no,
I've
but
been really
no.
trying to shake these allegations lately.
Oh
No,
no.
dude, every time I click on your stream, you're like, "I got something going on.
I've been having like a really bad year, but like I'm really
I
trying
got an
to not-
infection in my pinky, and it's running up to my nose."
I'm trying to grow past
We're gonna
it.
get
It's
into
really
deep about
tough.
this at 3 a.m.
In my pinky.
Oh
No.
god.
Sammy, check the group chat at 4 a.m.
Talk after stream.
Talk
The
after stream.
group chat's already blowing up. I can feel it.
Oh boy.
I can feel the messages in my pocket.
There's already like a schedule, like 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. anxiety hour,
Bro.
2 a.m. to 3
Yeah.
a.m. crash out.
I'm gonna get a
Kayla,
DM
that
at
is
3:33
crazy.
a.m. That's just, bro, can I keep it a stack with like an aware face?
Sam,
Bro.
to be seen is to be loved. I appreciate that regardless. Thank you.
New message
Yeah, alright, pal.
has hit the squad eyes.
I love Squad.
Wait, that is
Whiskey
actually.
has more ailments than me, and I'm terminal. Okay, they're lying. That's
They're not. They're actually not, which is the craziest part.
That's,
Oh god.
that's just.
Well,
Oh.
I'm
You're
glad
the
I have
best.
someone in my
He's
corner.
already got
Awesome
1
chat
HP.
message.
He's already got 1 HP.
No, no.
Well, I'm glad they're in my
bro.
corner.
Amazing.
I'm wishing them the best.
Bro's
I'm
got
obsessed with that.
15 types
Not
of status
being
damage
terminal,
right
but
now.
the sense of humor. Is Carla back?
You can start. She's standing on the thing
I
with
don't.
me.
I have no idea.
Carla, please come back. I'm
I
one
miss
shot.
when she calls
Carla,
me babe.
please.
No,
Come
you can
back.
start because she's hunting. She's hunting.
Okay, okay,
Oh.
okay.
Carla,
Okay,
tag
I'm gonna
me
start.
out, Tag me
So
out.
we're doing shopping
snap.
mall.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Easy
The
to
store
Oh.
looked good, but it was kind of hard to tell if it would
This
be
is
good.
cool.
Mall.
I like
MILF
it.
Market.
I like it.
So
Yes, it's given.
poor Mimi, I'm gonna message the vet. I think it's because her nose is blocked and she's trying to like breathe in pretty intensely, but there's a lot of blood in her nostril. And I feel like terrible, so I was like wiping that. So I think after Mecca I'm just gonna finish, which was already my plan, but yeah, so we wiped that and then we tried to do the eyes. Or we did the eyes first. And then I could see her nose was like the nostril had fresh blood on it. So I'm gonna message the vet as well.
What do you
Awesome.
think she did?
Perfect,
What,
I'm
is
gonna go
she
pee
run,
then,
did
I'll
she
be right
run to the supermarket?
Hello, I'm here. Sorry,
Went to the liquor store. She's
I
back.
was
Oh,
giving my
clicky,
cat
clicky.
some drugs. She's sick.
Oh, can I have some? Guys,
Yes.
my upstairs neighbor who I met, who's really nice, asked if I would come house sit her cats, and it's the best day of my life.
Oh,
I'm so excited.
wait,
Aw.
that's
She
so
was like,
sweet.
she was like, I'll pay you. I was like, literally, I'll pay you. Like this is,
I'll pay you.
like this is
So
amazing.
next time I go on a trip, come through.
Oh.
Nah,
Dude,
come on.
This is
alright.
sick, by the way.
Oh.
This is sick.
Wait. Oh, it's so blocky
It's
though.
big, but it's not so populated that I think it's fine.
Chrissy, no husband's jugs. Thanks for the 5 gifted. Appreciate that.
Wait, who?
No husband's jugs.
No,
What?
Chrissy Gnome's husband jugs.
Oh.
Really good.
Oh.
Really good. Why does this map look like it would randomly have like queso in it as like a cameo?
Damn.
Because it probably does.
All right.
I messaged the vet back because they asked about
There's
updates.
nowhere to hide, bro. We're
I know,
connected.
and it was like
Oof,
fresh
not
blood.
gonna
Wait,
do
whiskey,
it.
whiskey, whiskey,
Good,
together.
Yeah, Henry.
Yeah, but like,
I have an
But I
idea,
think
chat.
she did take some of her other pills.
What is it, Sam?
No,
I
we
have
gotta find a- we
zero
gotta find a
idea.
spot.
Talk after
Come
stream.
here, come here.
So
Ellie, check blue sky.
All right.
Please, someone check it. I'm dying over there.
Oh, someone please.
I'll see Chris tweet on Blue Sky, and I'm like, damn, I didn't know he was still on that.
Damn,
Do
are you
is it
still
like
rocking blue sky?
likes on there? Like, what's the metric of
Girl, I don't know.
engagement?
If I get 30 likes, I'm viral on that. Fuck.
yeah, true.
Because people keep telling me to switch, and I'm like, oh,
This is good right here.
I just got so mad because I was like, I don't want another social media.
No,
Like, I don't-
so true.
Yeah, that's the
Oh.
same. I'm like, I don't want.
And
another-
he- Ethan's outside in the
echoed like
street.
you were so.
I'm kind of like stuck using
Well,
it.
it was annoying because people are like, "Oh, so you like Twitter?" And I'm like, "No, I don't like Twitter
No.
either. I just don't want another
this
one."
can't be bothered.
It's like the only thing that gives me info.
No.
Honestly, I've been Instagram pill.
No, like this.
Yeah, I think her
It's
skin
That's
is
because you're
irritated.
blowing up on Reels.
Yeah, I love
What?
Instagram now.
Yeah, bro's blowing up on Reels.
He's like, "No, guys, stop."
This is ass.
Oh, guys, stop. Tell me
Let
more.
me see, like this, and then.
Guys,
It's
what
not
are you
working.
saying?
How do you how does a
Whiskey, look at me.
humidifier
No.
work?
I'm looking.
Ah, but it's the head, you know?
This is bad.
It's like such a different
What
shape
does
than the
that
other
do?
things.
She could have scratched
Shape.
it too. Yeah.
I'm going with a
And it makes steam. Oh, okay.
out
Yeah.
in the open, so you don't even know I'm there.
We
kind
stick
of
out,
vibe.
bro. We stick out like crazy.
And then
Is
what do
this-
you
is this
do?
ass?
Do
This is-
you
this
put
is
them in the
bad. I
same
move.
room,
Mine is
How do you move? How do you
or
cancel your
do you put it like near their? Probably not near
Okay,
their
I'm out,
face,
I'm out,
but
I'm out.
like, how would
That's
we do
bad.
that?
That's really bad.
Same room. I did the shower thing, which I'll do again after stream, but
I surely
I
I
don't think it did
can do
much.
this.
Guys, this is stupid. Why am I doing this? This is
I'll try
bad.
again.
This is. Why did you guys approve this?
What are they all like, milk or something?
No.
Julia, you're
thank
insane.
you.
Julia, you're
Same
insane.
room. Okay, I'll look into
It
it.
looks
Oh, God,
so
I
good
can't.
though.
Wait.
Oh,
yeah,
yours
pretty
looks
good.
I can't move.
No, hold on.
Oh
yeah.
my
Oh
hey,
God.
Chris.
There we go. Okay,
Oh,
now
you're
go-
okay, so
now go-
nice.
No, other
Krista.
cover, other
Oh.
cover, other cover.
Green?
Chat, why did you
Rocks
guys
like
let
this.
me do that? Why'd you guys let me do that?
Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do.
Oh yeah.
Wait, you gotta turn. Stick your butt out.
Huh?
What?
Stick your
What's
butt out.
happening over there?
Just do it.
Yeah, no. Go,
Stick
no,
it
no,
out.
no,
Oh, blue moon.
What is happening?
Okay, now,
Blue morning.
Blue moon.
paint a
No,
square
what
on your
about-
butt.
Chat, I'm gonna need you to support me through my bad choices.
Oh, okay. Like,
Oh,
Surely they'll
It
never
might be ass,
find
bro. It
me.
might be ass. I don't know.
How do I? Sometimes it's hard to like turn.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know?
there we go. There we go. Yeah.
Mhm.
Like I wanna, like I'm facing the corner, like I'm fucking
Oh, this is
Blair
gonna be
Witch
tough.
Project.
Oh, that's cute.
What?
Wait,
Sorry.
I love
That's
mine.
cute's
I love
crazy.
mine.
No, it's
The
it's like a
disrespect
compl-
of it all is actually crazy. It's
No,
not
so
even the
here's the
fact that
deal.
you found me. The disrespect
Oh,
of
Ethan.
it all is crazy.
How's
Trying to
what-
change.
Oh,
Ethan,
Julia,
you were
that's insane.
flashing, so just
This
keep
map kinda
an eye on
blows.
the
Everything's
the
so
yellow
square.
text. If
Okay, you can just.
yeah.
That's what I was saying. Like it's so
You know?
square. It's hard to.
That's so good.
We tried though. and
Yeah.
That's okay. We give it a shot.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
Well,
Julia,
I'm sitting
no
We're good.
right.
Way.
250
Good
seconds.
posture. I'm pretty
Julia,
square.
yours is
Julia.
so good.
That is so
No,
smart.
Chat, I think that's it.
okay.
Julia, that may be one of your best. Not gonna lie.
Julia,
I like
that's
when
Watch
she
it,
was
Chris.
in
We
the
got
good
5 minutes of
box.
this.
It was so
Good.
ass.
Wait, you guys all have good spots. What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know about that.
Ellie, wait, that's great.
Oh
You
no.
gotta
Julia,
give yourself a
what
little butthole. I promise,
Ah.
just trust me.
Ah.
Oh.
Ah.
Like yeah, like
Oh.
a square butthole.
Yeah, no, okay.
Guys, I
that's
want to
cool.
join in.
You know
What
what?
the
Aw,
hell?
cute.
I gotta.
Oh,
up my
Ellie, I
game.
like
What?
yours
How
too.
did you
That
find
one's
me?
really good.
I don't
You're just-
know.
you were
We'll see
there.
how it
That's
goes.
nice.
Yeah.
That's
Square
nice.
butthole was playing ping
Debating a
pong and
pink
ding
hole or
dang.
not. I'm not sure.
Guys, stop saying.
Oh, Crispy's.
Julia,
Oh,
that's
my.
really good.
Okay,
Listen,
I need to
are
find
you-
Julia because everyone's saying it's so good.
I know. Me
No,
too.
I
I'm
don't
Julia's-
know if I
Julia's
will.
is very
No
good.
way, Julia.
This is really good.
Oh
Crispy, wow.
god. Okay, if I was Julia, I would be on the side of something.
No, Julia.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Julia.
That's an all
That
Yeah.
was
spot,
so
Julia.
good.
That was
loved
really
it.
good.
That's
That was
you
such a good
good.
spot.
That's so
I
good. Holy
really
shit.
love playing games like this with friends, like this and like stuff like Gartic Phone, where it's like, wow, all of my friends are so
Mm.
talented, and you just see
Yeah.
people
I think
have
that
these
this,
sick
this
ideas.
lobby is a lot of people that can draw really, really well.
Like
Wow.
Chris,
Thank you.
first
Thanks,
time
man.
playing Gartic Phone with you, I was like, oh,
I've
Chris
said
is a sleeper
a lot
artist.
of.
I had no idea you could draw like the way that you can.
Nice.
I used to draw on
Nice,
Microsoft
Ellie.
Paint a lot as a kid.
Carla, screenshot this.
Oh,
Nice
you did.
job.
That was really nice.
I did.
Granny's spot is goaded.
See, I told you. I was talking to Granny. We were practicing before this lobby, and I was like, I know once you get warm, you are gonna be goaded. And here I am, right again.
Hey,
Crispy, you're
Is it just
chromatically
me and
challenged.
Granny? You colorblind? Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
100%?
But I use the eye drop tool, so it's not me this time.
Oh.
I was gonna say it's pretty good stuff.
I don't know how you guys get so detailed. Like when you were the pretzel earlier, Sam. I don't know how you did that. Or Ethan, the watermelon. How?
Just
Wait,
a
I
little
can't.
talent.
Where is Granny? I'm like so. Oh.
Oh
I-
right,
uh-huh.
okay. Something's happening.
It like spawns me, you know.
Chris, you're not even close.
Man, eat it.
Wait, I have the next map is kind of a little bit of a. I'm gonna send you guys on a little bit of a journey.
Okay.
I love
I'm gonna flip the script here.
Don't flip
Crispy,
a
that
script.
is beautiful.
They're fragile.
Oh, I really like
Is
that a
Crispy
lot.
the only one left?
That's
I
really
wanted to
fun.
go too.
I think
No,
Granny's
no,
alive.
Granny's
Bro, I just got 1,000
Oh,
points
Granny
because
is-
Carlos was staring
Oh,
at
great.
me.
Wait, can the
You
hunters
get more points
see
if
the
you're
missed spot
obvious,
thing
that's
go up?
great.
What'd you
no,
say, Ben?
Who, what?
actually, maybe.
Oh wait, I can share mine because I was killed. Chris, look in Oh,
Who's
ignore
left?
all those like.
Granny.
I was in
little
the
guy.
machine.
God.
Oh, that's really funny.
Who's left?
Granny, where are you?
Crispy, I'm
Oh
shocked.
yeah, her
I don't-
spots. I think.
Oh.
Rest in peace,
I
my
don't think
bad
you're gonna- I
Granny.
don't
Yeah,
think
look at her
Hit
points,
by
bro.
a bazooka.
It's pathetic.
I don't think you're
It's
gonna
I
find
want to whistle. Whistle for me.
actually 27 points, bro.
Whistle, baby.
Oh, how do I
No,
say
Granny's in like a
One.
proper
Press 1.
hiding spot. For sure.
Bench
What?
rider that gets the ring.
The way I whistled and you all just ran in the wrong
Oh
direction.
great.
Wait, keep whistling, keep whistling.
No, 18 seconds. Locked
The whistling is pretty hard to identify.
Locked
It feels like
in.
it's
No,
like
it is.
everywhere.
It is really
It's
hard.
because of the angle of where Granny is, you know?
True.
GG's.
Oh, GG's.
Granny,
Well.
W swat.
Good spot. Good
Oh
spot.
my god, that's
The
so
like
good.
shadow on it is
Where is
so
she?
good.
The shadow. The shadow.
Thank you.
Where?
That
I
was
can't
very
see.
good.
Yelling at me, they're like, Granny, get a shadow. I'm like,
GG.
girl, it's fine.
I was not
Where?
ever finding that. God dang.
That was a good map. It wasn't a banger,
Oh,
but
it's so
I'd do it again.
I
Oh
like
my
this map.
god.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, let's do
Yeah.
it.
It's like a fun way to mix it up, but not my first choice.
I would give it a 7.
Henry. I got a message
Yeah,
my
6.5.
vet. Hold.
Oh my god.
Haha, 6,
Oh,
7.
she scratched me too.
God.
Okay, this one, I don't know
30
what to
minutes to
expect out of
sneeze.
this one. But I
Okay.
think,
Bant, I sent you
Excuse
important
me.
DM whenever you get a chance.
Excuse me.
how should I do
Oh
this?
my
Let's see.
God.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna do this.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna
Oh, man.
do this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do
I
this.
agree.
Dude.
Ooh,
And I'm
I don't know
gonna
about that
do-
one though.
And what about
Wait,
this?
someone in my chat just said I just got bored.
What? Bored by.
Oh,
Bored
okay.
by.
Okay.
What?
It's like one of the best things.
There's no
Whiskey's
way.
about
I
to have
don't
a
know what I'm
meltdown.
doing here,
Whiskey's
but
about to
we'll
have a
just
meltdown.
see how this goes.
No,
Wait,
no,
what
I
is
just-
this? Sick.
Oh, it's like a
Sam,
No, one,
this is
one person says he's bored in
interesting.
his chat. He's like, oh, hold on.
Bro,
Oh,
that's
this is
actually a
very
crazy
interesting.
thing to just say.
What did they say?
Yo, you should ban them for 10
No.
days.
Yeah.
Whoa,
They
whoa,
said they
whoa,
were
Sammy,
bored?
Sammy.
No, he
Guys.
no.
No, Sammy, I agree.
I love the honesty. I don't mind it.
Wait, Loki just got
It's
bored as
giving bored
fuck.
by. It's giving bored by.
Like no
Oh,
lie.
fire
What is
alarm.
it? Not gonna
I have
lie.
not been hunted
Not
yet,
gonna
no.
lie. Not gonna lie.
NGL, yeah.
NGL.
NGL.
I was watching the people in line for that streamer university thing, and they all had
Oh,
the
that
same
looks
accent,
like
and they were all saying,
chaos.
"Not gonna lie, bro. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie." It's like, oh my god.
Bro, no
Watching
cap.
that
No
makes
cap.
me
No cap.
sweat,
cap.
actually.
Yeah.
Have you seen the footage of them in line? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I withdrew my application.
True.
That's
Bro, I
crazy.
didn't see you there. What the heck?
So what is this, Sam?
It's like clones of the same person.
Is this
Oh
Oh,
god.
is it just
Oh
me?
my god.
Yeah, so
This
I
is
don't know.
hilarious.
Oh my god.
I think we
What
should
is
make
this?
a rule of how to shoot, but I'm not sure what it is.
Oh, this is not.
That's
This
so
is so
sick.
funny.
Wait, so what's our objective?
This is
Hide.
gonna be
Hide.
very
Hide.
obnoxious
Hide.
to hear.
Maybe you can only shoot once every 15 seconds if you're the hunter.
Yeah, I think just honor system don't go like blasting, but
I would
but,
go
but
ham.
like as
Well,
Lena.
how else would you figure it out? We're gonna be
Yeah, I
here
don't
all
know.
day.
I'm looking around to see what poses are they all
Chris,
used?
No one's doing that pose on this map.
Yeah, what pose is that?
What the hell?
Oh yeah, because some of them only have.
Okay.
Oh my god, this is crazy.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh shit. Shit.
Oh,
Are you
God.
kidding me? What the hell is this? Not the colorblind guy getting this map. That sucks ass.
Oh, that's
Wait,
actually colorblind.
Wait, I don't think it. Not to say it doesn't matter, but like you would just paint dropped somebody. So
No, I know.
This is
It's
like,
he actually. Can I say something? He might actually have a benefit because we are shaped slightly different.
Oh.
Nah, Ethan and I are fucked up for this. I won't lie.
This is wild, bro.
This is wild.
Wait, is it just one hunter too? Poor Crispy.
Oh my god.
All the whistles at once sucks.
You know what? You know what, Crispy?
I'm so
Wait, there's a
dead.
QR code. I'm scared.
No. Carla. Carla.
Come and get me. Come and get me. Woo!
Wait, Ethan, that's crazy.
Ethan is crazy for this.
Wait, he's looking away, Carla. Blend in again.
I was just thinking about it, and I was like, well,
It's like Assassin's Creed when you run into a crowd again. Wait, how about this? At 60 seconds, we all have to move.
Okay,
We all have to move.
Okay, blah, blah, blah.
This sucks.
I'm on the ceiling right now, so I feel like I'm cheating.
Oh my god, I can see you.
Wait, what? You're on the ceiling?
on the ceiling?
Well, I'm on.
Nice. Okay,
I'm
ready?
not-
Go.
Everybody
Run!
Ow!
Not Ellie.
oh,
I'm kidding because I'm laughing so hard.
this is fun. I like this map.
Let's do this one again. You can just run and stand still. It's so
I
funny.
was trying to treat you like a Dark Souls boss and just stand directly behind you.
Wait, that's so smart. Oh my god.
Yeah, you have an L in your chest.
Wait, how did you tease this map? Where are you?
Oh.
Got me. Sorry, got excited.
Yeah, wait.
Scatter!
Oh, Sam Yellows.
Oh my god. Oh! Headshot!
You
All
have
right,
two
Granny
left.
Whiskey.
2 left.
Ooh.
At 5 seconds, run
Not
again.
the SpongeBob sound.
Yes, run.
Go, 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 go!
No.
Go! Move, move, move! Yeah!
I like that map.
It went through your head, but it was a second
That's
too late.
Quick, let's run that back.
Funny.
That's so
I
good.
hated that.
We should do
Oh my god.
2 hunters and then.
Oh, infection on this
Yeah,
map.
wait, 9
Wait,
hunters versus 1
wait.
hider is interesting.
Wait,
That's what I was
That's
thinking.
Oh.
That's gonna be too much.
that's fine.
That's gonna be
Can
so
you do
loud.
Wait, what about
You can only do
infection?
2
Infection.
hunters, I'm pretty sure.
Infection with this
Oh,
map
really?
could be cool.
Oh, infection. Yeah, let's do infection.
Oh,
it's
infection's
like it doesn't
funny.
matter. Like you don't want to
Oh.
look where other people are. Like it
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
matter.
Yeah, okay, run it back immediately.
All right, all right.
Okay,
Rocket
so I'm
League.
doing
What's
Sorry.
infection?
infection.
Hi, Joe,
Hunter
how
wait
are
times
you?
60
When are you
seconds
back
because it
from
doesn't really
holiday?
matter.
I
right?
ask you this every time.
No.
Search time 150 still. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay. And then start with 1 hunter, but it's
Mimi goes
infection,
on
right?
my lap again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does anyone want to be hunter?
Not the love.
You. Since you
You.
won. Nah, come on.
This game got me stressed
No,
out.
no,
Real.
Ethan is.
That's so real.
Huh?
I can do it.
Oh,
Granny.
I'll do it.
Oh,
I'll do it.
Okay.
I got it. I got
alright.
it.
Yeah, did you like my look?
So rules, we
Yes.
all stay on the ground and we just stand still?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, like make sure you're on the ground. Like no flying up in the air or going up. And
Yeah,
then,
Bant.
And then standing still. Yeah, I don't think we need to run around because it's infection.
What is infection?
When you get hit,
It's the
you
thing
turn
where
into a
Lewis
hunter.
has. You know what I'm talking about?
Is the wave pose not something that like we can't do that, can we?
No.
Why?
It's not in our
Sam,
rotary,
I see
is
what you're
it?
saying.
Oh, you're right. Weird.
Yeah, we do stand a tiny bit different than the rest.
Yep. Come on, baby.
Okay.
I'll pick a Christmas
Ooh,
ornament.
wait, that's a good idea.
Bro, I cooked here, I think.
We should do red light, green light on this map.
Wait, why are you guys
Oh,
so
it's funny.
small?
Oh, that's funny.
The hunter's always this big? That's wild.
Our natural state.
Natch.
Wait, next
this?
week. Enjoy Hawaii.
Hey.
I'm jealous.
Oh my god.
Absolute
The whistling's diabolical.
It's actually
Hey.
impossible to tell where the whistling's coming from.
Yeah, we either all have to whistle or none at all. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, whistle.
Sounds like,
But
on, like,
only-
the beach
only
and there's a
once.
bunch of birds.
Bang!
You know, we
This
just
is
have to
so
shoot
funny.
everyone and just hope you hit someone.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh!
back, baby.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah. All
Yeah,
right, let
we
me look
are,
at you.
Like our models are a little bit different than the models in here. Like they're smoother.
Oh, interesting.
I'm scared.
Backing out, backing out, backing
I'm
out.
trying to
Alright,
move
just-
like
oh, man.
I'm trying to move slightly every 20 seconds. You know?
Oh, this is fun.
This is very fun.
Oh! I was trying to hide between them.
It's wild because when you're still hiding, you can like kind of study everybody else and like
Yeah.
know where to run
No
to
idea.
when you get caught.
Actually,
Oh
it's so hard to tell.
Oh,
I
Chris,
don't think
nice.
I can move now. There's too many eyes.
Oh, you can use. How can you see?
I'm trying to genuinely like. Oh, Julia. Sorry.
Oh!
Oh, you got me.
Yeah.
Wait, so who? Okay.
What you see up there, Anthony?
Oh god.
I know if you like lay down.
The arms are straighter if you're lying down. The arms up laying down is not the pose.
Yeah.
It's so hard to tell.
Oh wait. Oh. I
Oh.
thought that was me.
Yeah, you're more starfish if you're laying down.
If you're laying down, you also pop up out of the ground more than the other ones. Not to give away my secrets, you know.
Motherfucker.
Oh, sorry, Chris.
Nah, it's no worries.
Yeah, just a free for all. Shoot, shoot, shoot.
Okay.
Are you still alive?
Oh! They got me, Gail.
Sammy, what color are you?
I can't tell you that yet.
There's three of us.
Bro, you can't just answer.
Three of us.
Sammy, paint yourself. Just paint.
That's actually awesome.
Going.
We should do this
The
round
amount
in
of shooting.
monochrome in the monochrome mode.
Oh,
Bro, Ellie has so many
God.
points.
Oh my
Oh,
god, that would be.
Ellie has 5,000 points.
This is genuinely so funny.
She must
She's
be
definitely
in the middle.
Yeah, she's gotta be in the middle somewhere.
I bet she is, honestly.
It's just like an onslaught of just gunshots.
It's just crazy.
That's what a gun range sounds like.
Yeah, I lowered my gun volume.
Okay, to left.
Ethan, hold it down.
Oh
my
yeah.
God.
Oh, you got Ellie!
Wait, who's left? Is it just Ethan?
So Ethan Loki wins.
Boom, 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 boom.
That's
boom,
terrifying.
Yeah, because he's last man standing.
War.
I'm scared.
Wait, everyone
Where's
stop
that
shooting for
whistle?
1 second, and then let's have Ethan just jump
Yeah.
once.
Or whistle.
Wait, or just whistle.
Why?
I don't know, it's funny.
Wait, whistle.
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 Everybody
Okay.
stop shooting.
Okay, wait.
It's over here somewhere.
I did not hear where that was.
Get him! Fire! Fire!
Find them!
Oh, he's right in front of me.
He's right in front of me, isn't he?
He's right in
How
front
have
of
we
me.
not gotten him?
The gunshots are so fucking loud, dude. I'm
Oh, you can turn
Yeah,
the
I
game
have mine
volume
turned
down.
down.
I have it
It's, like,
turned
all the way
down.
Where
I
is he?
cranked it.
Oh my god, please.
He's over here somewhere.
What the heck?
Where is he?
Hell? Oh, nice.
Where were they?
That was me. That was on my clip.
You were there? Oh my
Oh,
god.
Wait, let's do it again,
Awesome.
louder.
Spread out like a star.
Wait, monochrome.
Wow, there's so many people over here.
crazy.
Wow.
That'd be kind of cool.
Oh my god.
Almost got it. That was so fun.
That was good. That was funny.
Yeah.
Should we do the
It was
Simpsons
wild.
map?
Yeah,
The Sims.
So,
Original map.
That was
Max,
fun.
You were
honestly,
saying, can I see the-
no. That map has fried my brain.
How's the game work?
Wait, Whiskey, have you played the farm one?
He hasn't played like any of the OG ones. I actually just realized.
So
Oh
chaotic.
yeah.
Back to basic
I like
for the next one.
I like
We
the
can go back
workshop.
to the.
I like
I've
the
only
workshop one.
played
Let's
what
do.
you've
I'll
shown
do
me
like an
today.
OG, and then I'll do a custom, and then OG,
Okay.
and then custom.
Yeah.
Let's
I
go to
like
the
the custom
pool
ones.
after
Ethan,
the
I love
OJ.
your British
So,
YouTuber
do you guys
voice.
want to go back to basic for the
Yeah.
regular maps?
My what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have
And then
like a
200.
farm one. I don't know
Voice.
what
We can see
what
what
it
Granny,
those
do
are.
what you need to do, Joel?
Hold on, I have to adjust your voice, Granny. I can't hear you.
Oh, that's why you didn't laugh at any
messaged
of my
the,
jokes. Okay,
um,
that's why.
Mm. I have it turned up to 200.
Same.
And I'm still quiet?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
I do have you loud too, Granny.
Oh my god.
I have
I have you-
Granny
I
at
have you
190.
louder, actually.
Granny,
I was joking, I haven't made a
can I
single
keep it a
joke.
buck? I have you at 200%.
Whoa!
Yeah,
So
my
did
chat
you
said,
yell?
my chat said, can you turn Granny up? And I said, I literally cannot.
What? I don't know what to
Literally.
do.
Literally. Cannot.
You could yell.
Do you
Well,
have
really
a
loud.
Granny? What mixer do you use?
I have
Whoa!
a Go XLR and a Shure SMB.
Crank the game.
Um,
So
You
like,
might
it
need to
should
crank
be
up your.
Yeah,
good,
it would be.
right?
I think in the Go XLR. Unless
I
it's
can
in the
show
PC
you.
maxed out.
I can show you after stream,
Max it.
Joel.
That is so weird.
Does
It
the,
might, maybe
doesn't the
it's Discord.
computer does the PC have its own separate mic
Computer, turn up the
in the
game.
sound settings?
There's like a
Computer.
yeah, there is like a in computer mic
Hi,
setting because
Ethan.
mine always
Mm.
like turns down on its own.
I can
But
help you
it's a
after
little
stream,
complicated.
Joel.
I'm
Yes.
motherfucking Hunter.
Shit,
Goated
it's
Matt.
cows.
Goated Matt.
It's
Okay, Carl, you're
cats.
gonna have to carry me on this one.
Oh no! What the hell? You got this.
It's fucking
It's fucking cows.
We got it.
It's fucking cows, brother.
fucking cows, mate.
Fucking cow.
Oh, it's a fucking cows, mate.
It's all right.
So guttural.
Don't get me started, Ethan.
I don't even.
No, 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 get started.
Go
get
in
started.
the fucking puddle,
Yeah, can't you?
It's fine.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Going to the puddle,
same,
trying to
same,
get a
same,
fucking
Wait,
VD
something
cut.
powerful just
Yeah,
happened.
get
I'm suddenly
fucking
distracted.
Fucking VB
No,
cut.
no, no,
Yeah.
so we can do
Trying to
that.
go down to get a fucking
Fucking
VB.
Go
A fucking
kind of
VB.
but not super.
That all right though, yeah.
Alright,
That fucking hell. Let that tell you what me.
Wait, what are you even doing?
Oh, Daddy, you all go down to the puddle, I get a fucking VB
No,
cut.
you
Oh,
listen to me. Oh, I
You-
mean,
okay, you sound like you, like
It
Dave
sounds like I'm
from
in the
Plants
music
vs Zombies.
commercial and there's a million of the booger guy yelling.
Yeah, I say you listen to me. You come over here, you know it.
Get off the game, Callum.
Yeah, and that's what I says. And my wife is my best friend.
See, the thing is I think Carla's actually saying things.
That's what you think.
What you
Trying
don't
to
think
get
I'm
it
saying in the
Nah,
I
you
don't think Ethan's saying
fuck up.
anything.
we should
You
go back to
come
5
down to
minutes.
my face. You say it to my face, cut.
You come over here, say to my face.
No, you don't be a big digger. You come my face. You say it right here. Wait.
My spot is horrible, and I'm gonna move. Actually,
Yeah, Sully, I'm saying
Oh,
perfect
oh,
words.
mine's good.
My poor
No offense,
boyfriend.
not to rub it in your face.
Working from hell. Working from home? No, working from hell.
Oh, I thought we were
getting
all, I thought we were
worse.
done.
Dang. Okay, this is either I'm either gonna get found immediately or never.
Oh, I'm excited for this. I love those type of spots.
Oop, 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 oop.
Oh no.
Tammy. When you're working and I'm like, how's your shift
Oh
going?
no.
I'm always like so worried. Because I know sometimes you're like, girl, it's been hell. And I'm like, just give Tammy a good shift. Give Tammy a good shift, please. Tim Tam Slam needs this. Please.
Alright, come for you in 10 seconds.
I hope someone's balls.
Oh,
I messed up.
What'd you do?
Yeah, oh, I'm coming. You
I met.
yeah.
Look at the back of me.
Oh, sweetie. It's beautiful.
It's
beautiful.
Mine's
Oh my god,
awful.
Bethany, that's powerful.
That's powerful.
Look
Yeah,
at
mine
that.
sucks. Mine's
I'm
really
gonna
bad.
cough.
Mine's the worst, and
This
if
has
I
gotta
don't
be
get found
one of the
first-
worst ones
Oh,
I've ever
crispy.
done. I think.
Oh my god. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's
Risky nice.
No,
Found you,
Sammy,
mate.
I respect
Mine was
it.
so bad. I
Sammy,
wasted
I
so
respect
much
the
time.
fuck out of it.
Thank you, thank you.
Crispy.
Mine was too bad.
Chris Nice.
Oh, Sam, yours is good.
Whiskey Nice.
It's kind of ass.
Sam Nice.
Oh, Julia, yours is really good.
Okay, Chris. Okay, Chris.
We'll see.
Are more good.
Sorry.
Chris, I like yours. Oh, Ellie, yours is really good.
Bro, I have like armpit sweat. I worked so hard.
Oh no, I'm scared.
Sammy. So
What do you
good.
think? Thank you, thank you.
Chris.
Who's in this
Ellie-
diabolical spot?
Ellie, what the hell, man?
Whoa.
All right.
Oh, nice.
Anthony. How?
You know, hit so good right now. It's fucking. Yeah, another day, another dollar.
Is that easier to hear me now?
Yeah,
I think it's the same.
I think it's the same.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Same?
the same.
Oh.
I can
yours
help
is
you
really
after
good.
stream,
Actually,
Gran,
really
if you
good. I
want.
like yours a lot.
Thank you,
Sammy, I've been
Julia,
trying to
thank you.
make that one work
Yeah.
for so many.
Oh my
rounds.
god.
We're gonna
Julia.
see, Crispy. We're gonna see.
That is insane.
I want that one to work so
Bant,
bad.
what the hell?
Thank you.
Whiskey.
too.
What?
You locked in.
I just feel like they're popping off right now. And I... Where are they?
Sam. We're good, Sam.
All right, now do like Eastern European.
Can you fall
accents.
asleep?
No, I just watching Bethany like.
Um,
No, I know. I was expecting that too. I was expecting that too.
And then I'm shooting the ass crack of the clouds. Like.
Oh,
did
nice. Nice, Julia.
Oh, damn.
That was really
Thank
good.
you.
Oh.
I looked at that for so long.
We're getting too good at this.
I got no idea.
Yeah, I'm...
Oh, it's not great.
Everyone's
maybe a
giving
little
me ideas
to
of
the
things
right.
that I can do.
I hate that this game makes you look at a blue wall. Oh, yep. For a million years. And then you're like, oh, okay, got it.
True.
All right, let's see
what
what
everyone else is
Ooh,
writing.
Chris, I don't hate it.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Nice.
Sammy, wait.
Why were you
huge.
why were you
Did you,
was
did
this
you see
just-
the actively? Did you see the
I've been
active
muted for
drawing?
so long. I've been
No, I
I've
didn't.
been
But it's
shit
okay.
talking you to your face for like 10 minutes.
Oh,
Just
man.
I
just
hear you
saying,
once.
bro, that looks really, really wild.
Oh, Granny, that is insane. And I got caught after you.
Yeah, yeah.
Whiskey,
not
where are you?
bad.
Let me
I thought you were just dialed in and didn't give a
Oh,
fuck.
whiskey, I like it.
No, I literally didn't hear you.
No, I was going, hey, I appreciate the effort you put into
Put
the
your
effort.
ass away, child.
Mexico won.
Bethany has looked
GG's.
at me so many times.
Maximum
Max,
appreciation.
thank you. Who are you? Do I know you?
Oh, sorry.
Tell me who
Did they
you
beat?
are.
I'll just hit my head really
South
hard
Korea.
so I forget.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ooh.
Yes,
I'm
really
trying something
nice.
different. To TwitchCon and we just go to like.
I go to
Japan.
Bantha, Hamilton, you're right. Thank you, Max. Bring
Those
new
ones are
subs.
drinks.
I really,
Somebody's
I,
throwing a
I
hole.
really like that idea. I like
My
that idea
eye.
a lot.
Actually,
Japan.
most people in this chat have been. I've just realized.
Well, I try to
Yeah.
hunt for them.
Most
At least
people.
half.
Chris, did
Yeah,
I tell you that I
I'm
had a
saying most
dream
people.
about when you guys went to
One
Japan?
of us.
That I
One
was just
of
like,
us.
fuck it, and I bought a ticket and I went, and then I woke up and I was like, man.
You,
This
you
is
dream
really
about
good.
Chris
should
a
have
lot.
pulled up.
You do
I
dream
know,
about
but
me a lot.
I had
Dreams
just
about Chris.
been there.
You should have pulled up again.
You should have flew up.
Whoa. Hi, Sarah.
Mom, I flew up.
My
My
God.
blew up.
A new bird. A new bird be like.
I got nothing for you, Cap.
Someone in my
Fans, I'm
chat
going
said,
crazy.
"White boy likes Japan. Fork found in kitchen."
True.
All men do is lie and go to Japan.
Yeah, white boy.
It's
will
a
try.
magical place.
Arigato gozaimasu.
I
But when
think
we're in
even if
Japan,
you
we
look at
don't lie.
Whiskey, you won't see him.
No, you will.
I think
I'm looking
Sammy's
at you
is
now.
genuinely
I'm so glad for
good
you.
to go.
Yeah, I'm really
Chris,
proud
I
of
think
you.
I perfected mine. I think I've
No,
perfected
Sammy, I
it.
think
wild.
yours is so bold and brave and awesome.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Bold.
Sometimes you gotta go bold.
You do.
Mm-hmm.
So if yours
Sometimes
works,
you gotta go
I'm gonna
bald.
be a little angry because I've tried it like 5 times.
Whistle for me.
Just like,
Oh,
just like a
I'm
little
scared.
angry.
I'm scared.
I'm gonna give you like a
I'm
great
scared.
handshake. On Saturday.
Girl.
Oh my god.
Unbelievable.
You're such a carrot.
That's a really good carrot. That's a good carrot.
Thank you so much.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
god.
Fans, look up.
Was that?
I don't
Whiskey.
know how
What?
to say this, but you nailed the dot on the top of your head.
Thank
did.
you.
How?
Thank you. Color.
How did
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
I'm really proud of you.
guys.
Oh,
Whiskey,
Granny.
nice job on your first time on the map.
Granny
also.
loves that
Sammy
spot.
GGs.
Thank you.
Granny loves those
I've never been in
spots.
that spot.
No, but you love those hidey holes.
Oh yeah, I do. I do.
Heidi Hole.
Holes.
Really
Were
love
you
holes.
in a
No.
previous life by chance?
Max, I really hope you didn't get messaged
anyway.
by one of those weirdos on
Can
Discord
we do
or
the
TikTok
mansion? That one's fun for Whiskey.
that are trying to be me.
And
Hopefully
for
not.
Ellie.
I see my future.
Because
in
if
the
you
mansion.
have, I'm so sorry.
I'm
No,
just trying
we
to be
did the mansion. That's
inclusive.
when I was
TikTok
a
and
big horse
Discord are
cock,
doing
and then
nothing
Ethan thought
about
was
it.
real.
So I really
that's
hope
right.
Yeah, but it's still fun.
that's not the
But we can
case.
run it back. Yeah.
Whatever.
And I'll feel bad. Please feel free to refund your subby if that happened, because I don't want you to,
Hunting. Okay.
Do the 1-bedroom apartment with the bunk bed. That one would be fun for Whiskey. I think.
All right, here we go.
Where he says Robert, South
But
Carolina.
if that's not it, then
is
thank God.
gone.
It's
You
gone,
shaved your
Robert.
hole?
I love that.
That's my favorite line.
South
Hello,
Carolina.
I
is
literally, the
gone.
blanket
Wait,
on
what
the
is it,
back of my
Tammy? Stop
chair is
biting
just
it.
Marcus.
What is it?
Oh, that's really nice.
Who's hunting?
Wouldn't you
Julia.
like to know?
Me and Chris.
I actually haven't been a hunter yet. I should
I
do
kind of
that.
want to try one of the
You haven't been one the
paintings.
whole time?
No, I suck. I'm a piece of shit. Sorry.
Come on.
Alright.
Oh.
I'm going to try one of these for a laugh. Oh, Mia's snoring. Get in contact, told me about a PR team. Oh. No. What's the Discord username, Joel? Because that's not me.
Bro, stand up, stand up, stand up.
What did they say?
I'm telling you, it's gonna work. Okay. Now like this, kind of like this. Back, move back, move back. Yeah, yeah. Move back.
Oh my god, it's giving that storybook with the girl who's got like a rainbow and the sickness.
I don't understand how these scammers
I was
do
reading
this.
like Stella Luna. What were you reading?
What's
hell
bro
are you
cooking?
talking
No,
about?
it's the girl with
no,
like the
turn off.
temperature thermometer in
You
her
didn't
mouth,
pay anything,
and
did
she's, like,
you?
rainbow.
Discord's
As
not
opposed
doing
to
anything
others.
about
Stella
it.
the basket. Wait,
Wait,
Lima
be
bean?
one of these
Oh,
things up
because
here.
the lima.
No,
What is it called?
You had to do
I'm
this.
sorry.
Lyme's disease?
Hallelujah.
What
This
the
is what I
hell?
have.
Oh, case
Oh.
of the
Lime's
stripes or
up?
something.
Limes? Is it not Lyme's disease?
I think it's just
It's
It's
lime.
Carla
Lime.
focus
Lime.
alert.
Lime.
True.
I thought it was limes, like
Oh,
apostrophe
yes,
S.
yes, I know that.
No,
yes,
it's
As
li-
in
it's
the
lime.
it's
It
the
is exactly
Lime's
what it is.
disease.
I don't know.
Apostrophe.
The
S.
Graves
The
disease,
lime,
the
the witch,
Lyme's
and the
disease.
wardrobe.
I was spelling it L-I-M-E.
Like this, and then yeah.
Open the schools,
True. Send him back.
dude.
Hey guys, don't get chronic Lyme.
I was trying not to, but I don't even know how to spell it.
Is that terrible?
Lake Titicaca.
Oh, dude. Okay. Sam and Sammy and Whiskey just played it. And they said it was great. Is it like?
Panther.
It's a very like.
The mole's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Mole's awesome, man.
Yeah, the two just played it. He said.
Yeah, you need to play it. Bro.
I got a live update that he was crying a little bit. It's a great game. It's a great game.
Who did?
Really, bro?
Datun.
Datun.
Oh, nice.
Nice, nice.
I'm gonna play it because
Play it
Sammy and
next month.
Sam were so talking about it and loving it, dude.
You're gonna like
we
it,
were
man. You're
texting
gonna like
about
it.
it even.
We
took
were.
it to the DMs.
We did.
What?
We had to. There was no
Aw.
other way.
Whiskey, what are you
Chat, do we like this?
I don't know.
Oh, get me in there. Come on.
I want to be in DMs.
Chat, do we like this or is this stupid?
Oh, I'm getting.
It's stupid.
Oh,
Fuck.
Sorry.
Sam said it's stupid, chat.
Sorry, my bad.
Don't worry though, she can't hear me right now.
No, can't.
We can hear you still.
we can still
Don't worry, chat. They can't hear me.
Chad, don't worry, man.
Dude,
Can't hear
the color picker's busted.
Oh, it's
Press
so busted.
space.
I don't feel good about my hiding spot.
I don't really feel
Oh,
good
it's
about mine
awful.
either.
I don't feel
about
good in
anything.
general. Anyone else?
That's what I'm saying.
After
bro.
stream?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Maybe.
Maybe's wild.
That means yes.
Oh god, mine is so
I'm
shitty.
not be
Oh
around
my god,
anymore.
this is fun.
Robert.
Sorry, Sammy.
If you
Sorry,
shoot
guys,
me,
that
it's
was
fucked up.
too
It's my
I
loud.
always have to try and make one floor strat work.
It's alright.
That's fair.
Okay, chat thoughts.
This is
Carla, you're just fun.
That's a word for it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have so much
Whiskey,
whimsy in
whiskey,
life.
No,
it's
no,
so
no, no.
bold.
Man,
It's
what
so
are you
bold.
doing?
It might just work.
Sammy, it's been taking me so long. I don't know how to do it.
What are you
Oh,
doing,
that's
man?
beautiful.
I want to be clear. I've done the exact same
me
thing
Let
I'm
me be
doing
clear.
today.
Let me be clear.
I just want to do better than I did that
No,
time.
Sam, I like it.
You like it?
Thank you.
Chris, I really like yours a
I
lot.
kind of
It's
look
really good.
phallic, but it's okay.
Oh,
Wait, Ethan,
don't.
where
Don't
even
say that
are
about
you?
yourself.
Thank you.
Me?
Oh, you got hit. You got hit. I
Yeah,
was
I'm,
looking for you
yeah,
on
I'm
the
dead because
wall.
I'm bad. Don't worry about it.
I'm
You're not
dead
bad.
too. I'm dead too.
You're not
I
bad.
think we're all dead. Carla!
Girl! I have risen. I have
Whiskey.
risen on accident.
Girl.
Wait,
Whiskey.
Sam.
Oh, that's crazy.
Let me switch it.
So funny.
Please. Oh.
Nice, Ellie.
Back.
Granny, nice.
Okay,
Yes,
we're fine.
yeah, Sam, you're fine. No, you're fine. You're fine.
Oh no.
I deserved it.
I just got so scared.
Chris. Oh my god.
Chris is really good.
Carla.
Hey,
I need to step my
girl.
game up a little bit.
No, it's Picasso.
No!
Wow.
Man, that's a classic you spot.
I know.
Oh, good
I had
idea.
nothing to
Good
say.
idea, Axel. Get a chargeback from your bank and use my clips to prove that it wasn't me because you got scammed. And I can show
No,
you.
you
If you
son
want
of
to
a
add
bitch.
me on my actual
Sorry,
Discord,
Sam. That-
my username is
I'm
just
a little bitch
Carla,
for being at this angle.
and you can,
No,
and I'll
no,
like
it's fair.
say
No,
stuff
you can
as
never be.
well.
Come
Like
on,
I'll
seriously.
respond
No,
and you
come
can
on.
take it to the
Alright,
bank
okay.
and get your charge back. I'm sorry
I'm
that
never doing that
happened.
spot ever again. I just keep thinking it's such a good
Liam,
spot, and I keep getting got. And I'm
listen.
just like convinced. Convinced is just luck.
Oh, I'm still a cow. Oh no, I'm not. That's the.
Whiskey, it's your time. Huh? It's your time.
Are you?
Casey Troy!
Grana.
Oh, I thought I was muted.
Gran.
That's okay, Granny. That's okay.
Happens to the
That
best
was
of us.
such good
Came up
timing
there.
because you blocked by hearing the whistle. God.
Oh fuck!
There's still one in the laundry room. I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
you're
I just can't
joking.
figure out where.
Wait, where?
Whiskey, you deserve like 100 gifted. I'm not even playing.
Wait, for what? For his
Take out that
spot?
credit card, Sammy.
Oh my god.
100 gifted from the nearest oiler, bro.
No.
I think I'm near. I think I'm
Oh,
near.
no.
It's mine.
Carlos is so good.
That spot fried me.
No.
That spot fried
Carla, give her
Granny.
give her
I thought I
5 mil
had
views on this
Yeah.
one, guys. Seriously.
Granny, there's
Carla,
something you would
this is-
add
oh
to
my
yours
God,
that would
Carla,
make
that
it
is
really
so
funny.
cool.
That's
Carla,
so
that is
stupid.
fucking
Oh, that's
hilarious.
crazy.
Thank you.
It's giving
That's
it's giving the
crazy.
Grinch in
Granny,
the sun without sunscreen.
There's something you could add that would add a lot of humor to my viewer.
I
now.
was going to do that, and then
Please,
I at the last
please.
second I didn't.
At 30 seconds, please.
Okay, I will.
Carlos is
It
insane.
might not even be in this room. This might be a kitchen
I
one.
have to go back to Granny.
I think there's someone in the bathroom.
Max, you know what? Like, I'm proud of you for putting in the work for your YouTube. So like, don't let this
Granny,
take
that's
this away
insane.
from you.
Hello?
But no one,
Right?
just I mean, you've learnt now.
Oh God!
But
was about to be
moving forward, no
I mean,
one
that was
will
a good
ever
idea, to be
away.
fair.
Say
reach
no, say
out
no,
like
say no,
that
please say no.
asking
Count
for
on
money.
Wait, is Granny in the toilet? That's
No, no, no.
I
you-
was.
Never, ever, ever.
She fell into a toilet.
Wait, Panther, are you
No.
still alive?
Workshop.
Not a
that
chance.
He got slimed out.
Wait, it's Chris and
Talk,
Carla?
talk after stream or?
Out first.
Carla, that is
Carla,
unbelievable.
that's
Any whistles? Any whistles?
really wild.
Yeah, Carla, yours is very, very good. I really like it.
I can't wait for Crispy's noise he'll make because I know he'll be like,
Oh,
"Oh
no,
my
I've never
god,
really gone
Carla!"
here.
I'm like, oh, good, Carl, that's really good. I feel like Julia's gonna call me a mean word when she finds mine.
Ooh, I can't wait to hear what word it is.
You might.
Wait,
You
what
might
word
call
are
me
you
like
gonna
a.
say?
It's a
Well,
bad
you
word.
cooked. You cooked. You cooked.
Wait, Sam, is there an art gallery
whistle,
one?
y'all whistle.
Yeah, but it's like not very
It's
good because you just have to walk sideways and then you can see them sticking out.
Yes!
Yay!
I was just about to
So
see
good.
you.
You hid your bush.
Come and find me! Come and find me!
I'm in a bush.
Carla.
Come and find me!
Go find
Go
Carla.
find Carla. Yeah.
Over here, over here. Yeah, keep going straight
Wait,
into the
wait, wait.
hallway.
See,
Hallway,
I
keep
see
going
down
straight.
the hallway.
And then turn right, and then I'm on that painting.
I looked right at you.
No way. That's incredible.
Bro, I
It's
looked
so
right
good.
at you.
We can do. So I'm not sure how it
That's
works.
crazy.
There's an art gallery. Do you guys actually? Can we
Wow.
try one of the maps that I have
Yes,
downloaded?
yes,
'Cause-
yes.
Sure.
So
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
an
of
art.
course. Yeah.
There's an art gallery, and allegedly, when the round starts, it puts these invisible walls up so the hunters can't get close to the paintings and see like from the side angles.
Oh,
you
it's like
know?
the war.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't
That's
know if
cool.
it works, but I want to try it because if it does, that'd
But
be
Max,
cool.
please.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Thank you
It's
for
apparently
the
fun.
time as well.
Is anyone
Sorry.
sipping on anything tonight?
Yes.
think Chris
I'm
was.
though.
hammered.
Yeah, I'm drinking Blue Moon.
Dude,
Okay,
I
perfect,
actually
perfect.
want a coffee really bad.
Oh,
Do
coffee
it.
sounds great.
8 p.m. coffee.
coffee
are
would be
different.
No, I'm about to crack
Please
my
feel
mind.
free to refund that sub that you gave me.
Funny.
As much as I appreciate
I
it,
need that,
I'm on a coke right
you
now.
need some more money because
Did I
of
have
what
one?
happened.
No,
So please
actually, never mind.
feel free to refund that. Let me add you.
I thought Chris had a Modelo. He's
And
lying to us
then,
through his
yeah, send this
Modelo.
to
No,
your
I have a bunch
send
of
this
World
to your
Cup beers.
bank
I have a
so you can get a
Asahi,
chargeback,
Asahi, a
or at least
Modelo,
attempt
Heineken.
to.
Beers.
Chris, should I grab a cider?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
All
Such
right.
a cider guy.
Okay, so I'm
Man, stop
hearing.
pulling
Wait, can
my
I read something to you guys? So Chatter says, hiders need to be on a painting within like 30 seconds. If they move away, they are locked out of going to the wall. So
Roger that.
I guess like
Thanks,
run in and
Joe.
pick your painting.
Oh, do we have to like speed
Wait,
paint?
do I-
Oh,
Can we share a painting?
Yeah, do we speed paint?
probably.
No, you just have to be
You have
in
to
the
get on the
spot.
wall.
Yeah, I think
then
you have to
can
pick
paint
your
after.
painting.
Oh, okay, got you.
I'm not 100% sure, but we'll probably figure
That's
it out pretty
fun.
I'm
quick.
never shaving my bush again because people sound so disappointed in those videos. Someone just wrote. Good.
Good.
Great.
All right.
Don't.
Good. Good.
Live your truth.
Yeah, let it.
It's Bush
Let
Girl
it all-
Summer.
It
You
is.
shaved your bush?
I'm gonna make a hot chocolate after this round.
Okay, hot
Dude,
chocolate.
I'll make a coffee if you make a
Okay,
hot
Yeah,
winter time
I'll
in
make a
Australia,
little
Southern
something.
Hemisphere.
Okay, chili down under.
Chili time.
It was 125 today.
Really?
Thank you, Em. Sorry I missed that.
125 degrees.
Not us having
There's
that
no
serious
way.
conversation
Julie,
about
you're the last person,
a
by the way, that's
scammer
downloaded it.
and
I'm sorry. I
painting
did it.
myself in
No,
that
you're a good person.
painting. I didn't think I was gonna make
No,
it.
don't get down on
There
yourself.
we go.
Wait, so you have to choose a painting within, I heard
30
you,
seconds.
30,
I think
30 to
Fahrenheit
60
was
seconds.
easy.
It's, we're
Okay.
unsure,
Ethan, you have to
but
stand in the middle.
No,
of
of
the
course,
thing.
Max. I'm so
And Sam,
sorry
you just stand
again.
in the
Oh, my
middle if you haven't done
hunting?
it yet.
They're running rampant.
I
Oh, fuck
didn't-
me.
I didn't do anything.
Ben, fuck my Chungus life.
Fuck this shit.
I'm shaving my bush. Fuck it. I'm shaving it. I'm shaving it.
No, no, I thought we were having a nice bush.
No, 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 no.
It's over.
No, Chris, you have to go to the theaters.
Okay, I think I know what I want.
What are you talking about?
Oh, this is insane.
This is really cool, actually.
Crazy. This
Oh,
is
it's cool.
really
It lets you kind of go into the painting so you're flatter, or is it just the one I'm on?
It's like
I
No,
should
yeah,
do
Mario
mine, yeah.
64.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I like this.
Oh, yo, good
I
call
know
back.
what I
like that
want.
game. What do you want? You never played Super Mario 64? Get the hell out of here.
Never
Oh, I'm
owned,
never being found. Can
a
I be
Game
honest?
Boy.
Oh, I'm never being found either.
Yes.
Ever.
This is gonna be a nightmare for me. I know
Guys
it.
running away from the cops before they're found.
Zaha.
Nah, yeah.
Also, the paint dropper works way better on.
Who's shaving on
this.
stream? Sorry. Good
Ellie,
night,
how's your first
Joe.
big Among Us style collab going?
Enjoy Hawaii.
Freaking out.
Insane description.
Oh.
Being quiet.
Hey, go to Coles.
No, dude.
Being
Speak
quiet.
your mind.
No,
Speak your
true.
mind.
Sarah,
Ellie, if it makes you
I've
feel better, someone in my
I've
chat said
complained
it's the longest you've ever gone
for
without,
literal years.
without talking. So I'm with
Who,
you.
me?
No, me. Someone said that about me. So
Oh.
Is there a way that you
So, yeah.
can you can make it so you're kind of like semi-transparent?
No.
No.
I'm
Like
the
not
opacity
like
type of
just the view, so you can
you
get
go
the colors
invisible?
right and stuff.
Can you cheat in this game?
No, not like that. I mean, just so you can like get the colors right from what's under you.
No, you
my
have to just
sick
like
little
be,
girly. On my lap.
better.
Good.
Oh, great.
Sorry. Good luck though.
Y'all have fun though.
Y'all have fun.
Oh, this is awful.
Shit.
Ah, fuck.
Fuck.
Ah,
Oh,
fuck.
fucking it. Sorry.
I love it. Love that. That's so funny.
Love that.
Okay.
Love that.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, when they put
What do you mean
money
you're glitched?
into it. It's
No,
like,
you're not able to
Hunger
move
Games.
after.
That's
Yeah.
It's forcing
you know.
me back to the spot I was on the painting.
No,
Yeah,
that's
we
okay,
always
think
Max.
that's
No,
what it
no,
is.
I'd rather figure this out so you can send everything to the bank
I think Sam explained that, but
and
maybe...
No, it's
get
within
a
the
charge
character.
back.
I don't know. I'm too afraid to move.
Oh, no.
It might just do that.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, Chris, nice.
I feel less confident than I originally
feel
was.
terrible.
I thought I had this in the bag. Bag's got a hole
Thanks,
in it.
Crispy.
My
Ellie,
shut up.
spot.
Crispy, I like it.
Bro, mine's kind
Bro,
of
I'm-
mean, but also,
I'm-
hey.
Julia! Oh, Julia cooked.
How
When
does
has
one
she?
go down? Oh,
Bro, oh god, it's gonna be
Julia,
torture.
yup. Oh my God, Julia, holy
Wait,
crap.
no, whiskey. I like it. I like it. You've got
Thanks.
some extra time if you wanted to
True.
do something on the hand.
I don't mind if
too.
people
Then I think you're
impersonate
a
me
W.
because you can't control that, but when they are scamming people money, that's where I'm like,
There's a white paint
What
fucking
the
me up.
fuck is
Wait.
this?
Wait,
girl.
Ethan, you gotta get the titty. You gotta get the match the color.
Is it obvious? How do
That's a
I do
person.
this? Are you like
That's
thick?
literally a person.
Are you thick? Are you like the normal thickness or no?
Fuck it.
oh.
Guys, comms is it like normal shape.
Yeah, normal game, yeah.
What do you mean? Like it's like the same character size.
Oh, Ben's
Okay.
cooking.
Like
Damn.
you're not
No.
thin or
Jeez,
anything.
Bam.
Thinner.
Maybe this is easy as fuck for them.
Yeah, I lasted 10 seconds
Y'all blasted?
in the game.
Yeah,
10 seconds is
more,
like a
more than
lot
10
for some
normally.
people.
Whiskey, we didn't need
Sam,
I knew Chris was gonna say some egregious thing. I wanted to get
Oh,
out of it.
you know what? You right.
Yeah,
You're right.
sure.
Yeah, but
Granny,
yeah,
that's really
never
good.
never give anyone
It ain't bad. I got stressed.
money because
Oh, Sam, that's wicked.
Oh,
I
Julia,
know,
that's
we'll
annoyingly
see.
good.
they will never help
That's
you.
wicked. I like it.
Ethan, that's
You can
something else.
succeed
Ethan, that's
Yeah,
fucking
I-
funny.
without those losers.
Wait, I gotta go
I
back to
wasted
Ethan's.
way too much time.
I don't know if doing more is gonna help or not help.
So you guys are only
Oh,
paintings?
Sam. Okay.
Yeah, they're only
Yeah,
painting.
everybody's
Oh
in
my God,
painting.
Granny's is unreal.
Girl.
No way.
This is
Where's
hurting
Sam at?
my
Sam, where?
my brain.
Okay,
Oh,
if you
Julia,
back
that's
up far
nuts.
enough, it looks all right. The closer you
Yeah,
get,
Sam,
the
that's
worse it
really
looks. though.
good. You cooked as fuck.
Sam, that's
Oh,
very
these
good.
paintings
That's
are huge.
that's a
Oh,
million
that's the
views on
Logic album
Instagram
cover.
Reels.
I was
Mine
about to
is
say that.
not
Load
good.
up real.
Are we gonna get copyrighted for having this art in our
That's a Reels masterpiece.
No, I don't think you can because it's so old, you know?
Visual copyright is wild.
Yeah, what's a
I
visual
like it.
copy?
Twitch VODs get claimed.
By
Yeah.
some
By the-
ancient artist
Oh, this is
from
hard.
Yeah.
Amsterdam.
Yeah, isn't
Okay,
It's
it
their,
let's see how
Michelangelo
this
getting
what they
mad
call
at
it, their
us?
estate like sues us.
Michelangelo.
Thanks, Max. That's really
Everyone's
kind.
popping cough.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Oh, Carla, it just looks like you're just touring the museum.
I'm just having a good
Just looking
time.
at art.
Yeah.
Like,
You
oh,
know
I
what?
like that
You know
one.
what though?
Oh
on
my
this
God,
one,
Sam.
the whistling I feel like kind of can expose you.
What is this?
Oh yeah.
Granny's is.
Trust me, I can't hear the
pretty
whistle.
easily. Oh, fair.
Ethan, oh my God. Wait, Ethan, have you not found yet?
I haven't found
No,
anyone.
and I don't
no,
know how.
Ethan's alive.
I don't know how
Holy-
because it's so
And
bad.
I've been spectating you, Ethan, and I've been cackling over here.
It's so bad.
Oh.
It's
see what
so
it's like?
awful.
It's bad, but it
God.
somehow
Julie.
blends.
I can't see. I haven't seen anyone.
Also, my computer's
Trust
dead.
me,
I'm
trust me. The
spectating people
POV
and can't
from
see
the
them.
hunter is insane.
Fucking insane.
I kind of want to
Oh,
try
there's some
hunting
really
on this.
cool
This
ones.
looks fun.
Yeah, I like this one.
Oh my God, Crank, painting yourself seductively, please.
Okay, seductive.
Sam,
clue.
I gotta say that is really good. Like,
Thanks, man.
Yeah, you guys.
dude, that is. How'd you have time to do that?
Nice
I
man,
don't
nice
know. I
man.
don't know.
Okay, I want to see everybody else.
the heck?
Julia, I confidently feel like you're not getting caught this game.
Yeah.
Sam, yours
Yeah,
is
it's hard to
so
see.
good.
Julia looks fantastic.
Bro, I need.
Julia, like I thought was out because I can't see her,
What
so
the
I was like,
hell?
surely she's dead. So
Wait,
because she's not
no.
there, like I can't
Oh
see
my
you.
God.
Look at Granny.
I'm looking for you and I can't see you.
Band's back to saying "fuck it" is so funny.
Beth, you're getting short dicked right now.
Wait,
Hey, yo.
That's
wait, we're
funny.
bringing that back.
Damn.
Is that a thing you say?
What
does
the
that
hell,
mean?
guys?
Ben's trying
Band
to make it
started
happen.
it. Yeah, it's
That's,
called short
that's
text.
funny.
Yeah. And
So funny.
no,
I like
put
this one.
June.
This is funny.
I have no idea. This is crazy.
I really like
Guys,
Sam's. I think is the best one because it's just like art.
Sam's.
Sam's is so
no offense
good.
to everyone who's still
Guys,
hiding, but like that's so
Guys,
good.
please.
No,
I'm
no,
right
no, like-
here.
Mine's not art at all. Like I'm gonna be honest.
Yours is art.
Guys, I do want to say that trying to color match the nipple was really, really hard and it just wasn't working, and I spent way too much time on it.
That's why I was like
On the
literally
nip?
looking at it. I was like, what is going on here?
Chris, but yours is cheating.
It's not though.
Where's the nipple?
Oh,
Oh, I was
Free.
on the
It's
Good
free.
question.
yeah.
it's free.
Yep.
Free it.
Free.
Really tough.
Any extra whistles or?
This map's kind of big.
Sorry,
Yeah.
lots of whistles there.
How come I can't see limbs? This is hard.
Sam, yours is
they're
actually
gonna be mad.
unbelievable.
Look in front of you.
It is so
Oh my
good.
god.
Thanks.
Bro, I can't. I literally can't even see your outline.
Yeah, it was impossible.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh my God, Chris's.
Bantham,
look at
come,
Sam's
come
over here,
go
Beth.
right.
What the hell?
Right here. Look up here. Look at that. Look how good that is.
Sam, that's so
Oh
good.
wow.
Sam, put me in the reel.
Damn nice.
Whatever.
Put me in the reel.
Put me in the
All right.
Me too.
Put me in the reel.
Oh, Bethany, stop.
What the hell?
I want to try hunting.
Chat,
on
you
this.
can clip it if you
That was
want.
a cool
All right, do that one again.
I want to
Yeah,
have
let
a
me
go.
and Carla try.
Again.
Do you want to do the same one again?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Cool. Do you want
Yeah,
to
that
do
was fun.
more? The same amount of paint time? I think that was all good, right?
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was a good amount of time.
I'll hunt. I've only done
Hunt.
once.
God.
Yeah, I'll hunt because I
Nice.
haven't hunted once. I don't think. I'm sorry, I'm a piece of shit. I keep clicking
Oh,
the
you want me to not hunt then?
maps. Whatever you want.
How am I
Oh,
gonna
sorry.
do
Oh,
this?
sorry.
Whatever your heart
One.
desires.
Whatever you want, hunt.
Chris,
Whatever you want.
Chris, go and try and be the boob. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that because I'm hunting now.
Go be the boob.
No.
Go
I'm gonna
be
make
the
myself
boob.
look like a boob.
Burana.
Just, you know.
Oh,
Nah, you know what? I'm gonna give myself a little French outfit.
Mm.
Oh, sure.
For art.
Oh,
outfit.
und petite French outfit.
Charm.
Why is a
done,
maid outfit
charm.
French?
Not this room.
What do French people wear?
Okay.
There were certain rooms you were able to get a lot closer to the paintings than the others.
Yeah, my painting I could be like halfway in, like pretty flat.
No, maybe like hunting wise, like
Do I
I
do
could
a
like go right up
baby?
to the Mona Lisa, but the other ones I could like go like 50 yards out.
Have you guys seen the Mona Lisa in real life?
Yeah.
Yes.
Not.
Isn't it like really tiny?
It's
Very small, isn't it?
That's I.
What?
Okay, let's unpack
What?
that.
Keep it packed.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
Back
That's
it
so
up.
funny.
Back
Keep
it
it back. It's
up.
wild.
Trying to give myself a dumbass French little fit, and I look like a
Julia,
piece
that's
of
so
shit.
funny.
I look like a piece of shit.
Look like a piece of fucking shit. Ow.
Who the wait? Who's hunting?
Me and Ethan.
Me.
Oh, that's so obvious, girl.
Oh, I look like Freddy? God damn it.
Oh, you do kind of look like Freddy. Yeah, you
Shut
do.
up.
You look
No, I
exactly
don't.
like Freddy.
I don't
actually.
look like Freddy.
You do. Unfortunately, you do. I need to give myself
I
some
don't want to be
khaki
around
pants,
anymore.
I don't want to be around anymore.
Do French people wear jeans?
Huh?
Y'all got jeans over there?
Not anymore.
Oh.
Not
when?
anymore.
my blue moon.
Blue moon?
Imagine,
Fuck. I need an undo button like yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
So
Yep.
badly.
So true.
You're so real.
Why did automod the word lesbian? What's happening? It's Pride
Lesbian.
Month.
What?
Release
Pride Month?
them.
Sorry guys, they're being
Pride.
censored, I guess. Okay, I look like a fucking pirate. I look like a fucking pirate with my little torn off jeans. Oh, stupid. This is so fucking stupid.
I like it. I like it. I like it.
Uh-oh.
Why is it so metallic where I am? I don't. Oh wow, it's so much different in this light. Wow.
What are you wearing? You just look like you pissed yourself. No offense.
Hold on a minute.
This is awful.
Give me a sec.
Ooh.
Although pee pants is kind of funny. Now that you say that.
Grant, I'm dead.
I know. I'm.
should have just
oh
been
God,
a
I'm
faggot.
stressed.
Grant.
You know what? Last minute
Whiskey?
choice. I'm gonna be a
Whiskey?
baguette.
No, it's so bad. It really
I love it.
Right. Where
damn
are
it. Oh my God,
y'all?
Chris.
I'm so excited to see some art today.
Chris, put that on a shirt. Oh, Chris, be
So,
nice.
that is cool. You're not.
Oh,
allowed to
Sammy,
get too
yes.
close.
Ben, you're my hero.
I didn't know.
Interesting.
That was fun. Fun sound.
Chris, I
Oh,
can't even
God.
see you from where I am. Nice job.
Thank you.
No.
Sorry, Granny.
I was
sorry
still
about it.
painting. Oh God.
So sorry.
I guess picking the baby Jesus was a
Oh,
bad
man.
idea.
What's the shadow button? Is it
Baby
V?
Jesus.
You just shot the
Yeah.
baby Jesus.
I think it keeps the shadows though for the hunter.
No, I think it's off.
I don't know how to paint good enough yet for all this.
Okay.
Is that axe? I can't tell if it's
Hmm.
axe.
I can't do.
Chris.
What?
That's funny.
Thank you.
Okay, so Chris is funny, huh?
No.
Whiskey, I love it. I love it.
Wow,
Yes.
Julie, that's
Thank you,
that's
thank
probably
you.
your best
More in
one.
this painting? Yeah, I can't go in there, huh?
Hey,
It's okay,
girl.
The shadows are a little
I
funky,
love
but
it.
Thank you.
We'll see.
Interesting. Ooh.
Isn't that funny?
I didn't
Yeah,
know.
there's,
I
like,
didn't
red
I
know.
love
lines
it.
and it
No,
makes
I
us
love
like
it.
stay.
I love it.
Oh, Julia. Yep.
Something.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Dude, the color picker is
Anything
actually
just
broken.
in the.
Dude, I don't know if I cooked or what.
No, you did,
I was looking
Crispy.
through everyone being like, "That's amazing." I got to Banthony. Banthony, this is wow.
Chris, did you move? Oh wait, no. Wow.
There's nobody just like in the dark over here, right? Oh, somebody's over here for sure.
Whiskey.
Oh my! I'm losing it.
Fucking idiot.
The way that's probably gonna
Ah.
work too.
This
Carla,
is so
nice.
interesting.
Crispy, really good.
Crispy's
Thank
is
you,
great.
thank you.
Man, I'm so excited to see what everybody's looked like.
Anthony, how? I don't know how to. I don't. Never mind.
Yeah.
Sam.
I didn't know.
I'm curious
Oh,
how that works.
I see you.
Oh!
got
Sorry,
me.
Sammy.
I'll explain
Alright,
after.
I'm done.
Shot right over my
Okay.
head.
Okay.
Bye, Max. I'm sorry again.
Sorry.
Oh!
Sorry, Ellie.
But crossing
Sorry,
my
Ellie.
fingers for you, okay?
It was my worst.
Good luck with your edit.
That's
No,
not great.
come on.
Come on.
Hi, Bobby.
You literally cooked, bro. You literally cooked.
No, I can't get the covers right.
No, it look. Trust from where I
Nebraska.
was standing, you cannot tell.
Tough.
Okay, word.
Wait, Whiskey,
This is-
okay.
This is so
Is
difficult.
there a world somebody
so cool.
isn't in a painting?
Yes.
Listen, no
Yes.
spoilers, but maybe.
Oh, interesting.
Oh my god,
Oh, I didn't
Chris.
even-
I didn't know. I didn't know you only had
Because
30
that's-
seconds to hunt
Well, no,
or
no.
get into your paintings.
Because that's what
How
I
you
would
got locked
do.
out?
Yeah,
Well, I can't even
because I was
see
hunter last
your
round.
outline.
That is crazy.
Chris, the cook you're doing is crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, so Chris ratted out.
Oh, you too.
Ratted me out.
Holy
Sorry.
cow. Wait, hang on.
Bro, Chris, the one
I don't know
spot
how
when you zoom
Carlos
in is
is
so bad. When you zoom out, it's
working.
like
Wait, what's fun? What do you mean?
Bro,
What?
What? Zoom,
What?
zoom.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's interesting.
What are you talking about?
What is that? What is that? Your leg? Right by your leg. That's so goofy.
Oh, you know, that's
Like,
my favorite
it looks
part.
so good from far away, but then you zoom in. Then you zoom in, it's like, hey.
This is so tough.
You can't tell from far.
But then when you zoom
Where
in, it's
are
so
you?
funny.
That's 5 mil minimum on Instagram.
Oh, I just realized
Chris,
how far
that's
away the
so
painting
weird.
is, too. Like, you can't even get
No,
that
it's
close.
so good.
Oh,
my God.
That's ass.
This is so hard.
I
didn't
love
think it would be this
Banspot.
hard.
Wait, Sammy, look at it now.
I know it's
Okay,
so
wait,
difficult.
Everyone's Carla, I love it. Crispy, Crispy, that's really good.
Where are
Thank
you
you.
guys?
Crispy, that's
It's
mad.
so hard.
Anthony, that's
This
insane.
spot right now is pretty good.
Anthony, that's ridiculous. Hold on.
Where
is it?
are you?
Salmon,
Julia,
you're
it's
so
getting
good.
last.
Wow.
It's getting last.
Chris, that is
Giving last.
Crispy, you're cute. Oh my god.
It's giving
Gotta
last
be kidding
supper.
me.
Oh,
Anthony, you can't just hide under the
didn't
piano
know,
in
I
an
didn't
art
know.
museum.
Wait, I feel really good about mine.
Oh my god. Whiskey, that was good.
No way.
That was good.
Where?
Wow.
Wow.
Oh my
How are you,
God.
fuckers?
Salmon,
Oh my
Holy
god,
shit,
dude.
you guys.
What?
So
I knew
good.
someone
So
was in this
good.
one. Oh wait, no, never mind.
It's
That's
just
not
so
the right
dark
one.
you can't see up there.
Holy shit, that's so
Ah.
funny, bro.
God damn.
Ethan, you looked at me
Carla,
so
what
many
the
times.
hell?
Hey.
sure I
Sam, over
did.
here. Sam, over here.
Over
8
here,
seconds.
over here. Look.
Wow.
Oh, of course.
You guys did
oh my
so
God.
good. Holy shit,
Dude.
Crispy, yours is really
I
good.
literally like
Thank you.
panned all
Oh
the
my
way
God.
across that painting.
That's a fun map.
That
We
is
all
very
agree.
like that one.
That is really fun to do.
Can I have a
Everyone
quick
normal,
BRB?
Please.
Yeah.
Surely,
Thank you
surely.
so much.
Oh
Should I
my
make a
god.
cup of coffee or am I a piece
Oh
of
my
shit?
Yeah. You know what?
Yeah,
As
make
matter
it
of fact,
You know
guys,
what?
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
go
do
walk.
that
I'm gonna go kiss my wife.
Matter of fact.
Oh my
Yeah.
God,
Kiss her
Okay,
for me
wife
too.
guy.
I'm also gonna go and kiss my wife.
Yeah.
That was
So,
fun.
I'll
I
be
liked
back
it.
Oh,
also.
Spencer.
Tell
I'm
Spencer.
gonna get a hot
Oh,
chocolate or
Spencer, we said
something.
hey.
Ooh,
Are you having fun, guys?
Chat,
Also, Rox,
you
thank
guys,
you for 13
you
months.
go kiss your
I'm
wife.
missing subs. I'm so sorry.
Everyone go kiss
Everyone
your
go kiss
wife.
a wife.
I'm so locked in.
No,
God.
Sam, you can't.
Candy.
So now what?
Bant, how are you?
I'll be right back.
I still have to pack for my flight that's in 5 hours.
Where are you? Wait, what? Where are you?
I'm going to Chicago tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I thought you were already traveling. I was like,
Oh,
no,
no,
he's
no.
streaming on the fly. You're different. Oh, dude, Chicago's awesome. What are you going for?
Pokemon Fossil Museum.
Okay. Is that a temporary exhibit?
Yeah, it's for like the next, like, I don't know, 10 months or something.
Drinkers, makeshift shamans, overthinkers. If a problem starts to linger, point the way and suck the finger. Swinging our solution swords.
Oh, that's up to Sammy. If Sammy wants to do Malorts, we'll do Malorts.
Oh, I can't hear hanging out with Sammy without me.
Yeah.
Good. Crispy, you've had it before, right?
I actually don't think I have.
Remember when Sandwich said she was gonna do one with us and then
Yep.
didn't?
I was about to say that, Chris. I'm glad you brought it up.
did rehearsal.
Yep.
I'll say I don't give a shit.
I don't give a shit or fuck.
And she got it for her vlog, and then I don't even think she ended up posting that vlog, or did she?
Wait, real.
No, vlog. Reels is something else.
Wait,
No,
call her out. Ellie talks for the first time in an hour.
Like, yo, Ellie, battle golf?
And then Chris.
Actually, no.
No.
Fuck my Chungus life, dude. Well, you having fun? How was Italy?
Hey, man, it was nice.
You're in Italy?
You're in
No.
Italy?
No. It was.
Italia.
When were you in
Also,
Italy?
Also, Banth, Ellie, Banth.
Hey, man.
Bant,
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for the reset. Bant, why'd your mic get insanely loud all of a
is
sudden?
wild.
because whatever, man.
Okay.
Your mic is ridiculously loud.
It's because he's putting his fucking whole mouth on
Man,
it.
I just got back and you're so
whole and his
loud.
mouth?
What
What do you
happened?
mean? What do you mean?
You're booming, bro.
You're like 10 times louder than
He
normal.
normally lays back like this, and now he's like, "Hey guys, we're playing."
You know what's the worst
Hey,
part?
guys."
I'm turning him down in Discord, and then he's gonna talk normal. I have to turn him up.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Is this-
100%,
is this-
100%.
Like this?
You're on point.
Yep. Now he's quiet. And now he's quiet.
Okay,
Yo,
or
guest star
this.
cams today. You don't want to see 10 people's cameras.
I don't even think you
Wait, we
can.
should do shared chat.
Shared chat. Shared chat.
Shared chat would be
11-person shared chat.
Sorry.
Wait, let's dual stream on TikTok and Kick.
I'm banned from TikTok live streaming.
Oh, you are?
Dual format streaming now available.
Fastest iced coffee in the Wild West. What do you think?
Let's
Chad?
go.
He's pretty quick.
It's pretty good.
I saw this
Well,
cute
instant
TikTok of
coffee?
this old guy who he goes to the paint store and he buys a paint swatch. So when he goes to the diner, he can show them exactly how he likes his hot chocolate mixed.
Oh, that's
Or
smart.
His milk or his chocolate milk mixed. He shows them the paint swatch.
Couldn't he also just take a picture of it?
Yeah,
Of
I
his
don't know
own?
if
He
he,
doesn't have a cell phone.
you know, I don't know,
This
man.
is like technology.
Yeah,
Mm.
maybe he doesn't have a phone.
I'm making lore for him.
Wait, yo,
Lord.
Wait, Sammy, matter of fact, you're a dungeon master now.
Oh,
gotta be.
Wait, is everybody
Old Man
back?
Dungeon Master.
Mm-hmm.
I
not-
personally am.
Is Kala?
Oh, the
Were you guys
Australians?
saying nice things about me?
Where's
There was a couple things said.
Okay, my bad.
Where's Australia? One thing, one and thing two.
You want to do that one again, or you want to do a different one?
I kind of want to do it again.
I like
Is
that
that
one.
I wanna do it
nice?
again.
Give one more
I'm
shot at it.
down to hunt. I'm down to hunt this round.
Let's
Okay.
Sammy.
I didn't even.
I'll
So
hunt.
you wait.
I'll hunt too. I want.
Is
to.
everybody
Yeah.
back?
Is that you
I'm
only
back.
get one try at the painting, or is it?
Yeah,
is it
with
time
first
limit
30
thing?
seconds, then you get kicked out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I actually got screwed also, and the Last Supper let me in.
Congrats.
Oh,
Last
cool.
Supper,
The
let me in.
Last Supper.
You're Catholic.
Let me in.
Yeah,
I
no.
was Catholic.
You were Catholic?
I was, yeah.
Not
I've
anymore?
changed.
Wait, we went to the same
How-
church.
how-
didn't we?
how's
I
your
gotta take you off
relationship
my
with God?
Catholic friends list.
Okay.
Friends.
Christy, were you a
He's got a
Blessed
group
Kateri
chat.
kind of guy, or Our Lady of the Lake kind of dude?
No, I was later at lake.
Oh, I was Our Lady of the Lake as well, yeah.
Oh, you are?
Ah,
Okay,
we
so
gotta
we're
pick, we
same,
gotta pick.
same church. Okay.
Yeah, Monsignor Nauer, Sister Ruth, come on.
Oh, Sister Ruth, man.
Sister Ruth.
I went to Reverend Brown for school.
She's probably
so I had to deal with
120 if
Sister
she's
Ruth.
still kicking.
Jesus.
Bro, she's immortal.
She kicked.
Do you guys remember your
She's
baptism?
a bloodborne boss.
She's on kick.
True.
She's on New Game Plus.
Yes, dude, I get it.
Oh, man. I'm pretty sure she died
Funny.
like 30 years
Chris,
ago.
Chris.
It's gonna be a challenge.
Yeah, nice.
There's a specific painting I wanted to be, and I'm trying to find it, and I'm wasting all my time running around.
Oh yeah, because we'll kick you out if you don't pick one.
Guys, I think I'm a piece of shit. Where is this one that I want? There's the
I
one
might
that I want.
also
Oh, here
be
it
a
is.
piece of
Wait,
shit.
this is fun.
Ah, here we go. I think it's this one. No, it was this one. No, it was this one. Let me do this one.
Wait, who are the hunters?
Me and
Ah.
Sammy.
Me and
Wow.
Sammy. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm getting word on the street that the Minecraft one is pretty good. Is that true?
Yeah. There's
It
a
is.
couple Minecraft
Fun.
ones.
Eh.
There's a new one that I think is alright.
I will say with the Minecraft ones, there's a few spots that are really good, and then once you know those spots, it eliminates a lot of those spots. That
Character stay in position challenge.
odd.
So true.
Walking in with my pants because I'm focusing.
Oh, good.
And I think that would be inappropriate. when
I
I'm
love learning.
Learning.
Figured out how to turn the shadow off, guys. This is pretty big for me.
Ethan, I love that for you.
Tell me.
Thank you. V.
Hey Sam.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Just chilling.
Cool.
How was Rome?
Good man. Missed you.
Cool. I was there.
Yeah, and Lori.
I hear somebody running around. What's going on? How are you still running around?
I was BRB.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I'm sorry. I'm
No,
a piece
it's
of shit, I'm a
okay.
piece
It's
of
okay.
shit.
It's okay. I'll have my sandwich.
I thought I was a
Sandwich. Uh-huh.
That's funny.
I don't know about this. I don't know about this. Man, I really don't know about this.
No, I don't think. I think I'm probably
Shite.
actually screwed. Everything that I impressed you guys with last round is about to be out the fucking window.
Sam says that and then paints them on Elisa from memory.
It's like, guys, I don't know this whole thing.
Ready or not, here we go.
I'm gonna have to make up parts of this.
Oh, great.
Crispy, lock in. We've got this.
I'm fucked.
Wait, I want to see everything.
Guys, this is so bad. Mine is so bad.
Listen, I can
Crispy,
explain.
how did you possibly see me?
Got a tab open.
Crispy, you're muted.
My
by the
drawing
way.
was ass.
You're still good.
Oh, the smiley face
hell's
is too
that?
good, Whiskey.
I didn't have time.
Was that a demon? Wait, who is that? Granny?
I was
She's
trying
finding
so
everybody.
hard to be the sheep. It was not working, Mama.
Carla, that's hilarious.
It's okay. It's okay. I see the vision. I saw what the vision was.
And that's what's
Carla clocking in at the long day factory.
See what I mean?
Lily. Who do I need to be that?
Meanwhile, Chris has like a work of art.
Oh, Julia, that was good. That was good.
I wasn't even done. I was hoping you'd like kind of be like, okay, and I got to cook more.
Oh, I wish I got to see it. Vance, that's interesting.
I was just gonna say Anthony's interesting.
No,
color
you're fine.
choice.
That's a
Yeah,
chocolate
Bro,
milk.
no,
Justin Trudeau.
the
Chocolate
dropper is
milk.
as bad as J.R. Smith in the playoffs. It's like it's just terrible.
Dude,
Girl,
so
you
true.
know I
Smith
don't
is
know what
not-
that
is
means.
not
So
that
true.
bad.
I understand that
Sam.
reference completely.
Imagine me right now.
When we saw J.R. Smith highlights, I
girl,
think he's the best
no
player.
idea.
Playoffs, you know.
Yeah, highlights.
What is this, Mama?
Christopher.
What?
Oh my lord.
I'm trying.
I'm trying to
Oh
fix
my god,
mine
the big
actively.
paintings are so hard.
Thank God
I really
that
fucked myself
you
on
guys
mine.
didn't go to where I am first, because
Someone in this painting, I'm never gonna find them though.
Yes, you will, King. Lock him.
okay, I think I'm doing okay now.
Yeah, Crispy, you just have to lock in, okay?
So locked. It'd be funny if someone did the butt cheeks. They're
Chris,
taunting me. They're
that
right
thing
here.
on your left hand is.
Oh, I found him.
Nice, nice.
It was the boob.
I just got
It was
so
the
many
boob.
points. Oh my god.
Oh, I was staring at you for so long. I couldn't find you.
This brand
Oh
has
my
lactose-free,
God.
Lily.
Okay, I don't think there's anyone else in here. there's
Nipplegate
someone
right
else.
there, man.
There's someone else in this painting, isn't there? Oh my gosh, bro.
Okay, I,
I
think I'm
think
doing
Sam's is my
okay because I'm
favorite.
losing track of what is me to paint.
Ellie, that is so funny, bro. Ethan, really nice.
You think so?
Okay,
I
gotta move
feel
on,
like
we
I
gotta move
fucked
on.
myself
How we
a
doing,
little bit.
Sammy?
We're okay.
No, like
we're
you're,
okay.
no, like you're definitely like obvious as fuck, but like I don't think they're gonna see it.
Okay, cool.
I'd like to see them try and find me.
Oh, Sam, that is mean.
As soon as I started painting, I was like, "Oh fuck, there's too much going on."
Carla,
But
that's
it's
really
okay.
cute.
Sam, that is
Okay,
I really
I
like her
think
hunting on this one.
actually, I think I've turned myself around. I've done
No,
the
yours is
hokey
really good.
She's okay. I messaged the vet because there's a
It's
place
wild how
near me that
difficult
can.
it is.
It is so
Turn
hard.
her
but
meds
I
It
really like
to
feels
something
also
more
like it looks like
digestible.
shit, and then when you are trying
So
to
if they
find
give me the
people,
okay,
it's so hard.
and I get a script,
Yo,
I'm gonna
Vance,
do
you're
that.
fucking cooking right now.
What the heck is that?
I'm
It's
Okay,
oak.
man, nice.
Stop.
Wait,
Okay,
man,
man.
wait.
Okay,
the
whoa.
gloves. Wait.
I don't mind that. I don't
You
mind
know
that.
what? I love it.
Yes.
Ellie, you know what? Whatever.
Yes. Hello.
However.
Give it to me, please.
Ethan, sure, what the hell, why not?
Anthony, you're lightning in a bottle.
Gran, do you like mine?
I love your
Thank
sister.
Thank you for the sub.
Everybody else I can't
Put
see
your
is
ass
it,
away, child.
I should have looked.
Eva Wins just subscribed. Mama.
Oh my
God!
Oh,
shit!
Got you.
Dang,
dude.
I thought you were gonna shoot right at me and then leave me.
Leave me.
Eva, hello. How are you, doll? Good to see you.
Honestly, may have been some of my best work, even though I got found.
Sam, controversial, but same for me.
I feel like I would be able to find you.
Actually, right, Carla.
Ethan, that was good. I think I walked in there the first time and just didn't see you at all.
Guys, read it and weep. Read it and weep. Come find me.
Pals, where y'all at?
Yeah, Chris, here's what's good. Chris, your nipple was so good.
I knew someone else was
so
gonna
impressed by your nipple.
Thank you.
Oh,
Wow, Chris, you did what I could.
I was AFK.
Ellie, are you kidding
That's all I had to do.
Ellie, come on, bro.
It's
Trash. Ellie's in the trash bin.
Ellie's in the trash, bro. Oh, come on.
Sam, yours was really good.
Crispy, come and find me and yell.
She still
really
got
good.
me.
Wait,
Carla,
wait,
yours
wait,
was-
Oh, Carla.
And it's so obvious too. Like it's right there.
The meal I'm cooking is what's found in Kitchen Nightmares.
Yeah.
I love Kitchen Nightmares.
Sam, do the
Eva, how are
Minecraft one. I think
you?
it's fun, but it's really
I
big.
have a couple, like
Oh,
I have
and
a new
pool.
Minecraft one that I actually like better than the other one.
Oh, do that one.
And pool as well.
Let's
Pool's good.
do it.
Yeah, pool's good.
Poo.
Pool's good. Pool's good.
It's so
Oh,
nice
I would go
that you
swimming.
can just do these maps and not have to restart. That's so wonderful.
It's
Yeah.
so good.
So nice.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Cheers.
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 Pals.
Okay,
Hey guys, I
I
never
just had
stream anymore, but it's
a
always so good to
sandwich.
stream with pals.
And chocolate
Aw.
milk.
Ethan, we're
Go
happy to
live.
have
Ethan,
you.
we'd love to have you.
I just had a really
do it at
stupid
Crispy House. Ethan,
spot
please.
because I was
Comments on
AFK,
the
so I
same
just
six,
sat on a
seven.
chair and I
2
won.
minutes ago, 6, 7.
6, 7.
Eva, I'm good,
2 minutes
doll. It's
ago.
good to see you.
2 minutes ago.
Look at the comments. 34 minutes
We
ago.
just
6
As
agreed.
always.
Oh, that's how you know it's gonna be good.
Mm-hmm.
The more 6, 7
Wow.
comments, the more highly rated the map.
Yeah,
is.
exactly. It's like a
Yup.
thumbs up. It's like a like on
Mhm.
Facebook.
I'm gonna add a comment to 6, 7.
True. By the way, I
Heart to
do.
heart
I
in
am
the swimming pool
downloading
with a
it.
couple beers.
It just takes a bit longer for some reason.
Wait, what's
Guys, that
everybody's
map was
chat,
so fun.
snacking on?
Yeah, that's so smart.
What's everybody's chat snacking on right now?
Chocolate
What's
milk.
everyone eating right
What are
now?
we snacking on, guys?
Kids, what are you eating?
Candy.
I love to
Other
go
than this
snack chat.
delicious content that we're all serving to you.
Oh,
yeah.
I
Oh,
want to
great.
hide.
That's
Me
her.
too.
Oh,
God
wow.
damn.
It's big.
God.
No, I'm ruined. I'm
So I
ruined.
like this Minecraft map better than the other one.
Can we do
Wait,
another one
Carla,
after
check
this?
out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Oh, this is not good for me.
Just ate some Tums. W.
Ooh.
Tums.
Yeah, Tums are needed.
Give me some chicken tendies. What are you drawing, Chris?
Wait,
Should I
Whiskey,
copy?
bring out the wheel.
No, no, no.
Damn,
So,
no
so
joke,
Oh,
but
we've
they're
reached
letting you
a
fly.
top.
do what I do, but similar vibes. Check it out. Ready?
What? Oh,
Who's over there?
stuck.
What are you doing?
How did
I can't.
We go through. What's going on? How did,
What
Are you
if-
doing what I think you're doing? I think so. I see.
Yeah.
I keep
Oh, that's a bad
phasing
spot.
through one
Oh.
side and then not the other side.
Guys, I got like stuck. I can't
Yeah, I like it.
move. I went.
Wait. No. I don't even think we need that. Wait, look at this. Look at this. Ah!
Oh, there's some fun happening in this map.
We can no, Sammy. We can make our own. Come here.
Make our own.
Yeah, we can make our own.
Oh, we're not doing the same
Thoughts?
thing. Okay.
Oh yeah.
What are
Ellie
you
just
doing?
got gifted 45 subs. Yo, that's awesome. Congrats, Ellie.
Hell yeah.
Congrats, Ellie.
We just have to like go like something like.
Oh, I get what you're doing now.
Stupid.
Okay.
This is not good for me,
Yeah, and then you,
No,
you,
no,
do,
it's
you do
really
yours.
not.
Yeah.
Bant, you gotta come here in the middle.
Oh God.
What do you mean? What?
What's
Like
the
the-
X-ray vision
Yeah,
thing?
yeah, like that. Like
Eh,
that.
Could
It just
be
makes it so
good.
if you're behind something.
I
you can
don't
see your
think it is
character.
actually.
Bant, come here. Line up.
No, I suck. I suck.
You don't
Me-
suck.
me-
Don't ever say
No,
that about my
no,
friend.
dude, I'm bad.
natural.
I'm bad.
No, you're not, dude. You're so
No,
good.
You're not. Sam, you're so
That's
good.
good. That's good.
You're a legend.
Oh.
Okay, that's new.
Wait. Man, back up
That was
just a
a- that was
little
a
bit because
noise.
you're like hovering. You're like not fully on the
You're
surface.
kind of meandering
right
There you go.
I like can't do anything. Oh my God.
Wait, what color? How do we do it? Like this.
Yo, we're all out immediately.
Girl,
No,
I
no,
ain't
no,
got
it's
nothing.
genius.
I got nothing.
No, it is
I'm at
genius.
I'm at a
Sam,
weird
come over to
angle
us
and it's
then.
like not letting me move. It's not great.
What color are we going for?
It's not great.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
It's not great.
No,
Oh, wait.
Vamp. Just copy what we did exactly. You can use the same color.
You know what?
Actually, I wonder if we should make it like
Oh,
this.
Carla,
Or is- or am
yeah,
I
look at
bugging?
us, yeah.
I'm shit. I'm shit.
We can
I'm
do that.
shit.
We just have to look the
I'm
same.
shit from ass.
I'm shit from a butt.
Shit from a butt.
I'm poop from an ass.
I did
yeah.
Google it,
Like,
but
paint
it's just
something.
because of
No.
the
Oh.
particular like red
You
and
know
I
what?
heard you're doing a Malort shot this weekend.
True.
Bangladesh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make
Say, of
Crispy do a
course.
Malort shot for sure.
Well, you gotta do
But you have to
with
also.
me.
Do you guys remember when we all did Malort shots?
No.
I also did it.
Sam, pull up
No,
the
Sam.
photo.
Sam, I heard you totally did it, by the way.
No, I did it. I did it. I was
Totally
really
did
excited
it.
to do it and participate.
I love this game too, Ren.
I have Malort
We'll play
in my
heaps
cupboard
of
right
community stuff.
Is it bad?
Wait,
get one right now,
wait,
you're
Sarah, what are you doing?
I know. Is it Jess's?
Yes.
So
Huh?
bad.
Jess, whenever she goes anywhere, she spreads Malort like Christmas joy.
That's so funny. I love
Yeah.
that.
I think she's
Malort's
like always got it.
trying to
on
It's
her.
awful, but
Who's
good.
No, this is
It's a
Happy
drink from
birthday.
Chicago.
No, it's like
Mine's
I
great.
think
Happy
it's like
bloody
people
birthday,
that drink
doll.
Malort like they like the pain.
Yeah,
Oh,
fix
fuck
your neck,
off,
fix your
Chris.
neck, fix your
Sorry,
neck.
Sam. I was.
Yeah,
You were
being
just right
cute.
there.
Yeah.
No, it was bad.
What's the
I
vision
know.
of this?
No, it wasn't bad.
Good.
Guys.
Oh my god, it's a massacre.
Come on.
Carla,
What
when you
has
laughed, this
happened?
is the first time I actually gasped out loud. I
That's
actually
so
gasped.
funny.
Carva, keep it a buck. Did we look like the candles around the corner?
No,
Hey,
babe.
Crispy, that's good.
I didn't even. You didn't?
it?
No, I just didn't
Yeah,
look
what-
there.
No, Van's skull on the back was a little goofy.
Oh,
but
Granny,
it
you're
was-
never
it was
finding
so
Granny.
funny.
Oh,
really?
Mine is
shrimp
bad
into the
because my
kitchen.
camera got stuck. And I
You're
couldn't
never
look at
finding Granny.
Yeah,
That
I
was
can't even
diabolical.
see
Let me
here
look.
when I'm stuffing.
Later,
I can't
Ellie.
even find Granny.
Ellie, hey.
Yep.
Blaming me is a war crime.
Granny,
War
you're
crime is
wild.
crazy.
It's just an
Suck
American
spots.
I know. I
flag.
tried to do like
'Cause
good
Carla's
painting ones,
Australian.
but
Wait,
I'm so
yeah,
bad.
I like
Oh, I
it.
thought I
No,
didn't
no,
see
it's good,
Carla.
I
I
love
thought
it.
you were just going like patriotism mode.
Nah.
That'd be so
Like,
awkward. It's like,
okay.
yeah.
Wait,
Like,
maybe,
okay.
maybe
like,
up
alright,
a little bit,
bro
Julia,
gets a
from
gun,
where you
what?
were.
No,
That
I
looks cool.
accidentally effed mine up. I like I had it and I don't know where I
I'm
went.
trying to hear whistles, but I can't.
Open your ears.
You're right.
Okay.
Tell 'em.
Crispy, I like it.
Tell 'em.
Can you go on
Oh.
top of stuff, like on top of the tree?
I don't think so. No.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't know.
Wait, I think there's a cap, like a visible wall.
Oh, Ethan, I like it. I like it.
Dude, I really fucked myself because my camera, I can only look from one angle. Everywhere
It looks
else
good
is,
though.
like,
From
stuck
where
in
I'm
weird.
you, Crank. Not
spectating,
even
it looks
looking at
good.
you.
Oh,
You look
thank
good.
Thank you.
Oh, it does look good.
Someone's here, and I just don't know where. I hate it.
Chris, fuck it, go into the nether.
I fucked it up.
Bro,
It's too hard to fix.
yo,
Wait,
you
what's,
got
what's
good.
going on outside the map?
Chris, your whole ass is out, dude.
I don't
My
know. There's
bad.
like stuff out there. There's also
You like the
giant
little,
pig.
the little glint on it,
I like, yeah, you got a little shine
Glenn.
little style
on your ass cheeks.
Yeah,
We'll glit.
I don't know
Glenn.
how I've been
Everywhere
seen.
for those with ears to hear them.
not the glit.
No, less
The
new.
Glissy?
Gloss?
Guys, please, there's people watching.
Julia,
for yourself.
nice.
For you. I was gonna say,
I messed it up, but thank you.
No, that was perfect.
Guys, what is
Whiskey
X-ray
plus two.
rendering?
What is what?
What's
I don't know.
X-ray rendering? It doesn't do anything.
Oh,
when
you
I
don't wanna
toggle
know.
on and
I
off.
don't know what it does.
No, basically, I know what it does. It's when you're hiding and you have stuff kind of blocking it, it makes it go away. Like
Yeah,
you
we
can
were
see
off
through
by
it.
like
Nice.
3 seconds.
Who's still alive, Crispy? Where are you at?
Only two
You're
bits
so
left.
weird.
I know.
Hell,
but
because
no
I
one's
have
about
it
to
that
hear me at
my
all.
heart is beating like a hammer.
Crispy,
This makes me
that's
feel
so
dumb.
Alright,
good.
where's everybody?
Need another whisk.
Wait, can you
Oh
whistle real quick?
my God, Granny, you're
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah, no, you're not finding Granny.
Question,
No,
guys.
you literally can't.
Question.
Is
How
that
many
me?
more
Did I pick
games
it
do you
up?
guys want to
Wow.
play? Is everybody
Bro
having
got me.
fun?
I'm having
I'm-
a
I'm
great
having
time.
fun, and I'm
Three and a
having
half.
I'm still around for a
I'm
while.
having,
Would
still around for a
you?
little
Would
bit.
anybody object if Miss Caroline Kwan joined us?
of course
No.
no objection.
No.
She can join us.
Okay,
fine.
I'll
No
say
objections.
everyone said no, thank you.
Imagine if like one person did stand up and say no, I refuse. Like how?
Like
I'll be that
no,
person.
matter of
tell
fact,
Caroline that I'm the only one that said no.
Yeah.
Wait, I need a whistle.
Chat's
Can we,
moving so
can we be
fast,
quiet
the
for 5
Quantarage.
seconds?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, carry on. Where is
Oh,
she?
can everybody do their best whistle impression of the taunt?
So just whistle?
Can everyone just whistle?
I can't really, and if I do, it is bad. So I'm gonna
I
not.
also, yeah, I learned how to whistle when I was.
Where
like,
the hell is
19,
she?
it's
No,
tough.
Chris, Jamie,
have a
your
new
cats
hiding
are gonna
spot for
hate you
next
after
time
you
I
find
see
where
Are we
Granny
still
is.
alive? Oh wow.
My cats are gonna hate me?
Chris, why are you
Yeah.
dressed like that?
What do you mean? Oh, because Carl is
Cats are gonna
Australia.
hate you.
Oh, he's America.
Yeah.
Chris, I
Another
miss
whistle.
Moo.
She
Same.
misses you too.
I think
Moo.
about Moo
What?
often.
Oh, Granny, that's such a good.
Ellie has a
spot.
hype train going. Let's
I
go.
know.
Chris, I'll give you 50 if you get if you get Granny.
I just climbed up my shelf.
You'll give me 50?
Yeah.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Chris, you just fumbled 50 subs.
Nah, I don't care.
Oh,
Where the
Chris,
fuck?
go
Granny,
on.
you cooked a
Granny's is
5-course meal.
flamed.
That
Oh my
was
God.
Whoa,
that was
I was there!
You
That
were.
was
No,
devious.
no,
Checking.
there's not anything to look at. It's
You were
just
looking at me.
Oh, that is
Devious.
ass.
Devious.
Unreal.
That is so
So
good.
good.
Yeah, right. I'm
can't
never
paint
finding
that
that.
Chris, I like
Devious.
that your cheeks are out a little bit.
Thank you. Yeah,
Damn.
they're kind of nice, right?
That was what was
Kind of nice.
important.
I like it.
Wait, what in the fuck
good.
were you guys trying over here? What is this?
Chris, we don't even know.
Trying to be
We don't even know what we were doing.
Bottles
Candles?
of milk.
You look like milk
You want
bottles.
candles?
We got
Who
shot
is
on.
that?
They
I
took
got-
me out of the
Server-
server.
no,
Yeah,
that's
kick
right.
me out.
It says you were
No, I
banned
know.
from
I'm
Mecha
making a
Chameleon
new.
for a
I know.
bad
I'm
hiding
making
spot.
a new server because we had
Okay.
it capped to 11.
Okay,
Let's
okay,
show.
okay.
So let me just create one real quick.
Mia's
Nice.
back
Chat,
on
who's
my
having
lap.
fun with Mecha Chameleon?
I'm having a great time.
Mecha
good.
Chameleon.
Eb, how are
Look
you,
at a
doll?
Granny,
Anyone
thank
that
you
I
so much for
missed?
playing tonight.
Of course, I know.
I hope you're having a
I
good
wasn't sure
time.
because I did a 13-hour stream on
And
Tuesday.
Venom, thank you for the
I was like,
raid.
oh my god, do I want to go longer today? But I feel great.
Yeah, you
Oh,
do,
yeah.
babe.
You were saying how you were sleepy earlier, so now you a little bit more jazzed.
Oh, what? Julia
She's
visited my
jazzed.
stream, which I knew she regretted. Every time she visited, I'm saying the most stupid things.
Oh.
No, it was fun.
God damn
I
it!
was
I made
talking
a
about
lobby and
Arr.
immediately forgot what I called it.
Fair.
I have to make a new one.
Great.
Great.
I just immediately was like, no.
Let's play in Italian this time.
All right.
Italian?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's play
Italiano.
it. Does anybody
Like
speak
a
any other
server.
languages?
Multiple, yeah.
Not
Yes,
fluently.
German.
Fuck.
Expect a Deutsch.
Well, Bulgarian, well, French.
Okay, put the
Uh,
thing in
Chinese,
squad.
Kiwi.
eyes.
Japanese.
Like,
It's been
fluently?
good, Venom. What did you play today?
Yeah.
I can't tell if you're kidding right now or not.
Aw, gravy. Until we
Has
meet again.
whiskey ever kids?
Until we meet again. It's been great.
Wow.
Oh, I kind of just showed.
Yeah.
I just showed the
Yeah.
password to everyone, and we had to change it.
Oh, no, maybe
Yes.
they'll be honest. Maybe they'll be honest.
Okay, well that's my bad
Eb,
though.
ouch, how'd you do that?
No, the Shaka has no ill intentions.
Did you pop off a
honestly, I
bit too
trust them.
hard?
Let's just do a tester.
1 out of 24 is wild.
But we have the
How
24 cap.
evil is the Shack, you reckon, like on a scale 1 to 10?
At 10 being evil, I would say 3.
Yeah, but that's like there's
That's not bad.
Fair.
I
Like,
feel
just
like
like
I
a
could
couple
get.
breaks
I
on
feel
their
like I could have.
body.
I could
Oh,
have
how's
a leak
Jason?
in my chat. Would be like, you're good, queen.
Aren't they sick?
Like you would just piss?
Fair.
Like there's like
Yeah.
evil moments.
You
but
must
most
Hamilton's
most
fair.
still.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait,
what
where'd
about-
you
You
pick your
must have
stuff?
like the
In squad.
under
Whiskey.
16-year-old
Yeah,
kids
what's up?
that are lurking in the Mecca.
And then
Taxi.
Caroline's
Yeah.
trying to
like,
figure out how to join a Discord probably, so she'll be here in 2 hours.
Taxi.
Bant, I didn't
Of
hear a
course.
word you said. What did you say?
Taxi.
Are you trying to say kaksi in Bulgarian, which means how are you?
Oh.
Aw.
That's very cute.
Yeah.
Good job. I'll send the kaksiti.
I'm so jealous of you. I can barely speak English.
Your English is decent. It's passable.
No, your English is so
Thanks,
good,
man.
Ethan.
Guys, please stop. Stop.
People
stop.
always
I've
say
been
that
trying
about
for a really
you.
long time.
Wait, should I leak? Since Chris leaked, can I leak it? 'Cause I'm too lazy to change scenes.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, don't, Sammy, don't.
Well, that's not fair. If one person leaks, everybody can leak.
I've already leaked it, so
Yeah.
just all leak it.
Guys,
Rules
stop
for thee,
saying
not
leak.
for
I'm
me.
thinking of other things. I don't know.
True.
Why?
Wow, that sounds like a you
Hey
problem,
Chris,
sir.
Caroline's
Yeah,
gonna
does.
join.
Why is
He's
everybody
pretty
leaking?
balanced, hey.
Caroline's gonna
He's
join
nice.
a random voice chat and then will you
Leak.
drag her in.
Is she already
Goodbye,
in my
Lee.
in my Discord for another
Yeah, she's
time?
creeping
Hi,
around like a
honey.
little creep.
Creeping around.
She's creeping around in there.
She's creepy
Oh, I showed
crawling.
the code.
You know what? I'm gonna hunt this time if that's.
You guys
cool.
remember Easy Bake Ovens?
Yeah.
I got one
No.
of those in my
When are they gonna
Steam
make a
right now.
hard bake oven, dude? This easy cheese too is boring.
Yes.
It's called Cooking in Real Life. That's what.
That's real.
Hey, give me
Yeah.
cooking new game plus, bro. Give me a hard bake.
Oh, bro.
Ooh, NG plus. That's awesome.
I'll stick with my Uncrustables and microwavable chicken tenders.
Are Uncrustables that good?
Yes, yes,
They're pretty
yes,
good.
yes, yes,
They're
yes,
pretty
yes.
good.
Wild
Yeah, they're
man.
pretty good.
Why are they
Yeah, they are.
crusty?
No, they took the
True.
crust off. That's the whole
They
point.
took
It kind of
crust
it
off.
kind of makes me think of.
Oh.
Is it crazy that Uncrustables kind of make me think of like shitty underwear?
Ew,
What?
no,
I
yes,
don't
that's
know
weird.
why.
Ew.
I don't know.
What
Wait,
about
wait,
I
You can't just hear the
I
word
do in the
crust
morning?
and...
I'm
don't know,
googling.
that's-
I'm googling it.
What I,
Ethan, did
I
you have a
don't
lot of
know.
crusty
Guards.
underwear growing up, or?
no,
Wait,
I
wait, wait,
just,
wait, wait,
that
wait,
makes
wait,
me
wait, wait.
Chat and I
think
came back and I
of-
heard crusty underwear and now I'm
crusty
upset. What's up?
Aigu.
Leave again.
I feel like
Wait,
that was
wait.
self-report by accident.
All right, I'll wait for 10 more seconds.
Yeah.
They
Ethan,
kind of
Ethan,
look
can you imagine
cursed.
we all
What
were
the
just
hell?
like, you know what, man? I agree. Can you imagine like all of us in unison there?
I really wish
Carla,
that
you
you
not have
had.
What?
I cannot support you.
What'd
in
you say,
that
Julia?
endeavor.
This is it's a peanut butter and jelly with no crust.
This looks good though. Can someone send me
Peanut
some?
butter.
Listen,
Just
Peanut
come through.
butter.
Peanut butter.
do they make Nutella on Uncrustables?
Yeah.
They do. unfortunately.
Chocolate flavored hazelnut
Yeah.
spread sandwich,
No,
guys.
and
Please
they
send me
sell
Some
that.
with
Not a
Scrub
Nutella
Daddies,
fan.
yes.
Scrub daddy.
I will send you some
I wonder if I could
Australian
have that.
treats
So
if
good.
someone sends me Uncrustables.
Sam, tell her she can just join any channel because I made her a pal.
You know, I figured that was pretty straightforward. She says I'm
You just
working
make
on it.
one at home.
LMAO.
You know what?
You have to
I'm
understand that
give
this
her-
is kind
I'm gonna
of
give
like
her
a whole
ownership
thing.
of the whole fucking stuff.
Yeah. So,
Give her ownership. That'll
yeah,
work.
she'll
Just make me
manage to
admin, I got some
take down
changes I wanna
Discord
make.
headquarters somehow. on
No,
accident.
whiskey,
Yeah.
dude, come on.
You think I'd do something evil?
No, I think you'd actually make some good changes.
No, you have good guy
Oh.
vibes.
True.
You have good guy vibes.
All right, I'm going pee.
Okay, bye-bye.
Oh, well, there goes
True.
that.
Good
Nah, I'm
guy.
kidding, guys.
I'm pissing out the good vibes.
Dang.
Great.
Oh, you are in. I can hear you.
Hey,
Oh,
Caroline.
There we go.
Hello.
Hey, Karen.
Oh, there we
Hello.
go.
Hi,
Caroline.
Are you okay? Did you figure it out?
Welcome to hell.
I have you at 200.
Okay, Caroline, do you
Welcome
see...
to 10 people talking.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah.
Do you see where it says squad eyes above the voice channel we're in? Don't leak it, but that's the password and thing for the server we're in. Hell yeah.
We got this.
I'm doing
Um,
laps.
What happened?
That's Ethan.
Hamilton.
No.
Caroline, what are you saying? We can hear
It's
you
so
talking
good,
to
Venom.
yourself. Caroline!
Are you saying no?
So good.
Guys, this is how it is every time.
That's so funny.
She
Oh,
can't
man.
hear me. Great, okay. She's...
Oh.
Good.
Did you hear any of us?
I don't think
dude,
so.
I don't know what happens.
Just joining a server of 10 people, it's just
No,
dead
it's
silent.
always something.
Listen, tech issues really do be like
Should I go
Real.
pack real quick or?
Crispy, who cares?
Actually,
I
you
don't
low key
know.
need to.
I know,
Crispy,
my
where are
flight's
you
in, like,
going?
5 hours.
Chicago.
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 You'll never take me to Bangladesh.
Hey everyone.
Hi.
There you go.
Hi. What's up?
It
Not
was
much.
funny because we could hear you
Welcome
going,
in.
no, 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 no.
Yeah. You're just whispering to yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, that's me.
It's okay.
That's
me
alright.
Coming
Okay,
in
so-
classic Quan style.
In Squad Eyes, the thing right above it, don't leak it, but that's the username and password for the you played the other day, right? So you know how to find private servers?
Yes. Wait, where
Perfect.
you put
In Squad Eyes. So you see the voice channel we're in right now? Right above it,
Yes.
it says Squad Eyes.
Yes.
Okay. So then the
Okay.
picture I posted, the last picture, that's what you type in to find the server.
What a stacked
Okay.
lobby today, guys.
Really good.
Really great.
How are you?
Stacked lob.
Nope.
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 Oh. Oh, okay. Hey.
Oh, no, honest. Chris, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Good to see you again.
It's good to see you too.
Of course.
How is?
I think she. Her.
Oh, me? I'm okay.
I'll see if I can
Hey, that's fine. Oh,
clarify.
you said to paint and
It's
hide?
her first day ever, so.
It is literally my first day ever being alive.
I hope you had fun in New York City.
Thank you. I did. We
I'm
gotta
going
watch-
on Saturday.
New York.
Jealous.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
fancy.
I'm seeing Rocky Horror also, so who cares?
Whoa.
You're seeing Rocky Horror on
Wow.
I'm so jealous.
You're
I'm
welcome,
so
bro.
jealous.
Involve me.
Oh
Whoops.
my god. It
Granny,
is-
come
so
through.
jealous.
Ooh,
It is
true.
truly incredible. It's you're
Yeah,
in
I
for
can't
a
wait.
real treat.
I want to see
You're
the
in
new
for-
Dr. Frankenfooter so bad. He looks so good.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
unreal. I just created my own server, by the way. So
Oh, perfect. We'll join you.
yeah, that's good.
Going great so far.
I'll just
She's
be
like,
here.
where are you guys? You're so hard to find.
Okay, I am now joining
Carl.
this server.
So excited.
Beautiful.
Does my mic sound louder
Oh,
now
you're
or
in.
no?
Jennifer Coolidge.
Jennifer
Coolidge
Coolidge
has
is
thrived,
here.
you know?
I think it's the same.
Yay.
I think it's the
Finally.
same, Gran, but I can hear you.
Oh,
Wait,
shit,
also,
okay.
Caroline, I'm trying to figure out who you haven't
Where?
met. You haven't met Granny.
Granny, okay.
You haven't met Ellie, who's too shy to talk.
Hello.
Wow.
We don't even have to speak. We can just
That was
share these blobs
crazy.
and just
The
stare
thing
at
is,
each other.
she's funnier than half of us put together, so I'm getting pissed off.
No.
Yeah, Ellie, come on, be funny
Like-
again.
Feels like I shouldn't speak because they'll be
Guys,
embarrassed.
Ellie's not a jester. You can't ask her to make
No,
jokes.
no,
and
be
dance.
Sam, you're right.
Make
Sam,
jokes.
you're right.
But the jester is crazy.
Clap. Okay, who
Okay,
else?
I'm gonna
Let's see.
do. Let's do Penguin Hotel.
Okay.
Anthony,
Penguin
Chris,
Hotel.
probably most people you might not know. Anthony's chill, Crispy's chill, Carla's chill,
Is anyone
Whiskey's
not
chill.
Anyone here not
Um,
chill?
Whiskey just has a
Ju-
bunch of.
Julia, low key, Julia's kind of
Wait,
crazy.
Caroline left the lobby.
I'm not.
And Julia's kind of a wild card.
She's a wild card.
Julia's a
Julia's
wild card
card.
is wild.
The way that's just not
card.
true is so funny.
No, it's like the farthest from the truth. She's awesome.
She's a wild card.
Yeah, you know who's the not chill person is me because I actually left the lobby. So
Oh,
That's okay,
good.
that's
Oh,
okay.
fucking
good. You know, hey.
Great.
yeah.
Think of it
Yeah.
as like re-entering. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
making a dramatic entrance.
Yeah.
We're starting from the start.
I'm like,
Mhm.
you know what? I feel like I didn't get enough attention the first time I answered. So
She's Max
I'm
now,
gonna
so it might
leave
be
and
her
then come back
mic.
in, and it's take two. Okay, you guys can. You have a second chance.
Exactly.
oh,
exactly.
Guys.
Take.
Ugh. Okay, ready? Are we all ready?
Ugh.
She's not
Let's
back in,
do
or
it.
is
Yeah,
she?
I'm ready. I'm
Oh,
ready.
she is. Okay, yeah,
I
start.
don't know if there's any
Which map are we doing right
Oh,
away?
I'm not even in
I'm
the
gonna just do
category.
Penguin Hotel.
Penguin
Actually, let's do
Hotel.
sewer. Actually, let's do
Hotel.
sewer.
Oh
Sewer.
yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Hardly know her.
Sewer, I hardly know her.
Chris. Nice. Wait, good.
Nice, Chris.
Wait,
Nice.
that was
Wait, good
good.
job.
What the hell?
I just got back.
Nice.
Sewer, I
Wait,
hardly
wait,
know.
Carla, did you say it
I
first?
said it first, and then you said.
Wait, I can hear
My
you.
bad.
I'm gonna do
Time.
just
It's okay, it was
basic.
funny.
We're doing basic.
Wait,
Ah,
Sam,
got it.
can I say something?
Okay, this
if
is
you
my
want.
first gaming.
Someone
stream
said just
ever
stopped
game.
by to see if you were doing okay, but it looks like maybe no. I fear Sam was correct.
Oh.
Oh, interesting.
I was doing yoga on the floor for the
I
past
like
10
that.
minutes.
First time
Wait,
since
tell them
it's
the
wild.
exact
Whiskey, whiskey. I was on the floor for the past 10 minutes.
I'm hunting.
We were both doing yoga.
What are you?
that's also
What are you
weird.
guys doing on the floor?
Okay.
We were
I
on
was
the floor
stretching.
together.
Who's
Why
the floor?
not?
Oh, yoga?
Hey.
Or
Thank you, Sammy.
Julia, we're hunting together?
Yeah. Do you want to like
hunting.
be a
Okay.
duo like in what we
Turn
draw
off.
on
Alright.
ourselves?
Time to hide.
Yeah.
Wait, Cameron, have you played before?
Cook.
I don't know. I was hoping you had an
I
idea.
did play. I get
Santa
very
and his
stressed
reindeer.
out.
Do you want to be the reindeer or Santa?
It's very
No, no, you
stressful.
got
Yeah,
this.
no,
You got
I
this.
don't decide until like it's 0 seconds.
I'll be the
left.
reindeer.
Get
Also,
Okay.
I have you up at like 200
extremely-
and you're still quiet for me.
True.
Yeah,
Didn't want to say
same.
But
it.
that's kind of. I feel
I've
like when you
been
jump into Discord
silent.
calls, your volume's on random, Caroline.
That's what I've been told. Nobody knows why.
No,
It's just a little random.
I'm
knows
so
the
quiet.
trouble,
I'm already stressed. I'm already stressed out. I'm already
You know why?
stressed
Because
No,
because
you're good. You're good.
in
Wait,
person
Ethan,
you guys
Ethan,
have
hide
such,
there and I'm gonna
such
give away your
a
spot.
commanding loud voice that on
What?
Discord it
What
can't
do you
even
mean
be
you're gonna give away my
got
spot?
Okay, I did
I
kind of-
nerfed exactly.
I have kind of forgotten since I played the first time. You know what?
Wait, Banth, why are you giving away my spot? What are you doing?
That's good.
OT.
Huh?
Oh.
Okay,
It's
come
a
on.
Wait, Sammy.
reindeer, we'll call it.
Sammy, check
Chris,
this
Come
out.
on.
Chris on the other side. On the other side.
You never
Okay.
take me in a bang.
What
Just have a red
else?
nose like Rudolph or
You
something.
like?
Whoa, wait, maybe,
Banth
maybe.
just came over and threatened me and then
Oh,
left.
sorry, Carla.
Oh my
sorry.
god, that no.
He just
Come back,
did.
let's do it together.
Okay.
Just trying to find a spot is.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
I haven't found a spot.
Okay, Carla, that's good.
Okay.
I got my guy's coasting.
Wait.
Okay.
We know Sammy low key.
Oh, you know
what?
Weed pen was disastrous for me last time.
Oh, I did tonight. I was like,
Uh-oh.
Jesus.
Well, last time I hit the pen
Boy,
because I
Chris,
thought maybe it would be.
You thought that would help?
I thought it would
calming
help.
experience.
Did it
Yeah.
help?
It certainly did not.
Bro, we all, what are we doing?
We've given up.
Hold on, Sammy, I'm giving up. I'm giving up.
No, don't give up. Don't give
No,
up.
don't give up, dude.
Chris.
No, don't. You're
Lock
so
in.
sexy.
Don't give up.
I'll be a
Lock
cactus
in.
again, I guess, for the fucking 20th time.
So just lock in.
Just for the 20th time.
Fuck, what do we do?
Me and Banthony are couch cushions again.
What am I doing?
I know their ideas. So mad at
I'm going
that.
for another million views.
Okay,
My purpose.
who is like the
Sammy
best at this
nice.
game?
No,
Okay.
Chris, come over by me.
It's usually me.
I think Julia's pretty
goated
fucking
spot.
good.
Julia's
Well,
very
look
good.
Look at me.
I've been known to cook,
Go
but
right next to me. And then copy.
Wait, someone's
copy me
blinking.
exactly.
Who's blinking?
Copy me exactly.
Oh, I do that sometimes.
I think it's me. I think
oh,
I'm
it is
good.
you. It is you. Yeah, you're blinking.
This is bad because there's like a light flashing near me for some reason.
Why
Crispy,
less
that's so
like
cute.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Granny, another classic spot
Chris,
for you.
they'll never know,
I mean,
bro.
I can't paint. That's my problem.
No,
What
no,
do we
you
think?
can
Sammy,
though.
wait, hold on. Check this out. Check this out.
No.
Ready?
What do we think, team?
I've seen you cook.
Fuck.
Bethany, hey, honey, the round's starting.
So good. Honey.
Sweetie.
Wait, I might have done something really
Time for
good
supper.
Oh,
I
first
forgot
time
how much this
hunting.
fucking presses.
Carla,
Guys,
Carla
I think I actually
Sam,
did
I don't
something.
even see you.
Yeah, well.
Wait.
Oh, what do we
that's
feel
such a
about
cook.
We
like
went to
spots
Bangladesh,
that are
I think.
kind of cheap?
Wait, toes touch.
We hate those.
I mean, these are the official ones, so it's like good luck.
Good
True.
luck with it being cheap, or good luck with
Yeah,
what do
with
you mean?
all of it, everything you said.
Ellie, I like
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's pretty
Sammy, do you see what I'm doing up here? Kind of vibes.
Oh, hold on. I wasn't
I
paying
can't even. No, you're
Sam,
fine.
can I
even.
get your
Wait,
opinion
Chris,
on
mine
my
might-
spot?
Mine
Yeah,
might
you're
be
fine. You're fine.
Yeah, you
Sam,
might be.
are
Yeah, you're
good
fine.
at it because of the shadow.
Sam is good at it. Yes.
Of course she is.
Carla.
I mean, that works.
Carla.
Son of a mother.
Of course she's freaking good
Look
at
away
it.
for a moment.
No! You never cook me something.
Wait, no, Caroline, I like your spot.
Let me see
Wait,
Caroline's.
really? Yes, I do. I really like it.
Wait,
Because
where's
I feel
Caroline?
like it was a panic. It was
Describe it.
definitely a panic.
Ooh, no, I like
I
that.
can't describe
No, no,
it. I
no.
can't describe
Definitely
it.
panic.
No,
You
I
guys
like
are
it.
very
Tell me
nice to
exactly
me.
where it is.
Julia's
Sammy.
That
Oh, yours is
switch
good.
up was
Yours is
was
very good.
inspired. I like
You guys
it. I
are
like
being
it.
very
Granny,
nice
once
because
again,
I am
you're
Jennifer
nuts.
Coolidge, famous
would like-
celebrity.
I would never be mean to Jennifer Coolidge. You know what I mean?
How could
Crispy,
you
I
ever?
like it.
Style.
Thank you.
so
Thank you. That's
many
my
looks like
classic spot.
Classic.
Oh.
Sorry, Crispy. That was one of my
Ooh,
favorites you've
Ellie,
ever done,
really
and
good,
I know
really
of it
good.
well.
Sammy
Thanks,
only knows how to be nice. Sammy
I
is
would
one of the
consider maybe a
nicest
little bit
human beings I've
more
ever met.
in the one area. You know what I'm talking about?
I miss
Poofy area?
What? I feel like TwitchCon
What
was
area?
1,000 years ago.
Caulk.
It was 1,000 years ago.
Caulk
Ethan,
area?
that's
Yeah,
mean.
caulk.
That's a mean spot.
Julia, nice Santa.
Thank you.
Ooh, Ellie,
Chris, I think
nice.
we're good here, man. I think we're good.
Carla, I miss you.
Yeah.
I miss
You
you.
and Sammy are tip
Cold.
to tip over there, huh?
Crazy.
You're crazy, girl.
I mean,
You're crazy.
you guys are.
They got me, Gal.
No.
Granny down.
No.
When everybody
Granny
has their
down.
timed whistles at the
Is-
exact same time.
Simply no
It's
way.
yeah.
Are they
so tough
Mhm.
to tell.
I think it is. Yeah.
Okay.
I know a lot of sounds today, guys. You're doing great.
Ethan, that's a mean spot.
Alright,
man.
everyone
This
describe
is the
their
biggest
spots
lobby
in
we've had in a
complete detail.
minute.
My spot?
Yeah.
So I do apologize.
I was
I
a
know
rabbit
it's
met the
Cat
magician.
told me that it was a common spot.
low key. That's why I'm not like yapping as much as I usually do because I know there's like a million people talking. But it's okay. We're plenty of time next week.
Julia, I love your look.
I also can't tell who's
What
still
was
alive.
that?
and who's
Granny, what'd you
dead.
say?
I can't remember.
I love your look.
Oh,
Oh, come on.
Oh.
Okay, so to be clear, Carla and I
All I
were right
care
next
about.
to each other, tip to tip, and then you guys slaughtered her.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a lot of tip to
Tipless.
tippers going on.
Tipless.
Tip
Yeah.
It wasn't
Tip.
Seattle.
All I
Seattle.
care about is Sam
Interesting.
before me.
Oh wait, Chris,
I-
remember
oh,
that
yeah,
spot that I
no.
had? Oh, never mind. It's not
I
Patch.
can't.
Never mind.
How did the two of you make the exact same joke at the same time?
We
Because we have three
brain.
things.
True. True.
R.I.P. Bozo Sam. That's right. R.I.P. Bozo Sam.
Beards, Pokemon cards, and
Anthony, why do you keep moving?
And
You're
tip to tip.
stressing me out.
Tip to tip.
Oh, bam.
Oh,
Caroline, you look like a sweater that
I feel
have.
bad if I was just hiding more than like
Do you know which one
camouflaging
I'm
myself.
talking
I just,
about?
I felt like I needed to move.
That's okay. Sometimes you just gotta roll
I
with
feel
that type
you.
of thing.
I've
Gotta
heard
shake
it's
your
my
leg
lesbian
out.
sweater. I don't agree. It's not my words, but it's been told that.
Seriously,
was
if I
it the
make it
whistles
through
right
this,
over here?
it will be nothing short of a miracle.
Yeah.
William!
wait, what's
Ellie,
going on
yours
here?
is really good.
Well,
Thank you. I worked hard.
Need a
I
photo?
just started now.
Caitlin, I
there's
know you
nothing over
got
here,
that.
don't
I
worry.
know you got that up there.
Chris,
I know
there's
it's ready to go.
Oh, I
Whiskey.
can hear
Just do
something.
it.
I know that's right.
Oh,
wow.
Chris!
No way. Could it be? Could it be? There's no way. There's no way.
Oh, he's looping him. He's
Oh,
looping him.
look at him!
Too quick.
Wait.
Who's still left? Who's still left?
Oh yeah, probably shouldn't have dicked around just aiming at them for 10 minutes.
Could
I
it
probably
be
should
me?
have
Sammy,
shot
he
him.
knew about us, man. He knew our number. He
knew
was just
about us.
trolling.
He messed us the first time, and then
There's
he found
somebody
us the
over here,
second.
and they were at the start, and I could not find them.
oh,
Wait, who's
so
still
funny.
alive?
Sammy, it's crazy that you're still alive, but Chris isn't.
Oh,
She's not.
Ellie.
The game's bugged.
Look.
Oh.
Oh, Julia!
Ellie, let's
Yeah.
go.
Right behind you.
Wow.
And Caroline, let's go.
Ellie and Caroline Cook.
Wow,
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie though. Looking
Oh,
at
wow,
my
that's really
score,
nice.
I don't think
I looked
anybody
at that.
saw
That's really
me.
good.
If
No.
they saw me, they wouldn't have.
We have
Yeah.
4 points.
I don't agree.
No
I just
matter
think you're
fact.
goaded.
Julia, behind you, Granny.
Oh, that's good.
Grant. Oh.
wow.
Yeah, Granny, your
I
spots
looked
are
there.
always
I
kind of
looked
crazy.
there.
Right, thank
looked
you.
there.
I love to
You know
Really
what?
hide.
nice.
It
Really
does look
nice.
out. I'll,
Hit me-
I'll
hit me with a
fucking
crank.
take it. Okay.
Hmm.
Let's
Okay.
Break
take
me
it.
like a hog.
Okay, let's do
Well.
Penguin Hotel.
Penguin.
Actually,
Honestly,
let's do
I do
Sugarland. Can
have
we do
plot
Sugarland
armor.
again? Am I silly for that?
Yes.
That's
Please.
Sugarland.
Oh, yeah.
I've
like
never
that.
even been there before.
Ice cream.
Like,
I love to tour.
shows,
love
shows
to
up.
tour.
That was really
wins
well
first
hidden.
round.
Mm.
Yup.
I go through hell when
That's a
I'm
legend.
touring.
Fashion.
God, that video of Michael Jackson. Oh, God. I love
What?
I
I'm
love
crying.
tour.
Huh?
Which,
Oh
wait,
shit!
who's-
It's you and me,
Okay.
Chris,
Okay.
huh?
Oh my god. Oh, okay.
Okay,
Wait, I've
lock
never
in, lock
I've
in.
never been here
You got
before.
this.
I've
It's
never
brand
been here.
new.
It's
Wow,
all
really?
new.
Wow.
It's giving
It's all
Candyland.
new. It's all you.
It is.
Dude, it kind of
isn't
is.
It
It's
is.
kind of
It
giving
is
shoots and
giving
ladders.
It's giving Candyland.
It's giving Mecha Chameleon if you think about it.
What? Don't say that.
Wait.
It's giving
Oh
Frog
wait,
Punch.
guys, I've got
Ooh.
confetti cake waiting for me, low key.
Wait,
Oh, don't say
stop.
that.
Wait a minute,
No.
low key. Do you
Yeah.
have it or
Yeah.
not?
Now, why would you share that if you're not
Yeah,
gonna?
come
if you don't have
on.
the
Because I
number?
didn't bring it. I
This
didn't
ain't
bring it
worth
to,
it, this
to,
ain't
to
worth
my
it.
office. It's at home.
Dude, come on.
Now you just
Send
being
you
here.
yourself, Mark.
Nah, Ellie, come on. Pretzel.
I'm being
Oh,
selfish.
come on.
No, come
I'm
on.
being selfish.
Damn, you being
you?
selfish?
World's-
No
world's
way,
longest
bro.
tree?
Okay, what am I looking at here? What am I looking at here? Let's see.
Me and my car's broke
Man, you
down.
gonna eat ice cream with that or just the cake?
Vince,
Dude,
is your
Chris,
dad still mad at me?
maybe.
I love ice cream with cake. Sorry.
Give me a bluebell.
I was gonna
Sorry.
do on top of the spoon,
Bluebell.
My bad.
Like the cheese?
but I might just
No,
do
no, 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 no,
this.
no, no,
I
no,
might
no.
just be a
Cheese.
little.
Oh, real. Okay.
A little
my
guy.
bad. Sorry.
Baby bell.
My bad.
Right?
Baby bell, baby bell.
Get out of here!
Can
What do
I
you
go
mean, get
all the
outta
way
here?
up here?
You came to me, asshole. Don't tell me to get out of here.
You came to me.
Get
It's
here.
wild.
No, I'm here. I've been here.
No!
Yes! I've literally halfway painted myself.
Get out of here!
Oh, no.
You almost said yes.
Stop
You
walking
almost-
behind me.
You almost said yes.
Okay.
It's not clocking.
Oh my god, drop face.
Bro, I gotta lock in.
Buttons.
Dude, you
What do I
have
do?
to.
Unless I do this.
Bro, I've been
Chris,
live
don't say
for
it like that.
14 hours.
Have you
Wow.
been
That's
playing
normal
this
for you,
for
though.
Been live for
14
11.
hours?
No, I'm kidding. I've only been live for 6. I was lying.
Wait, whiskey. Yes, yes,
Girl,
yes, yes, yes.
Oh.
Chris, that's a lie.
I've been live for 11.
Yeah.
I went
No,
8
don't
the
do
other
that.
day. I thought I was
sorry,
gonna die. I don't know how you guys do
Girl,
it.
are we cooked?
Do another
Wait,
one, but
Sam,
yes.
8 is not
Guys,
that
Wait, yeah,
No,
perfect.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
when you don't have
how bad is it?
streamer stamina, fucking 2 hours.
Caroline,
is
Caroline,
all the
Caroline.
I'm
time.
like a 5-hour Andy.
Honestly,
fair,
5
fair.
hours of really good
I
content is
wish I
better
could
than
do
8.
that.
But I also
Wait, is this
edit
allowed?
like the other half of the day, so I'm actually working like 12 hours.
No,
because
it's
I'm
out in the
used to
open.
it,
Yeah,
but-
yeah, that makes sense.
Sam, would you say
Real.
that streaming is harder than a conventional 9 to 5 job?
There we go.
Here we
I don't
go.
know. I
What
would
am I even
say
doing?
it is incredibly hard, but I
think
think
they're
because
jobs,
most
yeah.
people would choose it, I don't know. It's incredibly hard. I don't know, because it's like I worked in a barbershop, and it's like I would choose this 10 times over. I will say, here's what I'm saying. I think the active streaming is not harder, but the fact that as a streamer your brain is activated 24/7 and constantly beating the shit out of itself makes it.
Yes.
The mental
would say
toll
it's
is,
harder than
Yeah.
a conventional
Me-
9
But
mental
the
to 5.
toll is
actual
And I can quote you on
active
that.
streaming, I don't think is harder.
streaming is
I
kind of
agree, I
free, but then
agree.
the act of it is like,
Yeah.
wow, everyone's
It's
looking
like
at
you
me.
kind of sell your soul a little bit, which I think is harder than other jobs.
Streamers are braver
Whiskey.
than the troops, for sure.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you would
Yeah.
say
People are
that
saying
it's
this.
harder.
Wait, you know, Ethan, what do you think? By the way, you like it?
What?
Behind me.
He went,
Oh, Chris, this is a good
Thank-
view for me. I like
Thank
it.
you. Okay.
I'm getting
really nice.
caught
Picasso.
immediately. I don't know
No,
it.
I don't. I've never played this game before. Oh
I've
man.
been playing it all
Damn it.
day.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry,
great.
Carla.
Moved.
Sorry,
I
Carla.
would forget always
No VBs for you.
Oh, come on, you fucking.
Ah,
yeah, alright, yeah.
Wait, hold
I
on.
think I might have
Just
known.
real quick. Shh, 'cause I can't hear fucking anything. And I'm trying to.
Oh,
hunt.
what do you need to hear? A whistle?
Yeah, I need to hear
you
a
have to
fucking
use your
whistle.
eyes.
No, the whistles are better.
Yeah, tell him, Ethan.
Guys, I didn't even paint
Better.
half of me. I look dumb as hell.
Sorry,
I look
Crispy.
so bad. This is
Sammy,
one of
Whatever
cute,
that-
demure, everything.
Sorry,
Thank
Caroline.
you so much,
Sorry
Carla.
about it.
That's
I've
I've
not
already had
cooked at
people look
all
at me
today, I
twice
feel.
and cleared.
I was still creating my art. Sam, I swear
Sorry.
to God, if you win,
Wait,
no,
Julia,
Julia, look at me.
Julia,
I look like a
spectate me.
sore thumb stuck the hell out.
Oh my god,
Sammy.
Sammy.
Sometimes it's the
Same
worst
brain.
art, though.
Amazing.
Sam, honestly, you
Beautiful.
should just go unicolor there.
I
Sometimes
know, that's what I'm saying.
That's
What-
gorgeous, Julia.
I'm
Wow.
looking at whiskey.
Wait, Whiskey, I like yours.
Thanks. I
That's
think I
good.
am.
Oh, whiskey, amazing.
Oh,
no,
Julia, I'm so
no.
sorry. Yours was really good.
you are
Sammy,
so brilliant.
getting caught probably, but really good.
Thank you.
No, not yet. Not
Okay,
yet.
okay.
Hey, not yet. They walked past twice, so.
Walk past twice, huh?
Ellie Wild.
Not the gummy drop button.
I don't know, man.
Hmm.
You guys excited for
Hey,
Shrek
work.
5? Or...
Oh hell.
Yeah, Shrek 5 looks awesome.
Looks
I haven't watched
so
the trailer yet.
good.
Is it
Did you
good?
guys see the clip of the
So
Shrek
good,
ride?
too.
No.
No.
Shrek ride?
Oh,
Like
the
a-
Shrek
like a
ride
roller
is
coaster?
depressing.
The Shrek
yeah,
Riot?
Where
like
is
when
it
the
at?
trailer dropped,
Universal?
Have a
everyone was
good
excited.
sleep.
it's Universal.
Whiskey.
It's really bad.
Is it a roller coaster or is it just like a sit down?
No, it's just a little car that goes around a thing, and there's a bunch of wood and shitty
Well.
speakers that are like, telling the story of Shrek, and it's really, really awful.
No, dude,
Okay,
a lot of
okay,
the
Sammy.
a lot of the rides
Sammy,
here
gonna
you
get caught.
very
That's
outdated.
really good.
Ellie, whatever, man.
No, but Crispy,
I get it.
I can't
Wait,
say
Sammy,
anything
that's
right
cheating.
now,
I
but I will
can't
later.
see
Okay.
it.
No,
No,
Sammy,
no,
I love
I'm kidding. I'm
This
kidding.
is where I
I'm
have my
kidding.
money on. This is where I have my money on.
The clips of this are going to be insane.
Dream
What the
World.
hell are you doing?
What is this, turtle boy?
No.
Turtle boy.
Turtle
Bro
boy.
called him a turtle.
The little
Alright,
fucking
I'm not
turtle,
gonna
what the
It's a
hell was
shotgun to the dome.
Sam, you know who I want to see?
You
I
wouldn't,
wanna
Chris,
see
you wouldn't have found me,
Sammy.
which is I keep
Yeah.
going back, so I keep going to the cheese spots.
That was
I want to
funny.
see Sammy and Haas on Twitch. Go head to
Yep.
head.
Yep.
Haas
Hey,
is
put me in. Put me
Haas
in.
is insane.
Sammy, I think Luke would freak out.
I played with him in a
He
group
would.
the first time. He
Yeah,
is
that's true.
Wait, I'm trying to
People are
find
so
Sammy.
good.
Cannot see anything.
Sammy, are you out in the open or what's up?
Me?
I'm out. I'm out in the
She's
open.
out and
Sammy's
about.
Out and about?
Not
Out and about, Chris. Out and
Sam,
about.
you are.
So,
Sam,
Dude,
Sam,
that
you
is
are.
embarrassing. If you guys don't get me, okay.
Oh,
Then what? Then what?
Damn,
Oh.
you dead.
Guess it doesn't matter anymore.
Wait, I
Already said my money was on Sammy.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Ellie, are you
Caroline, your
still
belief
alive?
means everything.
Oh, I
Oh,
can't
no.
believe
I haven't seen you.
I am unwavering.
I feel like she is.
I'm really proud of Sammy. Shocked she's
Dude,
still
my-
in.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much.
My
Sorry,
eyes
this
are
is
not
the upset of the
trained for
year.
this game yet.
That is the
Right?
upset of the year right now.
Like, I look for movement.
I look for movement.
She's over
thing
here
is-
somewhere.
I'm an over-
What is this, turtle boy?
One whistle.
Huh? Wait, whiskey, that's good for one.
Whiskey?
What the hell?
Whiskey's really cooking.
Oh my god, Sammy, you need this win.
Thank you.
Where is she?
So good.
Can't
You'll
see
never find her.
anything.
I'd like to know.
Open your eyes,
Oh,
That's
bucko.
actually good.
Chris, this edit is gonna be
Bucko.
unreal.
This
Put
reel's
me in the
about
reel.
to go
Put me in the
viral.
reel.
guys.
This
Don't
reel's about to
put me
be-
in the reel. Don't you fucking tag me.
Hi,
I swear.
Wait,
Instagram.
Chris, he's behind you. He's behind you.
Hi, Instagram.
Hey.
My friend couldn't find me no matter what.
Wait, one more
No,
whistle
Chris,
for the
he-
road.
He
Chris,
walked
he's
right
more to your
past
left.
me! Exclamation point, question mark.
You're gonna be so mad.
Whiskey, this is your big one. This is cray.
This is it.
Does the
Bro,
whistle
he's
remind
gonna,
you guys
he's
of
gonna be
the,
so upset.
Oh.
nice,
Sammy, it's all
nice.
up to you.
8,
Damn.
7,
It's all
6,
up to you.
One more whistle, Sammy.
5,
No way.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Dead.
Behind
cannot
Chris,
believe
behind
you
where
said
Ethan
that.
is, where
Oh
Ethan
my
is.
god, that was so good.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable, dude.
Thank you.
Damn, that was
Oh
good.
my
Both of
God.
you
That was
walked
good, that was good.
directly on
Chris is
top
upset.
of me.
Chris is
I did not
upset.
Both of you
That's
walked
not a little
directly on top of me, and I was cackling.
Can I keep
I
it
gotta
above?
open my
Did
brain.
you text Chris and ask him not to find you on purpose for the reel?
I don't
did
even
no
think I
such
was
thing.
over here at
For the
all.
real
I
is
didn't
so
know
funny.
that.
Such thing.
That's so funny, bro. That's my
Imagine
empress.
Bro
That's
was a
so
little bit more
funny.
brave.
That is
That's my
MVP.
empress.
Wait,
That's
it's
my
90 gingerbread
empress.
men versus 1 hunter.
True.
Oh.
A Gingy lives?
Okay. All right, I got one more, guys, and I gotta bounce.
I-
gotta pack.
I
One
feel
more
like
shot?
we should do
Hey.
the art one more time.
I think
That
Caroline
was
would like
so
that.
fun.
We
Art
should
one's so
do-
good.
Caroline,
Yeah,
you're
I
gonna
do
hate
think
this. It'll be
Caroline
awesome.
would like it.
Okay,
Wait,
so
what am I
I'm
gonna
gonna,
hit?
Caroline, when this starts, it's gonna prompt you to click like a subscribe button, and you can do that. Because
Oh,
it's gonna have you download
Download.
a custom app from
Yes.
the workshop. So just whenever
Yep.
something pops up, like just
I know.
Same,
Okay,
Glenn.
I'm
So
doing yoga.
cute.
Oh, you were doing the custom ones?
Same.
Okay. I love it. Okay, so we do.
God, this day's gone quick.
What were the settings? For
I
that?
knew
Was it
we'd
all the
play
same?
a lot of Mecha.
Remember
We
you
also have to
changed the
pick a
brush
painting
size?
and
Yes, I always
you have to
forget.
pick a painting in 30 seconds or else you get locked out.
Is it 30 or is it 60?
I don't know. You tell me, Ellie.
Something has changed.
It might
within
be
me.
60.
Nice.
What do you think about
The
that?
painting one on monochrome would.
Let's say
go-
45
Not
and-
the same.
I think all the
Oh.
settings were the
Okay,
same.
pipes.
Who's next? Who's
I am
No,
by the
she's got-
rules
she's got
of
it.
someone
Anyone?
else's
Anyone got next?
game.
yes?
Oh, nice, nice.
You never take me to Bangladesh.
Oh, sure.
Wow.
I'm so glad.
No, you guys will
you
like
know
that one. I'm gonna send the reel after stream. and
It's
you guys
so
will lose
good.
it.
It's my stim
New
at the
vocal
moment.
Stem unlocked.
Yeah.
Stem.
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 Okay.
Stem.
Girls
I'm
in
gonna
STEM.
age weird.
We are in
What
the
what'd you
level.
say?
Nothing.
my
All
God, I
right,
hate
where we
this
going? Where
one.
we going?
What'd you say,
Okay.
bro?
Nothing. Nothing.
yeah,
With
Is
Hyde.
anyone with me? Is it just me?
Yep, Sam. You were right.
Oh wait, Julia, I think you are alone.
I thought I did too.
alone.
Didn't I have
Okay,
two?
okay.
Do you wanna
I wanted
reset?
to hunt on this
Oh.
map though, so I'm excited.
Hunt.
I
Hunt.
Chris.
Oh, I accidentally exited the game.
Oh, good job.
Oh,
no. Wait, my hairline.
Oh.
Rejoin or don't.
Can you rejoin now? Like,
Game
will
in
this bot
progress.
you back
This
in?
is
Small.
game in
We
progress.
have to
You
keep it
might
down.
Wait.
spectate
Oh, I
it,
can't.
maybe?
Wait. No, it lets me.
Oh,
It lets me. Oh no, it doesn't. Oh wait, I'm a hunter
Sam.
now.
Oh, cool.
Are you?
Well, it
or
works
not?
because there was only one anyways,
Wait, no,
right?
no, 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 I'm not. I'm just spectating.
I don't know what's
Oh,
wrong
my
with
ass.
you.
I'm sorry.
Well, now you have time to go do things like to get your drink or go piss.
I
talk to your-
don't have
or
to do
talk to
either
your
of those.
chat.
Oh, well, that's gross. I don't want to do that.
Whoa!
Talk to your chat.
Got him. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry, guys. Guys, I'm sorry.
Ethan's chat. Matter of fact,
Yes.
come over here.
Yeah.
No.
Every time,
No, no,
every
no,
time I
I do
go,
this.
when Ethan and Chris are both streaming, I'll go into Ethan's chat and say something, and then I go into Chris's chat and say something, and Chris responds, and then Ethan will go, "How come you don't type in my chat?" And I'll be like, bro, I was in there. I was in there.
What was that?
I don't know.
The dog is looking at me. I know I need some.
Guys,
of you.
listen.
That's
Listen,
not
I'm
right.
so used to not looking at chat because I don't
Oh.
stream, and so whenever it happens, then I go, that's right. There's people here.
You should just have everything be TTS.
Please.
Nothing will go wrong with
Empathize
that.
with me. Yeah, nothing will go wrong at all.
What do we think?
You can censor words on TTS, can't you?
Absolutely.
but
Yeah, what the
Grinders
crazy
anymore.
part is they make you type them all first. So you have to type all the worst words.
Yeah.
Every bad word you ever couldn't say.
I have that
You can do
on YouTube. I don't know if I opened it on stream one
Okay, so
time. I
that's
think I did it
really
in my
bad.
other monitor of all my banned words,
words
and
you
I was like,
can't
oh no. It is
That's
terrible.
awesome.
Like my password from like 2020. No,
Nope. That's
In
That is
in
not
chat for
Chris
banned words.
knows my
is
PIN
your
number.
password.
so bad.
They'll never guess
Yeah.
it.
They'll
Chris,
never
can
guess
I,
it. It's like,
can I try and guess your PIN number?
Did I break it?
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
8495.
Not doing good.
No.
Wrong.
1989.
No, that's Bance.
Can you tell who I'm trying to be?
B or B?
2691.
That's it.
Yes.
You got it.
I like that it echoes when you yell for some reason. It's like,
I don't know why. Well, good luck, everyone. I'll be watching from the sidelines. I'll be rooting for you.
I'll be watching from like getting out because I'm certainly
Aw.
getting out like immediately.
Julia, you look very handsome.
Oh, I
don't look like see your little guy.
I don't look like my
Is that the dark?
Oh, it doesn't let me actually see. Oh, it does.
I look like Peter fucking Griffin.
Okay.
What if? Okay, so you guys think I should stop?
Christopher,
Oh, no.
yours is really excellent.
Thank you, dude. You're a good guy.
Oh, Banth, yours is really good too.
Thank you.
Okay,
Ellie, yours is.
you think I? You think
Wait, is it cheating though?
It's
Chris,
cheating.
give it a sec. Should I move where my head is? I feel like the head is so
How did you
obvious.
like
cheating?
Wait,
So bad.
Sam, I really like yours.
I don't know if it's gonna do the trick.
Chris, can I move
though,
the
you
head?
know?
Oh, it's making it a little lighter, I
Believe
think.
it?
Julia,
Lighter.
was
Are
there
you
a
so
character that you were
delightful?
going for with your
Yes,
your
it was
design?
Bob Ross, Ethan, and I look like Peter fucking Griffin.
Not Peter Griff.
It's really good. Guys, I was in a hotel room
I'm
last night,
trying.
and it was so nice
I'm
watching
trying to do-
cable TV, and I watched some Family Guy, and I went, oh man, none of this is funny, but it's
Julie, you see it,
enjoyable.
but
to
I fell off the
watch."
painting right in front of you.
Pardon?
I
Okay,
fell off the
what'd you say?
painting
I think you're
30
right.
seconds before he turned around. Like not even 30 seconds.
Oh no.
I accidentally fell, so I wasn't aligned.
Yep, same idea. Same
Oh,
idea.
I would have been
same idea.
panicking.
Whiskey,
I'm so
Whiskey,
sad.
I like
I-
it. I like
I really love yours is so fun. I really like that.
When somebody says
Sam,
fun, that
yours
makes
is
me-
really good.
Girl, I'm getting out
Wow.
No, Sam, I genuinely
everyone's
like
Very
it.
well
talented.
done. I don't know how they're gonna find any of us.
Ellie, what are you doing?
Are you kidding me,
I
Chris?
do. I feel like I'm
Wait,
cheating.
do you like it?
Getting embarrassed.
So good.
I think you're
Thank
being
you.
inventive.
Look embarrassed.
You think?
What the fuck?
Yeah, Chris, yours is actually insane.
That's insane. How did you do that?
Sam, you're reaching your final form.
I don't
in this
know.
game, and
Probably
it's kinda
mental
scary.
problems.
It's,
Should I
it's
start
kinda
doing this in
scary.
real life?
If I didn't know you were
Hey.
there, I wouldn't know you were
Oh my God,
there.
Chris.
Thank you, Granny.
Chris, yours is so good.
Okay, I literally can't
Carla.
even see Sammy, and it's showing me her on the board. I
No, my spot is like kind of wild. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Sam.
What?
That's fucking good.
Sorry.
How do
thank
you?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Do this.
Any
don't know,
content
dude.
creator's
I
natural
was weird in
reaction to
school, I
like
had a hobby
getting
as art.
any
A compliment.
praise. Sorry.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
think
sorry. Sorry.
Forget you are. Not forget, but you're an artist.
Oh, nice,
Whiskey,
Julia.
that's funny.
Why?
That's funny. That's funny.
Whiskey,
I'm
I
the woke
need
guy.
you to go back in the
Pretty
VOD
good.
and screenshot that because that was an all-timer for me. I was hooting and hollering.
Not good.
Why so serious?
I can't find Sammy.
You
Chris,
guys can't.
That's
Okay,
that one. I
no.
like it.
on
Oh, and you
my
won't.
monitor, it looks a lot worse
Bro.
than I think what you're seeing.
Oh, Sammy. Oh, yeah. That was
Yours,
the spot I used.
Caroline?
Oh,
Oh
did
my
you?
I
Yeah.
know what
can't really
Such a
what
good
I
spot.
realized is I have one monitor that's a lot lighter, so I look much more
Oh,
up.
also, Caroline, you see the red line on the floor?
Yeah.
So the hunters can't go closer than that.
Oh.
So they can't like get up close, so it makes it even harder.
Oh
I'm
no,
assuming someone's
Chris!
in here, not the other
Chris,
side.
that happened to me too.
Oh.
Chris!
That happened to
Wait,
me.
what happened?
What happened?
Nothing.
Oh,
we're all
no,
good.
he
Oh, okay.
No, we're good.
He totally just
Oh,
shot
Yeah, yeah,
me.
you said-
I
you
forgot
said-
that I was being
Wow.
hunted. I just got locked
I
into
was
the
trying
art.
to screenshot it because I was proud, and then it fucking goo.
I know you really can't.
Forgot we were in a
screenshot
game.
while
I just
you're
got
in
shot by
here.
fucking Peter Griffin.
Oh my god.
Not
Sam,
this.
You
Oh, that's really
recovered
good.
though, Chris. It's lined up.
Massive recovery, I think.
Massive
Wow, this one-
recovery
this
right there.
Hard.
Actually, you kind of look like a Lego.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Me? I look like a
Yeah.
lady?
Careful,
Yeah.
just careful.
It's just the head is like, you know.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Chris.
It's kind of hard to. I don't know what I would do.
Chris,
there.
yours is
Someone's
so,
in here,
I
right? I
can't even
want to
see
make
you.
sure I'm spending time in the right room.
I'm staring
Thanks.
at it.
The funny part is just the leg.
Band, I'm proud of yours as well. We cooked
You cooked. Look at you.
5 course.
Okay, the thing that I don't
I
understand is
just
how you
laughed,
guys get
actually.
all of these colors in so little time. Are you just kind of like?
know.
I know. I've been
Yeah.
painting the whole
Space
time.
and you
I've
click on
been,
every
I've been
color.
painting the whole
Yeah,
time.
Yeah.
No, they're crazy. They're crazy.
I keep
people.
painting
I
until I
also-
die.
I just figured
Are
out
we
the
in
eyedropper.
here?
You hold
Surely I-
spacebar and let it go. You don't press spacebar and let it go. You have to like hold
Oh,
it
maybe
over
that's
the
why.
color and then let it go. I
Right.
didn't know
Chris,
that.
I'm proud.
It's super
Sammy, are you
weird.
still
Dude,
I'm
W.
proud of this one.
I'm alive.
Ellie, that's
Alive.
crazy.
Sammy, see me.
Is,
give-
is
Oh,
I don't know,
actually
this room is
invisible.
fair.
You
Wait, the little face is
Oh, Ellie,
hilarious.
I
It's
like that.
invisible.
That's fun.
I tried to be.
Wait,
Oh,
it's
beautiful.
the,
No!
it's the
No,
smiler for
man.
that.
Julia, look.
Oh man, not the fact that.
I haven't
Oh
even got to look at
man.
that painting yet. There's so
Julia,
many.
you were right in
There's a
front of
ton,
me
Julia.
for 5 minutes. I got so many
Ah, that
points.
hurts.
Okay, I've
Wait,
been
Granny,
seeing
are
like
you-
this like black abyss in the paintings, and I didn't
Oh
get
my
to
God,
shoot
I
where
forgot
Sammy
I
was.
was
Sam,
I-
Caroline, you
Oh,
did a really
that was
good
so
job
good.
on the
I
legs.
made a third boob.
Wow, thank
for
you.
I was gonna
Ellie.
say, I thought it was like maybe
No.
like an Adam's apple or like a some. There's,
Oh my
That looks
God,
so
Carly,
cool.
you didn't move, right? That's where you were
No,
the
that
whole
was
time?
you were looking at me. It was
That's really
terrifying.
nice.
Oh,
that's
Sammy,
really
that's
nice.
the spot that
Oh
Crispy
my
was at the
God.
first game. I couldn't
Right,
see shit.
Crispy told me that. Told me that afterwards. It's
Yeah.
so funny. Oh my
Wait,
Yeah.
turn on infection. How do I turn on infection?
that's me because I'm making the
It's
thing.
a-
And
That's
all
supposed
I
to
do.
do that, yeah.
I love
Alright.
trying to
What
do
Yeah, infection's
something
okay.
fun.
have we done that you guys want?
Wait, that one was really fun.
Carla kept saying what, a pool? A pool?
Oh yeah,
or something?
pool. Pool's good.
Oh yeah, let's do
Oh,
pool. What's
pool. Oh wait, I'll do
We haven't done
one
it
more
yet.
if we do pool. I'll do one more if we do pool.
Yeah.
Okay, bet.
I'm gonna
Billy
do 2
Yards.
hunters. I don't know why it started with 1, but I'll do 2.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna hunt
And
this
I tried to-
time.
Oh, we
Okay.
need a new one.
Ooh.
Download.
Subscribe.
One more.
I
How
know.
many-
It's
Yeah,
like,
this
that
one
map
doesn't
is
have
hard as the hunter
How many levels?
because
are
there's
there?
so many paintings to look at.
How many levels?
It's a really big map.
Or
Mhm.
maps?
I
don't
like that
spending
one.
so much
Pools?
time on one painting because I
Yeah.
hear
No,
over
that
was
but
fun.
it's in the other room.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The vet
Oh,
hasn't gotten
shit.
back to me.
Hey Caroline, can I ask you a really embarrassing question? And this
Yes,
is gonna
darling.
sound so mean. You okay?
Oh god.
Well, now hold on.
You
a
seem
second.
you
Now
seem
wait.
like somebody
Easy
who
white
Okay, go for
chocolate.
it.
who you seem like somebody who wouldn't be able to whistle for some reason. You just give that vibe. Can you whistle?
Okay, hold on a
He was
second. I just
whistle
wanna-
checking everybody.
Funny.
Okay, first of all, let me take off my lip gloss.
Uh-oh, she's locking
Right?
in.
That's a factor.
Uh oh.
No, she said that she could do the
Hey.
like
Yeah,
dog
it
whistle.
like someone who has like a vibrato in their
Like, I wear
whistle.
lipstick. I can't whistle
Bro
right
said
now.
you can't whistle, and she said, "Bet, check this out."
Okay, hold on. My lips. There's
Ethan,
like
Ethan,
there's
Ethan,
20 layers of gloss on my lips.
Well, Caroline sings, right? Like she's gonna whistle.
She needs all the time she can get to do art. to distract her. Okay.
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
whistle.
I don't know. Okay, let me just say, hold on. It's not picking up on the mic. It's much louder, right?
Right.
Yep.
I believe you.
Ethan. Do press R and then do the starfish. Excuse me.
I actually am a really great whistler, and this is not showing off how
I believe
great
it.
I am at whistling. So.
I do believe you.
Starfish.
Wait, are you northeastern, Caroline?
Midwest.
Oh wait.
I know
Wait.
that's right.
Yeah.
How do you guys
Wow, I
always
thought, I thought only
know?
people from the Northeast could
Is
whistle.
it?
I can't whistle.
Shoot.
Yes, you can.
Imagine.
No, I can't.
Northeast.
Girl.
Girl, you could whistle. Come on.
Is that it?
Yeah, you nailed it, buddy.
Is it weird that I can't find a spot?
I can't do like the whole
No, same.
the
I'm
9
Chrisley.
thing.
Wait,
Ethan,
Carla, we're
where,
giving
where are you?
Christmas.
9
What, babe?
thing?
We're giving Christmas.
Yeah, we are for sure.
Wait, can I tell you
No?
guys something?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I was so mad at Will one day. He was just driving me nuts. And this man started whistling. I'm like, you don't whistle. Like, it was definitely one of those annoying things. Do you know what I mean? Where when you're already annoyed at someone and they're whistling,
Yeah,
Is
they're just
whistling
like
at
rage
you?
baiting you.
it
Yeah.
makes you feel
Marriage
homicidal.
is rage bait.
Early morning.
It really is. I was
No,
like,
you cannot
you are not a
believe
whistler.
it.
No. This is an annoying thing you're doing because I'm already annoyed at you right now.
That's so
I
funny.
just want to validate this experience that I had because
Yeah.
that's a
I'll
thing.
like sing sometimes like more than normal, and Shannon will be like, "Why are you singing?"
Oh, that's
My
That's
bad.
sucks,
so
man.
funny.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That sucks and
That's
it's
like, that's like
hilarious.
my bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, whistling is kind of random. It's like, hey, what are we? 80-year-old guys?
Yeah, no, seriously.
So
You're like,
true.
man, you're
so
breathing
true.
a lot today.
Hey, cut back the breathing, huh?
Can you stop breathing?
Can we
Okay,
oh
oh.
god, I'm getting caught, and I'm getting caught immediately.
No, you're not.
I have a cat on my
Wait.
lap.
I have an idea.
Carla, I was trying to get on your back.
Oh my god, get up.
Piggyback
Get
ride.
up.
I can't. I
Lock
can't.
in. Lock
Oh,
in.
God.
Lock in, queen.
Ethan, where the
Okay,
fuck
with
are you? I
Steve.
thought you were gonna be a
Perfect.
part of me.
Damn it.
Shit.
Lock
Oh,
in.
part of me is
Hey.
wild.
Oh,
Okay.
we're so cooked.
No,
This
you're
is about sweet.
fine.
Oh my god, was there
we're-
80 people here? Oh fuck.
I'm
Okay,
trying.
wait.
I'm trying to do something,
Is
Chris.
it 2 or 3?
Don't
Yeah, why
do
don't we do
things.
something together,
I'm
man?
trying to do something with
Oh,
my.
wow.
With
Don't
me.
do
It's
things.
too long
Nearly
now.
3. We back.
Or,
Nearly 7 hours.
short of
Wow, time's
time.
flown,
Oh my
guys.
God,
Short of
with
time.
me.
Okay, there we go.
Hello.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Oh fuck.
I hope you
There
remember
we
how to
go.
spell that word.
Oh, how do you spell it?
Okay, maybe this
I
was
can't remember.
not the move.
Chris, draw faster.
Wait, no, you.
Yep,
yeah.
yep, yep.
Shut the hell.
Ooh, okay. Carla, let's lock
Chris,
in.
I'm locking
really
in.
like you.
Okay, maybe this was not
really
the
bad.
move.
Sorry.
Carla.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god, that's
Oh,
so
you know
sad.
what? I really like it.
Did I spell it wrong?
Chris,
I was
I really
Oh,
liked
she's
it.
Oh my
I feel
god.
alright
Why
about
is everyone
that.
dying?
I really
feel
liked
alright
it,
about that.
man.
Really good, guys.
Would have worked if I had legs.
Oh, Crispy, that's good.
Nice.
Pith, fuck it.
Fuck it.
Stop.
Busted.
Bucket is hilarious.
Okay.
Carla.
Sorry.
Okay.
Wait,
yeah, Bant,
Caroline,
what
nice.
the fuck?
Caroline, wait,
not
that's
nice.
good. No,
No,
it's good. It's good.
not
It's
nice.
good. It's good.
No, I like
Trust.
it. It's
Trust,
Picasso.
it's
Stop
good.
it.
Wait, where's
No,
Sam? I
that's
can't find
it.
Sam.
Yeah, well.
Yes.
Julia,
Yeah,
I
Sam,
loved
why not?
it.
Hey, it's
Oh,
good
Sam,
though. Come
true.
on, what the hell?
No, you're right.
Oh no,
Hey, Ellie,
no,
you
that's
alive?
good. That's good.
Chris
Ellie's
is cute.
dead.
Ellie
Me?
got
No.
blasted right in
Thanks.
front of me.
I
I
was-
watched it.
I died.
Oh,
If I had legs, it would have worked out
Bant,
better.
if you don't get caught, I'm pissed
I have
off.
legs.
No, don't be pissed off yet.
No,
I'm
I'll
trying
be
to
pissed off if you
find
don't get
Bant.
caught.
Anyway, I just
If
started
you get pissed
blasting.
off, that's
I'm
real.
gonna
That's
get
real.
pissed off.
Team, Sam.
I'm
Sam.
getting pissed off. What?
Wait, Bant, Bant,
Ben,
can
you're
you
so
rotate?
funny.
Can you rotate
Team.
between them?
You just keep moving. That's so
These
funny,
are
dude.
coming together.
200 seconds, you know?
Fuck!
Oh, Caroline, nice.
I was like, oh, this is coming
Sam,
together.
Oh,
Bant, if you survive 10 gifted.
Oh, Sam, yours
Me?
is good.
From Ethan.
Thanks.
No,
wait, is
I didn't
Anthony
say
the
that.
only one left?
My
I
bad.
never said that.
No, there's
You're right.
4 left.
No, Bant,
No,
there's
Sam.
Sam,
Caroline still left?
Ethan.
Sam Crank in Bant.
Crank
And,
that.
Chris, I hate it when you call me crank. It
Oh,
makes me
no.
feel like.
It does it a
I
lot.
don't
Never,
know.
never
Frank
say
is
this
so
is
funny.
coming together.
I crack up. I crack
It's,
every time I
it's
do
like
it.
in a horror movie, and they're like, guys, I think we lost him. And comes in with like a
Who'd
knife
we
in the
lose?
head.
Crank.
Crank.
Oh, don't worry about
Guys,
him.
please.
Wait, oh my god, Crank is still cranking. That's crazy right now.
Real.
Crank
I'm
is
always.
cranking.
He's cranking.
I am.
Crank it!
Really.
I don't think you'll get found, honestly.
I think this is the
Fair,
first good
nice.
decision
That
I've
was
made.
good. That was
Nice,
good.
Carl.
That was real good.
Damn.
Wait, Bans, where were you?
I was in the seat. I was in the seat.
Oh, you were sitting down. Dude, I definitely walked
Oh,
right past
Crispy,
you.
you're
You did, you
good.
did.
Yours is really
oh,
good.
Ethan,
Crispy.
you're chilling.
It's only because of the angle.
I think I might be maybe.
No, I think you are. I think you're
you
chilling
will be
also.
fine. You will be very fine. I think.
Wait,
And they only have 2 more minutes.
Sam, is this your big
It's a
one?
long time. Man,
Honestly,
we could do
this
yoga
might be
all the
my
time.
big
This is a
one.
good one.
This is your big one, I think.
Yeah.
Hang
Oh,
on.
boy.
What's that?
I don't know why I'm not
my-
racking
oh my
up points
boy.
left and
I don't
right,
know.
but I guess
Yeah.
I'll just
Oh yeah.
fucking roll up in a
Smooth
ball
18 over there.
and go down a
Oh, wait,
hill.
Sam,
I
you're
have
still
I
in
have
it too? Oh my
3
God.
points.
Oh, yours actually works.
Big old stain on the IKEA
Thanks.
flag.
We're like the Bermuda Triangle over here.
You, bro, shut up.
True.
That is
Oh, it's
Wait,
too
Chris, are
good
you
to
live? Am I live or alive?
Alive.
Yeah.
Matter
You're
of
always
fact,
live.
both of those questions.
I guess.
Those little hanging red things look so good. I want to eat them.
Yeah, what are those,
Thank
like
you,
little
guys.
Doritos?
ain't no
It's funny how they're
peppers?
How come I only have?
drawn.
Yeah,
I
they're
only
like
have
drawn.
3 points.
They're like in-game drawn.
Oh god, I
I feel like I'm
want
going
them.
crazy.
Are we
Hey,
in
I
Russia?
didn't get gas the other
good.
day.
I'm
Are
so
we
mad.
in
That is
Russia?
So good. Are you fucking?
I just noticed the scoreboard.
No, it's Peter
It's
Griffin.
Sweden.
It's Cute
Or
Cat.
maybe-
It's
I died with 69
Something.
points.
Man, oh my god.
IKEA.
Something
Kind of
clear.
like threading the needle.
Yeah.
lame.
I was about to say it.
She's digging into every crevasse.
Oh my
Surgical
God.
with it.
Surgical with it.
Leave no
Carla, I
booty
feel
hole
bad for taunting
unturned,
you.
Carla.
Oh, nice!
Just
That's
like-
sick!
Oh.
That was amazing!
Oh, it's
Wow!
Dino hunting.
Wow.
That
That
was
was
so
an
good.
OP angle.
Wow, that was
That was my
great.
big one.
That was
Oh,
great.
good.
Crispy
That was
still up.
that was
Crispy,
really
yours
good
is
one.
really good.
Again, I think it's just the angle.
5,
It's like,
Christie's
4,
is so good.
3,
oh,
That's
Uh,
incorrect.
Oh,
17,
Wait,
16.
wait,
Anthony's still alive, or did he get killed?
Oh, he died a
It's
long
hard
time
to
ago.
There's no
I,
Can we
way.
talk
Ethan-
about the
when you're
logistics
spectating, 'cause
of
everyone's still there.
how the shelves are in this weird little like trough that like that would definitely fill up with water? So why logistically
Oh,
is that like that?
Oh yes.
Nice job,
Nice.
Ethan.
Where were you?
I did
Oh
something
my
for once.
God.
Oh wow.
I
it
mean,
was just the angle. It was
Whoa.
just the angle.
No.
Guys, go, down the, go
Yeah.
by the shelf. Go by the shelf.
What shelf?
That's me.
Look at that.
Wait, oh my god, Ethan!
Where?
I did it. I did something good
Where?
for
I can't
once.
see.
We did it.
Really
Oh,
good.
wow.
So good at
The
finding
two
people in
game
this
plays.
game.
Oh, I
Every
knew
time
you were
Hunter,
there and I
I'm
couldn't
the
prove
two
it.
game plays.
The
Caroline,
two
it's, I'm the
game
same.
plays.
I miss
Nice.
people constantly.
Nice.
I don't know how people find
Chris,
can we
that's
run
really
that one
sweet of
back?
you.
So good.
I like that map.
I do love
I'm
seeking.
unfortunately
you
gonna
out.
leave, guys.
with
Yeah.
Hunters.
Thank you so much, though. Y'all are great.
Crispy.
Good game.
Bye, Crispy.
Y'all have a good
Dog.
night.
Crispy, stay.
Bye.
No,
Bye.
Crispy,
And
stay.
I gotta pack.
Crispy, if you leave, there goes the most beautiful set of eyes in the
If I
phone.
leave, everything will keep going. All right.
Not
Crispy,
true.
come on.
Call back.
I'm gonna
No,
combust
you're
without
the
Yeah,
you.
W call back. All right, good night,
Yo,
guys.
Can I do?
Good night.
Can I do a very
Bye.
quick
Hey, wait a minute.
PRB? A very quick
Absolutely, yeah.
PRB.
Yo, Ethan, have a good night, dude.
Do you want to hunt?
Ethan, have a good night, man.
No,
we're
it's a quick PRB.
Oh, you guys want to do Simpsons?
Do you want to be
How
a
many more?
hunter with
How many
me?
more do we think we're doing?
I haven't done that one.
I'd be down to do like maybe like 2 to 3 more.
I agree.
Yeah, 2 is
Sam,
good.
would you like to be? Would you like to?
Yeah,
hunt
1.5's fair.
Would I what?
Do you want to
yeah.
hunt with me?
Yep,
Chris is
I'll hunt with
hating
you.
What'd you
Just
say?
letting you know.
I said Chris
I'm
is hating
so
it because
bad.
he said one more.
No, I believe you.
No, I'm down for 4 more. But I'm just different.
I stole my mysterious
believe
barrels
me?
and try to pull what's the
Bro's gonna
problem.
load up Overwatch if everybody leaves.
No shot.
Let
No,
him.
I'll get off when we're finished with Mecca. We'll get Mimi sorted. She's been on my lap most of the stream, actually.
I believe you.
Is anyone else on TikTok on that side? The southern, the Alita Beta Boda Bud.
Yes,
Jadar
Lena
Pumpkin
Beta
just
Bota.
resubbed for
And
16
people
months.
are parodying like Facebook middle-aged divorced women with
Hakuna.
the filter on their face singing it. Oh god.
Lena Beta Bota Butt.
Alita Beta Boda Bud.
Jada, thank you for
Can't say no
16
to
as well. Oh my god.
God, I want to go
Oh,
to the
well,
South.
That's
just
Fair.
doesn't look at
I want to sing
She
there.
is a little sleepy
can
girl.
sing
I
it
want to go to
anywhere.
Walmart. Someone take
Ooh,
me.
what?
Wait, Granny, you said that
never
you're
been?
moving to New York.
Yes, I am.
That
I'm
that
so
wasn't a
excited
bit.
for you.
I'm gonna.
Vet isn't
I'm gonna come
responding
and
to
visit.
me.
I need an excuse to come back to New York. Wait,
Yes, I
Chris,
can
you're
have a
so
guest-
close to
guest
New
on the
York. I can
stream.
come back. Chris,
I'll
what if I
take you
came
on.
back
I'll
to
take
New
you
York?
to all all the places where New Yorkers shop, like Times Square.
I've only
even
been there
realize-
once, and it was recently.
Little sleepy
Oh, it's
cattle.
a gag. I love it. I love New York.
Nixon-
There-
Nixon
there's
5?
no place like it.
Okay, man. Bold prediction.
I've only been for like one day.
Maybe.
Me and Chris and Sham went for one day.
No, come back. I'll
Same.
take you on a tour of the world.
Okay.
Wow.
I believe you. I trust you.
I'll come back
I
when
wanna go to
Sam's back and we
North
can have a
Coast.
girls trip.
I met
Oh, I'll
met
take you on
Andrew
a-
Scott when I was there, and I went.
Oh my god.
And I'll take
Okay,
Sam to
Irish fella.
Bangladesh.
I can take you to like a drag night or something. Is we're gonna go like a drag show.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Concrete Bangladesh where
Oh.
dreams are made of.
Danny, are you only
$1
moving so you can have
Free
better ping?
Bangladesh.
That's a good point.
Better ping.
Yeah.
Live on top
Where's
of
it?
the server.
I would love to go and live in New York for like 3
Oh,
months.
let's do it.
I think that'd be
Guys,
so
come to
it.
Sydney, Australia.
Guys,
months.
content house.
Let's all
New
do.
York
Let's do
City.
a New York arc for maybe like
Yeah, let's arc
a
it.
year.
Yeah.
Guys, let's get a
What if we
3-day
all
arc.
just
house.
picked a random place that no one lives?
Oh my
like
god, so
Arkansas?
random.
Dayton,
Let's come to
Ohio.
Australia.
North
Oh my god, that'd be
Dakota.
crazy,
Oh,
guys.
Australia.
Let's come
What
to
if we all went
me.
to North Dakota?
No.
Exactly. Let's go to
Tallahassee,
Oh my god, I
Florida
love
would be
Sydney. I think I've
amazing.
heard good things.
I've
Oh,
been
really?
to Sydney.
Jackson.
I was
Well,
there
come
in
back and
2018.
visit. Come back and visit my
I was there in
cat.
2018.
You guys, the game
was I?
for Nick's game for when we were in New York was truly one of the craziest things. I didn't even go to the game, but the energy was
Alexandra.
So, it was
Come to
so
Mount Druitt.
vivacious.
I am
kidding.
so.
I saw you chill with Matt.
Matt Bernstein. Yeah, it's my buddy.
Yeah. Also, wait, Ethan.
Yeah,
Sorry.
he's
Hi,
he's
but I'm on my
amazing.
way. Come to Wollongong.
Oh, I didn't have anything crazy to say. I was just gonna say that the sense of community right now in
Yes.
New York makes me
It's-
so
yeah.
jealous.
Yeah, they got their mayor.
Ugh.
Did you
their
see
fucking
Mamdani's
their
speech
sports
today?
teams.
Mamdani
Yes, I
is
did. I watched
thriving.
Donnie's speech.
Dude,
Alright,
his speech was
fine.
so
Go
good.
Saturday.
Let's go to
We
Wollongong.
went to
Go
we went and-
Saturday.
Yeah.
We went and watched the game for it at a gay sports bar, and afterwards there were like young, skinny gay guys doing pull-ups on the
We call
street
those
signs,
twins, Caroline.
and one and one was like using a street sign as a stripper pole. It was madness and beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Slay.
That's New York.
Happy Pride,
They
everybody.
do.
I think maybe that's also just New York in general. Like I don't
Yeah,
think
Gr-
that-
Granny's moving there
I
for that
don't-
reason, apparently.
Oh god.
Yippee!
Grandmother of
Donnie's
gays.
so cool.
Coming out of retirement.
I'm so excited. Oh
Brad,
god.
It's
yes.
New York
Take me to Hell's
City.
Kitchen.
Doesn't
New
take
York.
much.
Chinatown's
Are we
awesome.
waiting for anybody?
I don't think
Is
so.
anybody
no.
Julia, I think.
It was Ethan,
Um,
I think.
it was
Yeah, it was
Ethan.
it was
Oh.
me. So.
Okay, cool.
I think everyone's
Everyone's
here.
Yeah.
Ellie, are you here?
Oh, whoops.
Where the hell is she?
Concrete
Are we
jungle.
gonna get
Wimbledon.
Wet dream.
Oh.
Just making
I
sure
guess
everyone's
we'll
here.
know, 'cause
I'm gonna
people are
use
downloading
Axel's
Simpsons.
spot
The Simpsons.
and see if it works.
Carla, this is your
Like,
land.
we all
Yay.
started seeing the Simpsons.
Homie.
One thing about Australia, they love The Simpsons.
Carla,
Yeah.
you remind me of
Every
Mark
Australian I've
Simpson.
met loves
Oh,
The
thank you.
Simpsons.
Oh,
I want to go to a
homie.
drag show soon.
Oh,
I've
go.
never been to one.
You've never been to a drag show?
Same.
I know.
Okay,
Same.
first of all,
I've also never been to a drag
Okay.
I'm a piece of shit. I'm a piece of shit.
Caroline,
I
I'm
want
actually
to.
a little disappointed in you on behalf of Sam. How have you not brought Sam to a drag show?
I have a bajillion people around me who have never taken me, and I feel at this point something's wrong with me. Like, why won't you take me? Somebody take me. Somebody take me to a
How did
drag
this
show.
become about
Are
me?
you
Well, you're
leaving me at home for a
free.
reason? Am I a liability?
Yes.
I mean, definitely, yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
You'll
okay.
say something.
Absolutely.
Joey, I was thinking it. I was thinking
Should I
it.
stay here? Or should I move?
Joey, can we stack?
No, we can't stag. Get lost.
What? Ah, fuck it.
I'm not a foe. I'm not a foe. I'd have fun.
It's giving foe.
I'm not a foe.
You're
I'd have a
not
good
a foe.
time.
Oh, not the food.
She's a foe.
I'm
I'm
not.
saying
I'm
it.
not.
Wait.
We'll get shy maybe, but you know.
No. You're
A drag
outgoing.
brunch,
Come on.
Sam, you'd like. It'd be fun.
Okay.
I'll drag you to
Okay.
drag brunch one of these days.
Okay.
Yeah, Chris, totally.
Oh my god, yes.
Yeah, dude.
For sure, man.
Sounds good.
All right, whatever.
And tip the girls.
Yep.
Yes.
Sam, you know who would love to drag you to drag brunch is Austin Show.
Yeah, I
Yup.
know that. Why hasn't it happened? I'm pissed off at him.
Does he live
Oh,
there in New York?
Sam,
LA, I think.
I have a
LA.
proposition for you.
Who?
Okay.
Me?
You go to
Yes.
one, you stream it.
Okay.
No,
Yes.
no.
No.
My proposition for you is like 2 years ago I did a drag video, and I've been trying to do a part 2 where I do an actual drag show, but I want to get other people to do it with me. Do you want to do it? And I'd
going
like
to my first drag show, but I'm
could be a
in
drag
it.
you're in the drag show, and I
That's
would pair you up with a queen, and then
Seems important.
They'd show you how to do everything.
Yeah, I don't know what to
that
do.
seems important.
God, I would love to do that.
Seems like a
That would be
big,
fun.
Okay, then
big
go.
ask.
You know
Fine.
what the hell? Why not?
Good.
Could be the move.
Good.
Could be the
If you
move.
say no, then that's it.
You know what? What the hell ever.
What the hell ever?
What the hell?
No? Okay,
ever.
okay, I'll move.
That's right. You're so right. I've done something bad. Oh,
Okay.
Banth, you're right.
Low
in
key,
that.
I think I might have slayed a little bit.
Banth, I'm stealing your idea.
Wait, Sam, I thought you were being a hunter.
Oh, I
Now I
forgot.
gotta- now I gotta
Sorry, my
hunt
bad,
you
my bad,
down?
my bad. Sorry,
Okay.
my bad. I'm a piece of shit. I'm a piece of shit. I'm a piece of shit.
You're the first one I'm starting.
Sorry, I'm a piece of
Jennifer, I
shit.
love this outfit. Is that wait? Is Caroline
Oh,
Jennifer?
thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Whiskey? That's a reel. That's a reel right there. Start filming.
All right, I'm back.
I love your bikini.
Oh, thanks.
Oh God.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Tom, which one's right?
What in hell?
I
Oh,
undefined.
I've
I
done.
just heard moaning
Oh,
for 5
oh,
seconds straight.
I'm away! I'm
Whiskey.
away!
I was hyping you up.
Oh,
It's okay.
God.
Oh, okay. I had to deafen because I couldn't focus.
I'm
and I've been
screwed.
Wasting
No,
my
that's
time
okay.
entertaining.
That's
Okay.
I said that
I
you should
feel
start
good about
recording
this
for
one.
your reel.
Fuck.
Mm.
feel okay about this.
Something.
Not from this angle.
Getting, okay, this is gonna be the game where I do.
Ethan,
Oh,
my-
Carla, I like it.
I fucked up, and it was the last
Sammy,
second thing.
oh
I'm
my
Band, that's a real. That's a real
It
band.
was really bad. It was really bad.
Is it?
I'm so
That's a real.
sorry.
Yep, Bant, that's
What
her
a
real.
silly
Sammy,
idiot.
yep, Sammy, that's her real.
Oh.
What else we got?
This map is kind of difficult.
Wait, is that
Ellie, that's
Sam?
a real.
Sam, that
Chris,
is
that's a real.
iconic.
Really?
Everything's a fucking real at this point, guys. Gee.
Chris, that's a real.
Do you guys make your own reels?
Julia. Like I can't even see Julia.
Oh, I thought that was someone.
I
Do you
can't even
guys,
see
do you
who
guys
this
make your
is.
own reels, or do you have somebody do
I
it?
do, yeah.
Ethan,
I make
please.
mine.
Ethan, please.
Yep.
Hey.
What do you mean, Ethan? Please, it's a question.
Ooh,
I
Julia,
like saying
nice.
please.
I'm not allowed to
shaking
ask
in
questions
my
anymore.
boots.
Oh, okay. Guess I'm
Please,
not allowed to
Maria.
ask
Never-
questions. Jesus.
Never
Christ.
mind.
Whiskey, where are you?
Wait. Oh,
Oh.
nice.
Don't worry
Oh.
about it.
Caroline is cooking. Oh my
I'm
god.
actually, for the first time, cooking.
Something has
Usually I can't
changed
find
within you.
anyone. Something
Oh,
is not the same.
Chris, you scared
Sam,
me.
And
That's
I know you're
so
sick of
cute,
playing by
Sam.
those.
Yeah,
Like,
I
you
can
actually-
actually.
I
Well,
jumped
actually, I
a
can't
little.
say what I'm about to say, but you know
I
what
was
I
a
mean.
Tool vibe.
Yeah,
Oh, there's a whole
yeah,
thing?
yeah.
Wait, Sammy, that's a real.
Thank you.
Going
man.
up-
Thank you.
Oh, Whiskey, that's
I
a
didn't
real.
know-
I can't even.
That's a real.
Ellie, that's crazy.
Guys, tonight was an
I can't even
Instagram
POV
reel.
whiskey.
Sammy, how the hell did you get in there?
Tonight was an Instagram
Oh,
reel.
that's
It's so
funny as
accurate.
fuck.
Walked right in.
Oh, that's good. That should have been this free.
People need to see
Oh,
that
Sam,
more.
that is so good. That's a TikTok.
Thanks.
Oh, whiskey, nice.
That's a
Oh,
YouTube
yeah,
short
that's a
right there.
That's a Facebook story.
Oh,
It's a
Man.
fake.
Is that what
LinkedIn
call it?
employment
I've got
update,
it.
bro.
Find short.
Sam
That's awesome.
so badly.
Guys, that's a Snapchat.
That's Snapchat.
Oh yeah, did you see? Did you see Twitch is allowing the share?
Yeah,
to
you can
Snapchat
export
now?
straight to Snapchat. I was
Finally, dude, I've been
like,
asking
like,
for that for years.
I've been begging for
Finally.
this.
Thank
who is
God.
doing that?
Sam, yours is fun.
Wait, oh,
Wait, Anthony, what
Damn
are they
it.
doing?
What?
What did you
Export
say
to
they're doing?
Snapchat.
You can export clips now straight to Snapchat.
Yeah.
What? Like, why would you?
Caroline, why are you
do that?
mad and in a
course.
bikini?
wait, you
real.
just, oh,
Me
Oh, there was an upstairs, bro. I
I
threw.
can see you, yeah.
did you just give away your?
I didn't know
location?
that there was. an
No,
upstairs
because I'm
either.
on free cam, so I'm just following you around.
Oh,
Oh shit.
forgot.
No, I'm not Marge
Gonna wipe
Simpson.
her
Sammy,
nose
are you like
again
not
after
in the
stream.
map? Like where are you?
No, I am. I just walked right in.
I don't
Maybe that's why he
understand.
has
Oh,
Door was open.
Julia,
Door was open.
Julia,
shit.
yours
I-
was good.
Someone
That's
moved
crazy.
close by.
I
I'm
wouldn't have seen
pissed
you.
off.
Sam, it's over for you.
Oh my god, that is
This,
not
this
real.
map's nice. I like this map.
Sammy's is so funny.
It's not over.
Yeah, I do like this map. Oh, Sam, that's good. That's a
Fuck.
that's a VHS tape. I
Real.
like it.
Nice.
Wait, so there's an
No,
upstairs?
VHS tape.
Oh shit. Oh,
Is
shit.
that-
What the hell?
I could not tell with these freaking whistles.
Weasels?
The wheat woos? Is that
Weasels?
what you call them?
Weezer and the Beatles combined.
Sammy, I cannot get over that. That is so funny.
This is a CD.
Thank you, thank you.
Did I not get someone?
Come on.
Ah.
I knew
Pissing
you were
me
in
off.
this shelf. I got your ass.
Yeah, walk away.
Oh, this is a
Yeah.
loud room in here.
You know what? I'm gonna
You know
shoot
what? Your
you again.
bikini's on only the front. You didn't even bother drawing it on the back.
Granny, I was the rat in
Scared
the
me.
Stop showing the spot where my dead body is. Go away.
Who's still alive even?
Whiskey.
It would have been me.
Julia.
Whiskey, yours is
I'm
so fucking
sad
good.
my body
bro.
moved because I thought I wasn't locked
Whiskey's
on.
is so funny.
Oh, that
I
is
think that's
really
the best
good.
he's ever done. That
No,
is such a
literally
goated
ever.
Spot.
No, that's good.
Thanks.
Come on,
Let me
Granny.
see. Let me see. Oh,
I never say it to your
The
face.
whistle.
It's no, that's Joe over there.
That's Joe.
I can see where he is. Where is Whiskey?
When you like to know.
Somewhere
Even though
that
you're a
way.
hider. Like, I'm being.
Wow, Grady. Wow. Oh, what a find.
Wow.
Oh my god, and my
Holy
wrist is
shit.
red.
Granny,
Now.
that's
Good
that was
guy.
Your
solid.
big
That
one
is-
there. That
That is
good.
very
That was
well
good.
done.
That was
is
nice.
very well
Amazing.
done.
Oh my god, you were the headboard.
That's
Get
funny.
it? Oh, I love that.
Can we do it again?
How did
This
you?
is-
Yeah,
Yeah.
this one's cool.
Oh, Granny,
Oh,
you're
This
incredible.
one made Chris happy.
Granny,
Grandmother.
that's why she's grandmother.
And that's why I
Oh,
stirred
tossing
Sammy,
out
I
the
really
reel 'cause I
liked
got
yours. Your little
Thank
mouse
you.
and or a rat.
Thank you.
I
I
got
got
the
little
rat
rat in the
and I
bed.
got Sam.
Ratatouille.
Oh, shut up. Ratatouille.
I'll volunteer for Hunter.
I'll be Hunter.
Hey, Sam, is
Because I
that
said I
part
was
of
gonna
your-
say it, do it last time, and then I fucking lied.
Okay, I have an idea.
Is that gonna be a part of your tip?
I either am gonna paint myself into a painting like Marge, 'cause I think that's funny, or in Maggie's crib there was a orange pillow, and I could be another orange pillow. Let me see if it works. It might not. Let's see. Whiskey. Girl. Wait.
Maybe I'll do something cool then.
Oh, I was
Metallic.
deafened. Sorry,
Go
Whiskey.
silver.
You made me
Big.
laugh.
Yeah, I was
Sammy,
about,
Carl, I don't
to
think I heard
say
you
that.
talk in like 15 minutes.
Sorry.
Silver.
That's fine.
Wait, Carl, this is
Wow,
tough. How the hell did
isn't
we do
this
this?
cool?
I believe.
Silver
This is
and
really
gold.
hard.
I believe.
Silver and gold.
Do you guys like gold jewelry or silver jewelry?
I'm silver girl.
Depends on the outfit
Dude,
that I'm wearing.
sometimes.
I'm kind of gold. I used to not like gold at all. Now I'm like all gold everything.
Gold it up, Sam. Have you ever done a color analysis?
No, but
Oh, I
I'm
wanna
pretty
do
sure
that.
I'm all warm colors. Which, like, I always used to try to make my hair like cool toned, and then I was like, "Nah," and then I went warm tone, and I went, nah, this is it.
Carl, it's so bad.
Oh, okay. Wait.
It's so
No,
bad.
no, no, no. We got this. We got this.
I'm not quite sure about it.
It's so bad.
No, yours looks good. What the hell?
You know what? I'm already loving
Ah!
Chris,
You
look
got
at
your
your feet.
It's so
enough.
obvious.
Don't worry about it.
It's so obvious.
I am
Silver and gold.
locked in.
Silver and gold.
I hate it. I hate it. It's a funny concept in theory, but I don't like it anymore.
Oh, okay.
All right.
You guys got a favorite flavor of jelly bean?
Bro.
Oh, sorry.
really.
Sorry, I'm trying to bring the room together.
Yeah, tell him, Sam.
Sorry. Yeah, you kind of.
This is awful.
You tell him, baby.
I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out.
Oh
I'm,
my
I know, I'm gonna panic.
I'm panicked.
Don't panic.
Oh, no,
You're cool. You're
Panic.
good. Probably.
Not cool at all.
Anthony, what the-
Definitely not cool.
I'm gonna find you.
Grady, Grady, stop! Grady, stop! Grady, stop!
Caroline, how was Luke Evans
Can
in
you
the
ju-
Broadway show?
Oh my god, he's unbelievable.
I
Sammy,
watched a
that
little
is
thing.
fucking
I think it was like
funny.
Vogue or something following
can't
him
fucking
around
view
for the day.
anything.
and I
My
was
game's
like,
broken.
This
Oh
fun.
my god. Fuck.
Oh, it's
He's-
Simpsons.
Somebody's flashing.
Amazing.
Again.
There you go.
I'm out for blood.
Oh, Julia.
God,
Sorry, man.
so broken,
You
bro.
don't get any Neapolitan ice cream.
Man, I'm so sorry, but clear as day.
Wait, Sammy. I was just literally about to ask you, where are you?
Bro.
I want to be kind of silly.
What Oh, hey, what's up? Sorry,
Oh my
Grant.
god.
No.
Let me catch up.
Oh my god.
Sammy,
This is not.
I'm pissed off. Y'all giggling. I don't
Sammy,
know
where
what's
are
up.
you?
This
Why
is
are you guys
not
laughing so
cool.
much about it?
Carla, I'm losing my mind.
Definitely.
I'm
I know.
losing-
Same.
Oh my god,
happening
that's
around
That's
here.
why not.
Every time I come, I'm like, I'm gonna.
Yeah?
Carla, yours is so good, bro. Yours is perfect.
No,
I
mine's
don't
so
even
bad.
wanna talk anymore.
Mine is, please look at mine. It's so
No!
Oh,
No, go
Carla.
Oh, bitch. Oh, bitch, lock in.
Oh no.
Nah, they
I'm
locked,
joking.
bro. I'm fumbling. That's
Oh my
crazy.
God.
Chris, what are you doing?
Fuck.
Seems
my
like
God,
there's a lot of
Carla.
stuff going on behind the
Chris.
scenes.
What?
Nothing. Chris.
Chris,
What?
Chris, that's crazy.
Chris.
Oh my god, that's
Must be
scary.
something. Guys,
Quick,
what are we
I gotta-
doing?
I gotta see yours.
Hey, what are we doing, man?
Sammy, yours is
I don't remember
insane.
Christy
Sammy,
having
yours
such
is
a
crying.
phone.
Ah! Get him!
Oh,
Please!
Oh my god. Oh,
You got him, right?
Oh man, hold on.
Wow.
Yeah, what do we
Wow.
what do we got going on?
Julie, that's
here?
smart.
Thank you.
Bro, no, I gotta start doing that.
There's no way
That's
this
hey, come
fucking
on,
shit
let's-
Okay,
works.
that one. Very good.
Sammy, what's
Very
going
good.
on, guys?
This one,
Whiskey,
very
that
good.
This
is no way
this
this
is
works,
a
bro.
really weird map.
It's so bad, bro. It's so bad. I'm losing my fucking mind.
Did I,
There's
have
no
I seen you?
way.
Oh my god, Whiskey.
Also,
Not even-
also without the paintings, it's just it looks way worse when you think about it. Like without the.
Oh yeah, Whiskey. It looks like you have a
you
great
might just
big,
have to enter the
yeah.
room.
I don't know how I haven't seen a singular person. I'm
Oh my
so
God.
mad.
You haven't yet?
Oh.
Have I been putting in all the work?
Oh, husband and wife down.
What the,
Girl.
what the hell is
Oh,
that?
sandwich.
Double homicide.
That was crazy.
Oh, man.
Double homicide, that, come on.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Nice.
Julia,
Come on.
that's one of your best.
Oh god.
Wow.
Jennifer, that's kind of you're
Thank you.
Julia's
Mine
at
was
one of the
so-
best.
No, it was
huh?
so funny.
That was
Whiskey.
so funny.
I love it.
Oh my
It's-
god.
It's a simple one. I didn't use my artistic
No,
skills,
it's
but it is
genius,
sneaky.
Julia. I like
Wait,
it.
that's Slay. Look at
Who's
that.
still left? Oh, that's really good.
Sammy,
That's
I
really
like
good.
your your
Oh
thing.
my god.
I would prefer not to comment.
Ellie, that was my one I was gonna do, but I decided to do fuck ass.
Dude,
It's
it was
beautiful.
my backup.
It was beautiful.
Oh, that's really good.
Who's this?
I'm getting lucky.
Whiskey, half of your body sticking up out of the ground. So
There's
funny.
no
With
way.
the face.
Dude, it was. Yeah.
Oh wait,
Look
that's
at-
so funny. Wait, look at us.
Oh, just sitting down. Yeah.
What the shit?
I'm
Sam, are you all right right now?
No, I'm just
I love this. I love this.
What the hell?
So bad.
oh my god. There's if I make this,
I think this is my favorite map.
this is
It's a funny one.
Caroline, that's wild.
That's so
I cannot
good,
believe
dude.
that.
Dude, it
No
started off.
way.
It started off as the worst shit
Okay.
I've ever done.
Oh my
For
God.
sure, they're in the
Oh.
garage. 100%.
For sure. Girl.
I'm in the refrigerator.
Your walls.
Literally in the
seconds.
wall.
Yo, this
Literally.
actually,
Oh,
I act.
Julia.
Wow,
Okay.
I
Fuck.
actually might pull this off.
Oh, I'm pissed. Now I'm pissed.
Oh my God.
Hi,
Frank.
Julie is real.
Get 'em
Oh.
banned. Get 'em banned. We don't do that
Oh,
here.
now I'm pissed.
Julia, this is going platinum.
I'm looking at
Oh.
you right
Where?
now.
You're looking at me right now?
Right now.
Where?
Oh my God, you shot.
Julia, yours was so good.
You
Wait,
literally
you're
sat
looking.
beside
You
her.
can't. You're not.
Where?
Caroline,
where
that's
are you?
Hey,
bullshit.
Beth,
This
nice.
one's impossible.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Nice.
Caroline.
Okay,
Very
you
well
died. Never
done.
mind.
Wow.
Okay, wait.
Wow.
right
Where's,
in front
where's
of your
Ellie?
very eyes.
Oh,
Where's Ellie
that's
at?
bullshit.
I got sent to Shadow Realm.
Oh,
can't
Ellie,
believe
yours
that.
is
Ridiculous.
really good.
It
Really
literally
good.
looks
Oh,
like
I'm
a
gonna miss it. I'm
haunted
gonna miss
doll.
it. I'm gonna miss it. Oh, I missed it.
Hair on the back.
Wow.
Oh.
That was really
That's a solid
excellent.
spot.
That was good.
Great round.
All right, let's do the family
That's
guy
fun.
map.
A fun little
Excellent.
map.
I don't know if there's a Family Guy map.
Can you put the Malcolm in the Middle map on, please?
Breaking
I
Bad
honestly
map.
Can't believe I can't
Yeah,
believe I
sure,
pulled that off.
There's a Breaking Bad map?
Sometimes
know.
the ones
No,
that
they're
seem-
Julie, we're just saying
Got her
nonsense.
hopes up.
They're
sometimes the ones
damn
that
it.
seem like total shit end up being
Yeah.
The fun ones.
All right, LG for me.
possible.
LG as well.
We could do,
LG.
For this
Girl,
one.
let's
after
do
that
this one.
masterpiece? Come
We did
on.
this one at the beginning, and I think it's pretty fun. The Four
Alright.
Rooms one.
Yeah.
It's
Let's
just
do
like a
it.
lot.
Oh,
one?
okay.
4 rooms.
Had to catch a recovery. Oh my God, Wheezy, I
They
can't
should do,
believe
like a
that.
Alice in Wonderland one. Or like
When it moves, it's scary as
good
hell.
idea.
or
Alice
beach.
in Wonderland is fun.
Wait, Sam, have you done the Minecraft map?
The beach that makes
There's
you
a couple
old.
of them, yeah. You guys having any yummy drinks lately? Okay.
Wow.
Oh, this one.
Oh,
wow.
there's-
Look at this one.
Oh. Oh.
We're finding everyone
Okay.
no problem.
Okay.
Yeah, this one's.
I'm super bad at
Okay.
Hmm.
Damn it.
No.
Damn it.
My vision
Hmm,
ain't
if
what it
I
used to
was
be.
thinking, like, if I were Haas, what would I do?
Get hacked on Discord.
Well, yeah. I'm glad. Part of me is like, he took one for the team being
Mhm.
me, because I click links.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
a link,
it's actually
I'm a link
shocking.
clicker.
Yeah.
I've told this story before, but when I worked at Sony, this was after the
You worked
Sony
at
hack.
Sony?
I did, yeah.
did not know that.
I worked in international production, but it was after the Sony hack, so they implemented a lot of like IT shit where they would send you phishing scams, and if you fell for it, then IT would visit you, and I fell
No
for
way.
every
Oh.
single
Not the
one.
trap.
They
Oh,
just
yeah.
keep sending you, but they're like, dude, you have
They
to.
they would come over and they'd be like, Miss Kwan.
It'd be like literally it just said
Fucking
free money
pancake. Maybe I
click here.
can
Like you
do
have to be
something
better.
else.
You'd run into the IT office and say, guys, I just got $100 for free. And they'd be like, Caroline, you're gonna want to
I
sit
got
down for
Apple
this.
gift cards for everyone in here.
Hi,
You guys are gonna be
Panda.
so excited.
Lunch is on me, guys.
How are you? I think am I muted? Yeah, the floor's good
Okay.
because no one looks properly.
With all the places tied. Okay, well, let's see.
Maybe.
Okay, well, let's get to work.
Let's get to work.
Get to work. Jesse, it's time to cook.
Jesse!
I like that everyone's quiet because they're painting.
Yo, Mr. White.
Hey, that was good.
Thank you.
Wait, Sam. Wait, who just did that?
What? Not
What?
me. I don't.
Oh, I thought that was you.
No.
You did give Sam for a second.
Thank you.
Yeah, it did.
That was my favorite Australian Carla.
Middle by whatever.
I already consider Granny a native New Yorker, so.
Yeah.
No one
New York.
opens the door but a native New York. Here I go.
Wait, that's a classic Granny.
I play that every
regret
time.
the spot a little.
You do it all the time.
I do
No
it
worries.
every damn time.
Every damn time there, Grandpapa.
Every damn time.
Every damn time.
Oh, this whole thing is bad.
My voice just cracked and I'm 35. Anyone else?
hell?
Sorry.
You're only
my
35.
Me all the time. Me, my life.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, why?
Sometimes it be like that.
Also, hey, why do I get a pimple still? Hey, what's up?
Oh yeah.
Speak on that. Speak on that.
Chris, what kind of face wash you rocking in 2.6?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Water.
Maybe that's why.
Oh, face wash? Oh, I use snail mucin.
What did you think I said? Snail mucin is not a wash. It's like a after.
Oh, and also like
Goddamn, he's
soap
bad.
and
That goddamn
face
bad.
wash.
All right, we gotta lock in.
I use a white bottle with a red knob.
Mine is really bad, guys. Mine is really
I'm
awful.
gonna keep it a buck. I'm just now starting to paint. Yeah, take me out.
Yep.
Oh, really? Okay, sure. I don't know. You know what? I'll just back to business, I guess.
What Shan said, Thayers.
Thayers. Okay. I'm familiar.
Okay.
Why
It's
is
good for
mine
the beard.
so
You gotta
shiny?
moisturize
Oh my
the
God.
skin underneath the beard.
I don't
You
know.
should go beardless, Loki.
Nah, I look
I
weird
think
as fuck.
if you shaved your beard, I'd like be uncomfy kind of.
Yeah,
I
I
wouldn't
would
have any
be kind
friends.
of distraught.
Who is this?
Sorry, Ben.
Hey, girl.
Did I die?
Get your ass.
Quite sure about this.
Uh.
It's getting worse.
It's fucking worse.
It's getting worse.
You
Bro, you stuck
never
out so
take
much.
me to Bangladesh. You never-
Mine is shit straight from a fucking ass.
Okay, well,
I've got to be honest.
Okay.
And I think you
feeling bad for
know.
shit from an ass.
I really
an ass.
feels.
That one's fun.
To be left outside
Honestly,
alone.
maybe not from far away.
Oh my God,
Both are doing
Sam.
the sign off.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Sometimes simple is
Ellie,
what's the most
you
effective.
deserve 100 gifted.
Lighters. Thank you.
100 gifted.
I'll contribute 50 of those.
100?
Oh yeah, if that
Come on,
works,
put your money where your
I'm
mouth
all the
is.
you
bits I
should
donated
And
get
it
are
already
100
did.
gifted.
And it already did.
Wow,
100 gifted right
I'm
now.
obsessed.
Is it any good? Is it believable?
No, but I think it's
Super.
gonna work.
Alright, well,
My bad.
Ellie,
Man,
somebody
there's
walked
no one
right
over
up to
here.
you and stared at you.
Chris,
And left.
Chris.
turned around. So I'll take it.
Fuck. Just
I mean, I
as
don't
I
have time
was
to relocate, really.
Sorry.
putting the finishing touches on.
Oh, that's my bad.
How did you know it was me?
I didn't. I just saw like
Jesus
a drawing.
body.
Whiskey.
Yes.
Oh,
I just got
guys, get your 100 gifted ready.
Everybody get your 100 gifted ready.
I'm shocked and appalled at that.
And that's the second time.
God
Yeah.
damn it. I got some decent points though.
Anthony was under me. That's right.
Oh, I did get some good points.
Huh?
I don't know if I've ever gotten points.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't mean for that to be like a sad thing.
I never got a point in my life.
I've never gotten a
Which
point.
I think I got any points before.
Any points before? It's my
Please.
first point.
Can I get a point, please?
Please, can I
Just
have
one
a
point, please.
Please,
Thank
sir,
you
can
for
I have
kidding
some
me.
points?
There's no.
You know what? I bet you if I had not been painting in that moment, never would have been found.
I believe you.
Where is this asshole at, dude? I know there's someone near me. Ellie, where the fuck are you?
No way.
Don't even. She's doing
Ellie,
things that have never
that
been done
is-
before.
Mine really is shit from a butt, but I think it might work.
My eyes
funny
hurt.
work.
That is the most genius thing I've ever seen in my life.
Add to him.
Ellie, whistle again.
What? Huh?
That is unbelievable.
Christ Melburger.
I want to be
hate-
in the
I
real
hate hunting.
Ellie. I want to be in the real.
Ellie, put us in the
No,
real.
You
Bro.
need to be big time, bro. Come on.
Oh, I'm pissed off.
Whiskey.
There ain't no way.
I might.
Sure.
I hate
Ain't no
hunting.
way.
I may have come in kind of clutch
Oh,
here,
I
TBS.
didn't even realize I was still alive.
I
I'm
was
so
watching
engrossed in
you.
the.
I was watching as you got killed. I was watching as you died.
No.
Holy farm. Holy
There's-
farm.
Ethan, yours may
3
What are you
million
talking
views
about?
incoming.
you may
5 million
persist.
views
You
incoming.
may persist.
Wait, whiskey.
I
Whiskey,
would
leave
I
her
would
alone
love
and
to
make Chris
persist.
find her.
I would love to.
What are you?
What are these guys on about, man?
And this is my big one.
On
Right
about
here,
one.
baby.
What are we on about, man?
I can't believe they wrote noob here on this thing. Like,
Oh, fuck off.
Thanks for the views, man.
Some people I'm like, where even are there? This one is unreal.
You know what? I knew where you were. I let you have it.
Yeah, all right,
That's
Mel.
what they
Who
all
else is
said.
that?
Wait,
That's what
Wait.
they all said.
Oh, mama.
somebody said last time I played this that you cannot hear the painting, and that was a lie.
Mm.
That was
Really? Yeah, I never knew.
That was a lie of lies.
I wonder if I can hit it from here.
Oh my god. What a flex.
I cannot believe that I persisted through that. Holy shit!
Wow.
Nice.
Sammy, were you alive still? No, you got
Oh
killed.
my
okay.
god.
No, I got killed.
Where the
I
hell
got
was
killed.
Granny
Carla,
at?
you almost
Wait,
got me
where's,
killed.
I'm sorry,
Chris,
baby.
Go
I'm
find
sorry.
Ellie. Go find Ellie.
I
Oh my
cannot
god,
believe.
Granny was in the fucking sky.
I
Wait,
moved
where
like
were you?
3 times.
Where the fuck's
Turn
Ellie at?
around. Turn
Wait,
around.
are you
Up.
being funny?
Go to the
On the roof?
noob here
Oh,
sign.
there's
I don't know if you'll
Granny,
make
okay.
it. I don't know if you'll make it.
Yeah. Up to your left. Go back. Go back.
You
No,
looked-
back
you-
in
you
that other
had
room.
eye
No,
contact.
yeah.
Bro,
Yeah.
I shot
Yes!
directly in
That
there.
worked
That's
after all.
No, there's
crazy.
no
No,
bullet.
but
There's no
it's-
bullet.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Can't
I
believe I
shot
did
directly in there. That's crazy.
I think
That
this
was
next
wild.
one's my last one.
Thanks for game
Alright.
time.
So sleepy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't know
Thank
what
you,
I'm saying,
guys.
man. I
Bye,
go to bed at like 8
guys.
That was
p.m.
fun as hell.
This
That
is
was
fun.
fun.
That's a word.
Great squad.
Oh, that's
Wait, no one's
smart.
leaving.
Wait.
All right. I'm skedaddling. I gotta be a mother. Although, I'm so glad we did 7.5 hours because I thought I'd do like 6. But thank you for today, sorry. I just realized I really haven't spoken much to you my whole stream. But I hope you enjoyed it. Some cool spots today. What was my best one? Oh, the painting. The painting maybe, the little angel. But no, thank you for this week, guys. I will be seeing you very soon. Girth mother. Talking to myself for your old accounts. Thank you, guys. I'm going to. She's so cute right now. I'm going to. Oh, the white chair. That was so funny. Yes. But thank you for today, guys. You're the best. I will see you very, very soon. We'll do more of this, but we'll do community games next week. I'm very excited. Yeah, I like the white chair. That was funny. But no, thank you for being here and being so lovely and so supportive and understanding. I really appreciate you. I'll see you very soon. Have a beautiful weekend. And I'll see you soon. So I'll have Mimi updates in the Discord. Bye, guys. Me and y'all.
Traps design, make you trip and